morning, everyone. We're going to be starting Lostbelt 3 today. Yup. We've come a long way, chat. Brings a tear to my eye. Pretty excited for it. What's up, Cornflakes? How you doing? Good morning. We're still going to be trying to get to Oku. You can see right there. Look at that. 4 days left. Can you believe it? 4 days, and we're going to try to get through Lostbelt 3 and finish the Oku story. I know a lot of people were telling me, like, there's no way you're going to be able to do, like, all of Oku, and I was like, I'm not planning on cleaning out the shop or anything like that. I have plenty of apples, as you can see, to actually get through all the story nodes. I just want to experience the Oku story, is all. Because I know that it isn't going to be available for another, and I know I could always look up like a YouTube video or something for the story, but I'd like to experience it myself, like in-game with all the battles and everything, for full immersion, as nerdy as that sounds. But I really want to be able to experience the story for myself before I go into 4, because everyone said that Oku is actually a really good segue for Lostbelt 3 into 4, and so I was like, okay, I really want to experience that then if it's a really good segue. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be trying to do. We're gonna be trying to finish up Lostbelt 3 in like 2 or 3 streams within the next 2 or 3 days, and then on that, probably on the final day, we're just gonna do like a big like 8-hour stream, like the last stream to finish up Lostbelt 2, and just do a really long stream and finish up the full story of Oku. You can finish Oku of stores, so I finished the floors every day. You can do it for sure. Hell yeah. Sweet, sweet. Are you gonna try Tower Fantasy? I saw it. It looked interesting. I don't know. I'll probably have to wait and look more into it. Did you see the massive update for Genshin? It was so big they had to make a second app and lower the quality and increase the gacha currency. And worse than the rates? What? Oku isn't bad? Hell yeah. Is there a scythe yet? Did they add a scythe into Genshin? Because like what's the other game that MiHoYo makes? Honkai Impact. I was so angry that because Honkai Impact has some really cool designs with the scythes and everything, and they don't have a single scythe in Genshin Impact, and it pissed me off because I'm such a big nerd for scythes as weapons in fantasy games. Oh, you were talking about Tower yourself? Oh, you were okay. You were like, okay, you were making fun of it. I see now. Yeah, it does look like a Genshin clone, but with how popular Genshin is, like it doesn't surprise me that there are other companies that were inspired by that to try to follow in suit. If it was summer, then I would have said you can't do it, but Oku is manageable. Hell yeah. Yeah, summer events are freaking long for sure. Cool, good to know. All right, I actually have some notes, again, because going into every Lostbelt. These notes aren't as long as the last ones, don't worry, we're not going to be sitting here for 20 minutes, but I do have, like 2 paragraphs worth of notes for just stuff we've learned in Lostbelt 2 that I just dotted down just to keep a mental note of in the back of our heads going into Lostbelt 3 here. So, going into Lostbelt 3, we now know, thanks to the end of Lostbelt 2, that Ophilia's actions with the Serious Light command spell that each of the Crypters has is fatal to them if used. Caddock mentioned when trying to use his in Lostbelt 1 that it had the power to remake the world, and then when Rasputin, aka Kire, stole Caddock back from us at the beginning of the Lostbelt 2 chapter, he said that he only did so because Caddock still had his Serious Light command spell, and that as long as he had it, his soul belonged to the alien god. Ooh. Then in Lostbelt 2, Ophelia used hers to destroy her Mystic Eye and sever her connection to Shutter. I can't remember how to pronounce the name. The fucking lava god, the giant god. making him weak enough for us to defeat him. So all of that considered, I'm still not exactly sure what a Serious Light command spell is, just that the alien god gave each of the Crypters one, and it's powerful enough that they want to keep Caddock alive just because he possesses one. So just keep a mental note of that. We now know that these trees of emptiness that are in every Lostbelt can birth seeds. It's unknown to me currently what these seeds' purposes are. You'd think the name seed would imply that they were just seeds to make more trees of emptiness, which very well could be the case. But they almost acted like a defense mechanism for the tree in Lostbelt 2, so I'm not quite entirely sure what they are yet. Next bullet point, Kirei mentioned at the beginning when he stole Caddock back that the alien god had not permitted Kirei himself to come and go as he pleased from the different Lostbelts. However, Koyanskaya did have that privilege, which is why we saw her in both Lostbelt 1 and 2. I'm assuming since the only characters we've seen cross Lostbelt so far are Canis and Koyanskaya, they both must have some special trait or some like privilege given to them by the alien god to allow them to do that. While we were zero sailing into Lostbelt 2, something was in void space with us. We never found out exactly what it was, but one of our comrades theorized it might have been Koyanskaya, because we had just learned at that point that she had the ability to enter and leave different Lostbelts like us. But Mash quickly disagreed, saying she felt no hostile intent from it, and it seemed almost friendly. We didn't stick around to find out what it was, but it was definitely foreshadowing to something later on, so make a mental note of that. On the topic of foreshadowing, there was also another entity in Lostbelt 2 helping the citizens of the Lostbelt that we never learned the name of. When the bounded fields protecting the towns across the Lostbelt weakened and giants came to attack them, someone came and warded off the giants while also putting up a second, more powerful bounded field than the one Scotty provided. When we came to rescue one of the towns after learning it had already been saved, Gerda told us that the person who helped them said they were from Chaldea. Currently, I have my suspicions on Musashi, considering she went around saving people from bandits in Lostbelt 1, and also told the people that she was from Chaldea. However, it's hard to believe that Musashi has the knowledge to put up a bounded field stronger than Scotty's, so for now, we'll just keep that in mind. I'm sure it's foreshadowing to something later on. It'll eventually be revealed. At one point, we learned Ophelia and her Mystic Eye were able to keep Kodai, or were able to see Kodai in his coffin when the alien god initially talked to him. We learned that the alien god originally only wanted him to rule a single Lostbelt. However, he insisted and convinced the god to awaken all of the other members of Team A and give them their own Lostbelts, saying they each had the potential to grow stronger than him. The alien god told him that if the others were to be revived, they would have to undergo an immense amount of suffering like he did when he was revived, and he told the god to pin it all the suffering on him 6 more times so they didn't have to go through the pain. Not sure what to make of all that yet, except Kodai's a fucking Chad. And then last but not least, we also learned Kodai's Lostbelt has fucking Zeus in it and has already covered 80% of the world's surface. So yeah, he's clearly the biggest threat we face at the moment. So that's all the notes. I know, kind of annoying to have to go through all that, but I thought a recap might be nice or fun to do before we go into every Lostbelt. So that's where we're at currently. What's up, Alamar? How you doing? Are you spoiled yet on the story? No. No spoilers except for where we're at currently. So I have no knowledge of what's beyond Lostbelt 3 except for JP servants. Like, I know I'm okay with knowing what servants are coming to JP because it's really hard to avoid that when you interact with the FGO community, but I have no context of what they mean in the story. Like, I know Koyanskaya, we can eventually summon her next summer, and she's a really good buster support. But I have no idea what that implies in the story. Like, did she come to our side? Did we somehow defeat her and then we're able to summon her? I have no idea. So I have no idea context-wise what the servants that we can summon in the future on JP, because I know all the servants that come to JP. I have no idea what that means. Same thing with, like, Muramasa. I know that Muramasa is summonable this New Year's, and so I'm assuming he comes into the story later on, and so I'm really excited for that because he was a fucking Chad in Shimosa, and so I'm excited to see him again. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's get into it. Let's not dilly-dally and waste any more time. So let's hop right into Lostbelt 3. We should be where we left off. And that's right, we left off by, we were driving, and then we just somehow just appeared in the ocean. There wasn't we didn't see any cliff or anything. We just were driving, and then, Munair was like, oh shit, brace for impact, and we looked out the window, and we were like, what? What's going on? And then we just were in the ocean out of nowhere, and we were like, oh, okay. And then I forgot what the institute is called. You have the Atlas Institute, the Mages Association, and then this third one who has been hiding out in the ocean, and they basically, I think Gordolf described it as they basically make their own reality marble to stay hidden, and because they were basically not in reality, they were able to avoid the planet getting glassed, and that's how they've been alive for so long. And they ended up appearing and saving our ass from being in the ocean, because the border, the Jeep Wrangler that we're in, the shadow border, is not able to make a jump into void space. It can't make a void sail when it's in the water, and then it also was eventually going to sink. Like I think they mentioned it could only float for like an hour maybe before we would actually start to sink. And so it was a good thing that they came and helped us, because we like appeared in the middle of the ocean out of nowhere. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but hopefully we get an explanation. Here we go. How long has it been since I left the colony of survivors? Oh shit, we're getting a survivors monologue here. I managed to keep a log for the first 30 days, but now it just feels like I've lost the ability to keep track of time. In my defense, it's hard to count the days when we don't have nights anymore. It all blurs together. I still have no idea how things got to this point, but what I can say for sure is that somehow the sun is shining on every corner of the world at once. With everything bleached white as far as the eye can see, you get numb to time as well as distance. My food and water are starting to run out. Once they do, that'll be it for me. At least my old motorcycle is still purring like a kitten. I never expected this solar generator to work out so well for this long. It proved you can ride an old motorcycle from Australia to North America as long as you have a surface to ride on and a solid engine. All I drive over seems to be endless white wasteland. No, maybe wasteland isn't the right word. It's more like pavement without so much as a single crack or seam to be seen. It's nothing like a desert either. There's just nothing here. I don't even get the natural sort of austerity wastelands give off. It's not so much that it seems like life's died out, as that it never existed to begin with. Case in point, I've not seen even a single sign of death or decay this whole time. Not a single corpse. No plants, no animals, no insects, not so much as a microbe. This isn't a dead world. It's an empty one. There's nothing. Not even bacteria to make food spoil. It feels clean. Too clean. Never mind that last bit. I must be more tired than I thought. I'm getting overly sensitive. I can see an unnatural shape just up ahead. Probably more remnants. I think I'll rest there today. Maybe there'll even be some food left if I'm lucky. So is this the guy that was studying the aliens, I'm assuming? If y'all don't remember, at the beginning of Lostbelt 1, we got a monologue from a survivor that talked about humanity only lasted 3 months until the end of the world against the aliens. And we got the monologue of this guy who was hunting for, he was saying like someone had to have seen this coming, and then he went to like Area 51 and found out that they, I guess, I can't remember exactly how it happened. Basically, he went to Area 51 and found out that there was a new discovery that was like the biggest discovery since the Roswell incident, and an alien had crash landed right after, a year ago, prior to the alien attack, which was right after we saved humanity from Gatia. An alien like crash landed on Earth, and that's all we have to go off of at the moment. So interesting. It's him, so this is the same guy. Okay. Remnants, in this case, are areas that somehow escaped the reset, or, well, more places that remained in part despite being reset. The colony I left behind was situated in one such remnant. If any satellites were still intact, we might have even been able to find and connect with other survivors. Not that it would have made us any less powerful to fix any of this. After all, if that tree were to attack again, humanity would be well and truly gone. Interesting, okay. If that tree were to attack again. So maybe is that talking about the seeds, possibly? But they're not in... It would have been impossible for them to go inside of a Lostbelt, so does that mean there's a tree outside of the Lostbelt? Maybe, I don't know. That's something to make a mental note of, okay. So maybe there's a tree outside of the Lostbelt that maybe contributed to the world being bleached. Survivors, 0. Signs of people having been here, 1. A single message. No food, sadly, but any port in a storm. Besides, just seeing artifacts of civilization like this again does wonders for my morale, even if it is gutted ruins from a brutal invasion. I shrug my shoulders as I sit down on what used to be a sofa. His name's David, that's right. The shrug is just a desperate ploy to convince myself I'm calm, but strangely, it still helped. I play back the only message data to be found. It is essentially the same as all the others out there. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, run away, run away, run away. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, why? No, 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 help me, help me, help me. Please forgive me. There it is again. Why? Why were these people attacked? Why were they erased? I did my best to recall that day calmly and objectively, the year when Earth fell to invaders from another world. Bleach happened because the seeds or more trees, or the trees were planted. I wouldn't think they would even know about them, though. Or I guess they saw them falling from the sky, but like if I was seeing that, I would have thought they were just comets or something, because when the Lostbelt is created, isn't it just a bubble? Like you wouldn't be able to see the tree, would you? Raiding Area 51 gone wrong. Stuff happens. Truth be told, we had time to prepare. Maybe it was only 12 hours, but it was still time we could have used. On that New Year's Eve, we lost every satellite around the world in an instant. In consequence, so this is literally what happened in the prologue. So this is just from his eyes, and David is a person that was outside of Antarctica watching everything go down. He didn't go. We dived into void space, spent like a week in void space when it was like 3 months in reality, and this is what he saw in that time. So truth be told, we had time to prepare. Maybe it was only 12 hours, but it was still time we could have used. On that New Year's Eve, we lost every satellite around the world in an instant. In consequence, we were not able to observe a single cosmic ray, even as the whole world was reduced to a blank, dust, gray sphere. I know now that it was a membrane in the sky, a dome of sorts made by the tree's branches that was placed over the entire world. But we weren't exactly in a position to sit down and take stock of what happened on that day, not with all the crazy things going on. 12 hours later, Armageddon. So, is that trees plural or singular? I'm not sure. I don't know. Hopefully they'll confirm later on or for me, but it sounds like there might have just been one big tree that caused the bleach itself, and then the 7 smaller Lostbelts, maybe? I don't know. That's just what I'm picturing in my head right now. I know now that it was a membrane in the sky, a dome of sorts, because isn't each Lostbelt a dome? A dome of sorts made by the tree's branches that were placed over the entire world. But we weren't exactly in a position to sit down and take stock of what happened on that day, not with all the crazy things going on. 12 hours later, Armageddon. A total slaughter, a massacre of an unimaginable scale. Unaccountable tree things, okay, so plural. Unaccountable tree things descended onto the earth, like so many tentacles from space. They crawled across the world, finding and exterminating all forms of life with unerring accuracy and unnerving tenacity, killing almost every human on the planet over the course of 3 months. After that, the trees just disappeared, returning to the sky and leaving behind a blank, desolate world. What? So maybe it was similar to, like, the seeds. So there were a bunch of trees. Okay. Tree things descended to the earth like so many tentacles from space. They crawled across the world, finding and exterminating all forms of life with unerring accuracy and unnerving tenacity, killing almost every human on the planet over the course of 3 months. After that, the trees just disappeared, returning to the sky and leaving behind a blank, desolate world. Even now, thinking about it makes me tremble. Not at the revelation that aliens really did exist, not even the realization that our world, our civilization, had been erased and would never return. No, what scared me was those trees' tenacity, the way they extended their branches to destroy a person's heart with a single stab. Monka. Upon their death, people would instantly turn to dust. Their agonizing screams still echoed around them. Damn. There were no exceptions. Even though these aliens possessed weapons of mass destruction large enough to blot out the sky, they chose not to use them. Instead, they went out of their way to erase billions upon billions of people, one at a time. They were like some kind of twisted artisan burning with perverse passion for their craft. Those of us who did survive, like myself, only managed to do so by being hidden in underground facilities at the time. Dizziness starts to overwhelm me. Maybe I've been under a bit more strain than I realized. I'll just rest up here for today. Tomorrow, I'll set back off on my journey of wishful thinking. I may not have much food left, but assuming I've stayed on track, I should be at my destination soon. It's the last place any of our satellites caught on camera. The only place in this whole world that hasn't been wiped clean, an area in southern Nevada. That's right, my destination is the Air Force base known as Area 51. Let's go! Signed, David Bluebook. That's his name. I think it's talking about the branches of the tree. Technically, I did spoil things, stuff that happened. Where's my punishment? I think it's talking about the branches of the tree. Yeah, Area 51 raid. Let's go, baby! Damn, dude, that was pretty fucking scary. So these trees, so a bunch of trees were planted by the aliens, and these trees would just extend out everywhere, and the branches would just impale people, and then they would just turn to dust after they were impaled. That's a scary thought, man. What the fuck? All right, here we go. Let's get this party started. Lostbelt 3. And I know the name of the Lostbelt is Sin, so that's gonna be interesting. Okay, now we're back to where we left off. Did we drive into a whole other world when I wasn't looking? It was nothing but clear skies as far as the eye could see just a moment ago. Now I've got an announcement of my own. I estimate the border has about an hour left until it sinks. Yeah, just one problem. There's no land to go back to. We're smack dab in the middle of the North Sea. Da Vinci, can we still initiate a zero sail here? Surely that must be preferable to sinking to our deaths. We can't. The formulas won't be stable enough in the water. We'd have to rewrite the software from scratch. Hang on, we're getting a call. Go ahead and open up a line, Mr. Munair, and hurry. Da Vinci's no use to us right now. Right, on it.
CQ, this is the Wandering Seas dock. Do you read me? That vessel, that would be Chaldea's ship, right? No, wait, not a ship. Oh, I see, a tank. Rational, yes, very rational. Ship is unnecessary for a zero sail, but I say, you have no sense for design. It might as well be a large metal coffin, nothing charming there at all. Be honest, you would never have made it back without my paper moon, would you? Still, a fine job making it all the way back here. Everything is proceeding within my calculations.
It's coming from the Wandering Sea, but But where?
Where? Right in front of you. Oh, hang on. Let me clear the fog. It should be easier to see then. Proceed on your current course, though you may want to reduce your speed, and be sure to give thanks. All right. This will be the first time in over 2,000 years that this island has revealed itself on a day other than December 31st.
Sheesh!
Welcome to the Primordial Magecraft Workshop, the Baldanders of the Wandering Sea. My name is... How do you say your name? Because I was saying it wrong, chat.
I was saying Sion, and chat was telling me that was wrong. Because that's the only... that's the only name I know it from because of League of Legends. And apparently it's a girl, chat was correcting me. Shame you can't see the people Naruto running inside Area 51. That's correct? Sion? Okay. Damn, chat was getting mad at me.
My name is Sion. Sion Eltnam Sakaris. I am a Spiritron hacker who escaped the Wandering Sea when I predicted that the world was about to end. I have been waiting for you. Oh, Sion? What the fuck? Sion, okay. Let me go over that again then. My name is Sion Eltnam Sakaris. I am a Spiritron hacker who escaped the Wandering Sea when I predicted that the world was about to end. I have been waiting for you. Being the Atlas Institute's last remaining member, the Wandering Sea higher-ups entrusted me with the project of righting this bleached Earth problem.
Like Cersei's Kirk. Yeah, I can't. Dude, I'm so bad with pronunciation. Okay. I know that. Okay, I know that was just a minute ago, but. Foo-foo! Well, we followed the directions that bizarre transmission gave us right to the lump of rock. Now, can you tell me what this is about, Da Vinci? I'm glad the border isn't bobbing around like a damned cork, but have we been sinking these last few minutes, or haven't we? I have the same question. It seemed to me like the border sank underwater before it emerged to the surface. Don't look at me. I didn't do anything. Once we got to those rocks, it felt like the currents kind of carried the border the rest of the way. Looks like I tried to steer us, but the currents were just too strong. The border sank about 40 meters, but then popped up a good 30. I think we must have gotten into the Wandering Sea from underneath, since I didn't exactly see a front door. Perhaps that is how they go about docking ships here, or how they keep ordinary ships away. Sounds right to me. I just wish they'd given us a little heads up. Then, does that mean we can go outside now? Does this mean we're at the Wandering Sea docks? That would appear to be the logical conclusion. The issue at hand, however, is... Are we sure this is the Wandering Sea? And how do we know it's safe outside? Munair, fire up every sensor we've got. I want to know everything going on outside the border. Roger, but I've already been doing that. I'm not picking up anything at all. Not a damn thing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me over there? I'm afraid the Wandering Sea cannot be observed by any means creating by or relying upon science, not even partially. I would give up on trying to see what's going on outside that hunk of metal you have been riding around in. None of your sensors will see anything here. Besides, danger is a no-no here, and there's no way there would be anything wrong with my calculations. Right now, this is the most peaceful, happiest, scariest island in the whole world.
That's the voice we heard earlier. How can it be peaceful and scary?
At any rate, come on out, visitors. I did not open up my darling secret base today just so you could hole up in that big metal box of yours.
Well, what should we do now, everyone? Since our sensors are blind, someone's gotta have to go take one for the team and poke their heads outside. I nominate Holmes. Agreed. You can always use her Baritsu if things get dicey. Unfortunately, Did he... He got his arm back. The fuck? Is that just because he's a servant? I just realized he got his arm back. What the fuck? Servant's biology is wild. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I actually can't use Baritsu just yet. At this point, I dare say you could outfight me, Director. Good point. Holmes is going to need more time to recover from the injury he's sustained in Scandinavia. So, then, as the only combat-ready servant here, I should be the one to... Let's go outside and say hi together, Mash. I think we'll be okay. Mash, come on, let's go. What's up, Raxus? Are you gonna read the Oku event because this Lostbelt 3.5 for... Yep, that's, I was just talking about that earlier. The whole reason I'm trying to get through Lostbelt 3 currently is to hopefully be able to catch Oku and do the whole story in one stream. Right. I was just thinking the same thing, Master. Foo-foo! Well, then I'm coming too. I'm way too curious just to stay on the border. Friend or foe, the Wandering Sea is still a mystic among mystics. No way would I pass up the chance to check out the place that still has mystics from the Age of Gods. You're better off not getting mixed up with those places if you ask me. They even say the clock tower's an inhospitable hell when you get right down to it. I see you plebs know your place. In your own way, you're quite right, Bonaire. One should never move past one's station to peer into the secrets of magecraft or the organizations that keep them. The moment you do, you'll be so shocked by how vastly they overpower you that you may find yourself bedridden and half mad for a month. It's all risk and no reward. Curiosity isn't what killed the cat, it was fear. However, as we humans are not cats, it is possible to overcome those fears, much like I did. Mash Kirillite, Max? I hereby authorize the two of you to investigate whatever lies outside. Once you're certain that there's no danger, call for me right away. Oh, and try to stick close to the border, would you? You should be no more than 5-second sprint from here at the most. Roger that. All right, I'm going to open the border's port hatch now. Are you ready, Master? All set here. I've got your backs. I may not be much in a fight, but I can make damn sure nothing gets by my defenses. Thank you, Da Vinci. Opening the hatch now. Yeah, we did put Holmes in a tube. I do remember that. I just didn't know that he could, like, fully regenerate his arm. I was like, what the fuck? Whoa. It's incredible! Wow, this place is amazing! Look, Mash, look, Max! Oh, this is like top shelf secret base stuff. It's like a picture book come to life. Whoever designed this must have been such a dummy. What? Whoever designed this must have been such a dummy. Whoa! Ho 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 ho! Who is this? Thanks for the kind words. I must be doing pretty well in the great Leonardo da Vinci. If the great Leonardo da Vinci, famous genius and notorious problem child, would speak like that about me. Wait, is that really Da Vinci? Isn't she a little off, too girly, just a little too high spec? Hey, you there, Master Max. Is that girl there really and truly the Leonardo da Vinci? I sure am. I'm Da Vinci backup unit made by the one and only Leonardo da Vinci herself. What about you? Are you the girl who contacted us? Oh, right. I was so surprised by Girl Vinci here that I forgot my manners. Cut and take 2. I am Sion Eltnam Sakaris, an alchemist here to mess with you guys on behalf of the Atlas Institute. Oh, I also made the Megistas, I'm sorry, I butchered that, and the paper moon you were manhandling just a few minutes ago. Wait, what? Just how old are you? Xion is a power top. Grandma? So I am here to collect the damages you owe me for copyright infringement. It totals to about $790 million. So, yeah, you guys are boned. Whatever human rights you think you had are gone. Do you know what this means, Max? It means I own you. Lock, stock, and barrel, baby. Let's go. So mind just signing this contract here for me? I hereby confess to using Miss Xion's intellectual property without express permission. I also absolutely saw the end of humanity and such. Therefore, until repayment of said aforementioned unrepayable debt, I, Max, do hereby offer up the following. My body, my soul, and each and every one of my worldly possessions, past, present, and future, throughout the universe, to Sion. There you go. Mine just signing here, 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 and here. Initial here to say, mine being modded. Are you into mecha, bioengineering, a mixture of both? What the heck, we can just throw them all in. Do not worry, it will not hurt at all. Wait. What? Just kidding, you don't owe me anything, I was only messing with you. Besides, I was using the old Zimbabwean dollar values, so you could totally have paid it back anyway. Fo. Sorry, I might have been a little carried away there. You will have to forgive me. I have never actually done this before. I know, I sort of struck first, so to speak, when I contacted you earlier, so I was being all formal to try to put you at ease. But as you can see, I am not really like that. Just your everyday, mild-mannered alchemist here. That makes sense. You spoke so fast I didn't realize it right away. But there's no way anyone from the Atlas Institute would be so quick to pull out a contract. I see, an advanced technique designed to better break the ice during our first encounter. I don't know about that. I get the feeling she's not one for lying. Alright, let me introduce myself again. My name is Sion. Welcome to the Wandering Sea, Chaldeans. Leonardo da Vinci, Mash Kirlight, Max, and... Did not see that animal mentioned in any of our data. I wonder if he is someone's familiar. I can sense a modicum of intelligence from it, like an AI that just started learning. Oh well, no problem. I already have a pretty good idea of who you guys are. I have not seen what has become of the outside world myself, but I do know what happened to Chaldea on the first day of 2020. You haven't seen the outside? Does that mean you have no immunity to the atmosphere? Oh no, I am completely healthy. You have to be in good shape to use memory partisan at a halfway decent level after all. I just mean I did not have the need to go outside. Sorry for the misunderstanding, Mash. So, who is in charge right now? From what information I have, it should be Da Vinci here, but given she was on the whole kid thing going on right now, I assume that it's no longer the case. I must have a gap in my information somewhere. Better get that sorted.
Heh, I'm surprised you picked up on that. You look like a girl, and it would seem that you are in fact something of a girl. Indeed, the master/amateur mage, the demi-servant girl, and the capable technical advisor are merely my subordinates. Who am I? Why, you surely need not ask. I am Chaldea's new director, and the man who will one day resurrect the golden age of the prestigious music estate, Gordolf Music. I see you're surprised that I am still alive. I know that crest and that uniform. It would seem you truly are a mage of the Atlas Institute.
What happened? The shock, dude. Partition? It's a computer thing? Huh. Wrong I know. I didn't know what voice it was going to be either. I just guessed and I got it right. Fuck yeah.
That means it should have been absolutely trivial for you to predict the terrible tragedy from the befell of my Chaldea with your fancy parallel thought acceleration. I am keenly aware of how I fell for Koyanskaya's devious scheme, and so it inadvertently allowed the Crypters to carry out their plan. No doubt I was the first one to be killed off in Atlas's prognostications. The quickest way to ensure a plan's success is to take out your opposition's genius commander, after all. But As you can see, I survived. But for no matter how poor the road conditions, how dire the weather, or how far behind I may be, I will never retire before the race is over.
Ah, you are Gordolf, right? I am not surprised you are still alive, given your specs.
Huh? You're not?
Your odds were not great, but they were also not zero. I figured you would make it out of there as long as you had a solid help and backup. No, it was the servant behind you that surprised me. Would you mind telling me your name?
Ah, yes. I do beg your pardon. I was preoccupied with keeping our director safe since he insisted on venturing out to see what was going on for himself. I am Sherlock Holmes, a ruler. As you are the successor to the Great Atlas Institute, I trust that is all the introduction you need.
Wait, you already know who I am? Even for a famed detective, it seems just a little suspicious that you already know that much about me.
Elementary, my dear Miss Sion. Your middle name, Eltnam, tells me all I need to know. From there, all I need to do is contrast your behavior with our current situation, and the answer all but presents itself. BS, you're quoting from her file. You touched Chi-Hermes when you snuck into Atlas. Now, don't go giving the game away, Mr. Max.
You touched Chi-Hermes? Ah, now I see. This must have been during your sixth singularity. I read about that in the report to the Mages Association. So, you managed to touch Chi-Hermes directly without losing your mind, huh? Really now? No wonder you're the pinnacle of intelligence among servants. You and I are going to get along just fine. I know that guy. Why does he look like a Charlie Brown character? What kind of voice does this person have? Come on, Sion. How much time are you going to waste talking? You want me to give this ship a tune-up, right? Hurry up and get the crew off on it already. Stare. What? Do I have something on my face? You're kind of rude, aren't you? Oh, right. Sorry about that. Hello. Nice to meet you.
All that magical energy. Are you a servant? Does this mean the Wandering Sea is also capable of summoning servants?
Yeah, I snuck a peek into the Chaldea system, came up with my own take on it, and somehow managed to summon a single servant. I needed someone who could watch my back and also make sure I would not break it. I mean, I could draw up blueprints all day on my own, but what good is that if nobody actually builds any of it, right? I'm still amazed that you managed to summon a heroic spirit somewhere besides Chaldea. Hello there, servant from the Wandering Sea. My name is Mash Kirillite. May I ask who you are? You don't have to tell me your true name. I'm no one. I don't have a name. If you have to call me something, just call me Nameless. Now get everyone out here, Sion. I can't call everyone else with all these people in the way. This is painful to look at. It's worse than watching a coral reef die. What happened to this ship? I can hear it crying in pain. I need to fix it now before I go insane. Whoops, looks like someone got on the wrong side of the bed today, huh, Captain? Oh well, guess I am unable to blame you since you are even shyer than me. Captain? Is that some sort of joke? Are you mocking me? Well, what else can I call you? Would you prefer Prince? Fine, I guess Captain works since we have more guests now. At least it's better than Prince.
It would seem you added something to that servant spirit origin. Am I correct, Miss Sion?
Yeah, Phantom Spirit. One cannot summon a decent heroic spirit without Mash's shield, you understand? Since I was missing powerful holy relics like that, I had to make do with whatever I could scrounge together to make his spirit origin. But do not ask me to reveal his true name. That is something a servant should choose to do. Once Captain trusts you guys, I'm certain his identity will become clear. Caillou! Foo-foo! Anyway, right now, it is just me and Captain here. I promise there is nobody else around, so feel free to bring up the rest of the Shadowboarders crew along. I have prepared a room for the staff where they can relax and rest up, but I am afraid I will have to ask all of you to join me for a little longer. I can imagine how exhausted you must all be and would love to sleep in a proper bed, but that must wait. This is just the entrance, see? Come on, I will take you to the command room. What's up, Jason? How you doing? Best girl, Sion. Whoa, wait, this looks like, Tri-Hermes. Whoa. Wait. Does this mean we can rebuild Chaldeus and that's how we can save the world? Because that's why the alien god took out Chaldeus, right? Because Chaldeus was the only thing that could stop... Chaldeus was the only thing that could stop the aliens because we could travel back in time and stop them. Now can we do it again? If we rebuild it here? Whoa. Whoa. It's... Chaldea's command room? Yeah, I see how you can make that mistake, Max, but a mistake it would be. Chaldea's command room was actually modeled after this place. This is the masterpiece I have assembled day and night for the last 3 months, ever since I first came to the Wandering Sea. I call it Spiritron Calculation Engine I cannot pronounce it, dude. Is there a... I don't even know if that's a real fucking word, dude.
Trismegistus.
Excuse me?
Trismegistus.
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 That sounds like a wild fucking fancy food.
Trismegistus.
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 Don't you Trismegistus.
Trismegistus.
That's a funny word, dude. You don't think that's correct? Trismegistus? Really? It looks like it. That's better than what I was calling it. Oh, are you talking about what he was saying? Yeah, we are a threat to the alien gods, seeing how we took down Gatia. That's why they are targeting us now. Chaldea first. I have no idea. I don't think they've said, I don't think they've said at where I'm at in the story. I think, in my head, or what's his name? One of them explained, I think it was Kodime, or one of them explained their plan to us, and they had the reason why they attacked Chaldea and had to do it in such a perfect way that we wouldn't have seen it coming, or wouldn't have been alerted. They had to attack Chaldea, I believe, because they even mentioned, I can't remember who it was, either the alien god or Kodime told us specifically. One of them told us the reason why they attacked Chaldea immediately, and then immediately began the alien assault right afterwards, is because we were the only ones that actually could have prevented it because we had the power to actually go back in time, essentially. Trismegistus? Gistus instead of Gistus? If you could rebuild Chaldeas that easily, Marisbury wouldn't even need to fight. That is true. Hey, you got it. Tipomia? Or how? Tipomia? Hopefully, I'm not butchering your name. You gotta listen to what our boy Chad. Fuck, what was his name? Chad Napoleon told us. Remember, he said, even if it's impossible, what you're really looking for is hope. Now we have hope. I don't know. That's just my first thought seeing this, was remembering back to, because it looks like Chaldea's command room, right? Like, just like they mentioned. That was the first thing I thought when we came in here, and I was like, hey, if there's any chance we can rebuild Chaldeus, that might be our ticket to saving the world. Because at the moment, I have no idea, how are you going to reverse the world being glass? There's no way to. It's done. Humanity's dead. There's no way. Even if we got rid of all 7 Lostbelts, it's not going to just reverse all the dead people, right? And so the only way to actually do it would be to fucking either build Chaldeus, or if we can go back to Antarctica, because remember, what's her name froze it. Anastasia froze it. I don't know if we can go back to Antarctica and check it out, but I would imagine the only way to actually get humanity back to what it was before would be to go back in time. That'd be the only way. What's up, Yowie? How you doing? If you could rebuild it, the plot would end. Well, I was thinking... No, I get it. I rebuilt because they even mentioned at one point too that I think in the prologue they said if anything, or Da Vinci mentioned if anything happened to Chaldeus, that would be the end of it because there'd be no way to rebuild it. Yeah, and Marisbury had to win the Holy Grail War to actually get enough money to be able to fucking build something like that. But I'm just saying, if there is any way we can fucking get a Chaldeus back, because I don't know, we'll see. I'll keep going, but at the moment, the only way we can actually get humanity back to what it was before is if we actually went back in time. And in my head, the only way we're actually able to do that is with Chaldeus. The half AP Ember Farm has been a nice thing to have. Yeah. Half AP is always great. All right. I call it the Spiritron Calculation Engine Trismegistus II. A perfect reproduction of the Trismegistus I lent to Chaldea and the new brains of your operation. You don't say. You said you've been assembling it, so that must mean you brought the necessary materials along with you when you came here. Between the Paper Moon and all this groundwork you've been laying, you're obviously no ordinary mage. Sion Eltnam Socaris. It looks to me like you even know more about Chaldea than we do. Yeah, a lot of what I know comes before Chaldea really even got off the ground. As you know, the pseudo-spirit calculation engine Tri-Hermes is the heart of the Atlas Institute. My father, the head of the Atlas at the time, was supposed to be Tri-Hermes' sister unit, Trismegistus, before its development was handed off to me. I proposed using the Paper Moon-based zero sails as a method for sending people into the past, well, into singularities anyway, but Chaldea's first director Marisbury had a different idea for a more reliable method. His proposal was a process called ray shifting that involved transmitting physical bodies as spiritrons. It was a more proactive approach given that it was closer to the Atlas Institute's prognostication. Not exactly the most cautious proposal, all told, but the fact that the mage like him was willing to reveal his most secret arts like that spoke volumes. I mean, if word got out about the Animosphere family, one of the 12 Clock Tower Lords, was sharing technology with Atlas, it would have meant a war with the other lords, leading ultimately to the end of the Animospheres. Director Marisbury understood the seriousness of the risks and chose to act anyway. So the Atlas Institute decided to accept Chaldea's request out of respect for the risks he took. Of course, none of the other lords ever did figure out what Marisbury was up to, so it ended up not really being a thing. Anyway, you all know what happened next. We provided Chaldea with Trismegistus, which enabled Chaldea to complete Chaldeus. And the Chaldea Security Organization went on to do what it was intended to do. I am certain you all know more about Chaldea's actual exploits than I do. We were just the ones who gave you the tools to get the thing rolling.
Indeed, we do know about Chaldea's connection to the Atlas Institute. We do not, however, know about you. How did you survive the reset of the world, and why were you waiting for us in the Wandering Sea?
Took the words right out of my mouth. You have a thing for asking questions you already know the answers to, huh, Sherlock? Are you obliged to? Will you die otherwise? I suppose since you are being so meticulous and all, I can go ahead and tell you what you already know. I'll answer the first. I escaped the reset because I was in the Wandering Sea. The Wandering Sea is like its own little singularity. It is always drifting between the world's textures. That kept it safe, even while the world was being wiped clean. To answer the second, I came from the Wandering Sea because I predicted this future. Or I came to the Wandering Sea because I predicted this future. Tri-Hermes collects, organizes, and makes records of a ton of data about Earth, just like Chaldeus. It is like a huge sea of information, all there for the taking. For alchemists like us, it may as well be our own primordial soup. I was just taking a little dip into the sea, without my father knowing, of course, when I ended up arriving at that prediction. In short, I was not sure how, but I knew the world was going to cease to exist in 2020. It was the biggest dilemma of my life, to say the least. I knew I had to do something, so I told my father about my prediction.
Did I do that?
But that theater reject excuse for great head of the Atlas told me was,
I see humanity ending every day. Don't waste my time with trivialities like this. Besides, you discovered this problem, my darling Sion. Don't you think you should be the one to solve it?
And that was when it really hit me just how understaffed the Atlas Institute really was. Every person there had their hands full stopping some version of the end of the world that they had seen. While I am at it, I have a little bonus. Answer the third. To answer the third, the moment I made my decision. I know I will go to the Wandering Sea. So I took the parts I was using to make Trismegistus II and used them to build the Hermes instead, then knocked on the Wandering Sea's front door. By doing so, I secured a safe haven for both myself and future collaborators, 2 birds and 1 stone. I was certain that no matter how things unfolded, Chaldea was going to get knocked out of commission. It would be too important for our unknown invader. There was pretty much 2 ways the world could end, gradually and suddenly. Usually things would go gradually, progressing in stages until lights go out, so to speak. There are leaders all around the world doing their best to identify those scenarios and keep them at bay. Meanwhile, the sudden types are like a traffic accidents where everything happens all at once. Nothing much one can do, no matter how smart. For that sort of thing, race shifting was all we had to fight back. And what is happening right now, with the world bleached white thanks to the invaders from outer space, is no exception. Thus, anyone meticulous enough to put together a plan like this would never overlook Chaldea, seeing as you were the only ones capable of race shifting. That's what I was just saying a second ago. I certainly would not. If I were trying to destroy Earth, Chaldea would be right on top of my hit list. In fact, taking it out would be my opening move. Sorry, I should have kept that to myself. So even though I had a base to fight back from, there's still not anything I could do on my own. I mean, I did not know who was attacking or how they would do it. So really the only thing I could do was put my trust in you guys. If these invader things saw you as the big threat, I was sure you could prove there was a reason for that. I knew you would survive and you would not give up no matter how bad things got. So knowing that you would fight back, my task got a lot simpler. I would make a new base. I would create a second Chaldea for you to keep it... Oh shit, wait, what? I would make you a new base. I would create a second Chaldeus for you and keep it ready and waiting. That was really the only answer I could... Or I should have said Chaldea, sorry. Chaldeus is the fucking thing that lets us go back in time. Chaldea is just the name of our organization. Create a second Chaldea for you and keep it ready and waiting. That was really the only answer I could come up with at the time. And now, even though you had no idea about any of this, you made it here. And that is all I have. Thanks for listening. Mama Shion's adopting us all. Let's go. She predicted it? Yeah, well, it seems like similar to like Gil's clairvoyance in Babylonia. It seems like she just knew that she didn't know all the details. She came up with all the middle groundwork herself, but obviously none of it's 100%. She even mentioned how everyone a part of her organization was had different things that they saw futures where humanity would end, and they were all trying to fix it different ways humanity could end themselves. It just happened that hers actually happened. But she didn't know all the details. The only thing she knew was that humanity would cease to exist after 2020, and she made all the preparations and did everything in between her all by herself, just because she's a fucking 5-head. Shion's just super smart, it sounds like. If Shion warns them about from the very start, it would change the outcome, and it would be way off her prediction, sort of like Doctor Strange. If I tell you it's gonna happen, it won't happen. Oh, who you leveling, Yowie? Say to 100. Let's go. What's up, Notorious? How you doing? All according to plan. What's up, Ispanir? How you doing? Also event lies for the Emna Tay New Year's event. She builds back some of the way race shifting into singularity also includes in the summer event. Gotcha. It won't be said in the main story. Huh. Interesting. Wait. That's... Oh my god, my brain. Okay, I'm not gonna try to wrap my head around that. I was about to say, what the fuck? You telling me in the events she builds back race shifting somehow, but we can't we can't use race shifting to go back and fucking prevent the aliens from destroying everything? Her catchphrase in other works is all according to my calculations. Oh, really? We can only ray shift into a singularity. And oh, you make a damn good point, Ispanir. That destroys my plans, huh? So if you could only ray shift into a singularity, you would have to pinpoint at what point in time made the alien gods descend down. There wouldn't be, right? It would. Wow. Okay. It's like a paradox. I guess we'll have to find that out later. Huh. Okay. Well, we'll keep going. Good fucking point, Ismanir. So, you really believed in us. So you really have been waiting for us. Aw, stop. You're gonna make me blush. But thanks, Sion. This is probably where the last version of me would say you should have actually gotten in contact with us instead ahead of time, but... Are you crazy? I'm far too shy for that. Besides, if you tell people their future, you end up changing that future and having to come up with a whole new plan from scratch. There it is. The Doctor Strange rule. Exactly. It would have taken time to recalculate, and we almost certainly did not have any time to spare. So I decided this was the best course of action. Okay, that makes sense, but still doesn't explain some things. Like, why are there no other mages from the Wandering Sea here? They avoided the big reset just like you did, right? So why is it just you and the captain now? Oh, they did not think that this blank Earth thing was their problem, just as my father didn't. No, if anything, they were even worse. They honestly did not care if a post-AD humanity lived or died. Right when this whole bleaching thing started, and the Crypters were giving their victory speech, they said, "You're the ones who should be doing something about this cataclysm. We no longer care what happens to human civilization. We do not understand the attacker's ideals, but regardless, we do not share them." Then they just up and left. Oh, but before they did, they also said, "You may invite the mages of Chaldea here if you wish. Feel free to use the Wandering Sea, but only in specified areas. But take care not to enter our workshop. We can't promise you'll survive the experience." Anyway, this place used to be the Wandering Sea's entrance, so it connects to a workshop devoted to bringing back several different ages of gods. Huh? Not that that does as much good now, though, since it has a giant stone gate blocking it. Is that what that fucking giant gate up there is? Wait, hold up, back up. What the fuck did you just say? This place used to be the Wandering Sea's entrance, so it connects to a workshop devoted to bringing back several different ages of gods. Okay. Never mind, I misunderstood. I thought she said those gates led to fucking different ages of gods. I was like, huh? But, okay, so, wait, so they're not the Atlas Institute. What are the Wandering Sea? So the mages that are in the Wandering Sea are all hermits that are up in those doors up there, and behind the doors are workshops, and they're just in there tinkering, trying to figure out how to fucking bring back the Age of Gods. Doesn't that just kind of sound like they side with the or they said their ideals don't? Okay, so they're trying to bring back the Age of Gods, but not in the way that the Crypters are, because they said, "We do not understand the attacker's ideals, but regardless, we do not share them." So they're trying to bring back the Age of Gods, but in a different way, it sounds like. So it connects to a workshop devoted to bringing back several different ages of gods. Not that that does much good now, though, since it has a giant stone gate blocking it. Huh. What the fuck? Sussy. Shit, sussy as fuck. They want a real Age of Gods from proper human history. Oh. So they're just like kind of sore losers. That's their goal. They want to make an Age of Gods in proper human history. They don't want the Age of Gods with that. They view the Age of Gods that the Crypters are trying to bring out as like the what's the goddamn, what's that cheat, what's the knockoff brand? they view the They view the Crypters Age of Gods as some cheap knockoff brand. They're like, we don't want that non-proper human history shit. We want the real proper human history Age of Gods, baby. Oh, goddamn. All will be revealed in the future. I see. So the Wandering Sea's most prominent figures saw no value in post-AD humanity. No matter, the Wandering Sea's magecraft is magecraft from the Age of Gods. There's no telling how powerful it is. We must find some way to open that stone gate and get them to help us. Mr. Gordolf?
Don't be ridiculous, Holmes. You shouldn't even be looking at that gate, let alone touching it. Oh god, it's as if the Academy principal is waiting for me just behind this gate. How can this be happening? That single gate feels as though it could shatter several lords at once.
I don't know what he's on about, but he's clearly more terrified than I've ever seen him. So it may be best if we leave that gate alone. The last thing I need to do right now is be making more enemies. The first order of business is to get the Shadow Border repaired. As long as we have a working ship, we can leave the Wandering Sea behind whenever we want. I appreciate the offer, Sion, but I'll handle the border's repairs myself. We don't want to impose on...
Hey, Da Vinci!
I'm sorry, I tried to hide the border like you told me to, but they still managed to find me. So much for our last bit of insurance. How did you screw up this time, Munair? How could they have found that room when I'm the only one who even knew it existed? Well, a bunch of them got in the border and they were really cute, so before I knew it, I was going over to say hello. Wait, no, it's not like that. See, I couldn't have them fiddling with the border and messing things up, so I decided to give them a piece of my mind. Sorry, you all have to forgive the captain. Fixing up ships is kind of his thing. Anyway, why not hold off on those repairs until later, Da Vinci? After all, there is something else we need to do. Something else? What, like a welcome party? That's right. What you need is a new base and new rooms. So that is what we are going to make right now. Your new Caldia base. Let's go. 2 Lostbelts in and we're finally getting started. Let's go. Ooh, wait, there's Koyanskaya, mommy.
I'm afraid so. Skahak Skadi has been defeated, and her Tree of Emptiness is gone, taking the Scandinavian Lostbelt with it. Tragically, Ophelia didn't make it either.
Hey, there's Caddock. Caddock is in Kodime's Lostbelt with him. Fuck. Round 2, boy, win.
Spare us the performance, Koyanskaya. It makes me detest you even more than Caldia.
Oh my, you saw right through me. How embarrassing. And here I was about to go above and beyond to pay my respects to a fallen comrade by turning on the waterworks to go with the lip service. After all, Ophelia was one of my most important clients. That jewel-rank mystic eye of hers was a real beauty. Completely wasted on her, though, a textbook example of how one can have too much of a good thing. If she'd only agreed to let me have that eye before it got ruined, I would have done everything in my power to help her stay alive.
I see. Well then, I suppose it wasn't a total loss. Just the thought alone of you in possession of that eye is enough to turn my stomach.
My Akuta, I'm surprised to see you grieving over Ophelia's death, given what a misanthrope you are. Is this one of those don't know what you've got until it's gone things, or were you secretly fond of her? Not that it's any comfort to her either way. See, the thing about friendships between girls is they're all about supporting each other, just as long as there's also something in it for them. It doesn't matter how much she might have disliked me, I was at least there for her once in a while. I actually tried to help her with her problems, but all you did was sit back and watch. So where do you get off suddenly acting like she was so precious to you? You didn't do anything. So you don't get to say anything. Isn't that common sense in human society? Maybe you wouldn't have forgotten that if you hadn't shut yourself away all this time.
How dare dare you talk to me like that, you dirty little fox! Alright, that's enough, girls. Save it for after we've all been wiped out, okay? Come on, Akuda, honey. You've worked so hard to keep your face as emotionless as possible. Don't let that effort go to waste. I'm surprised to hear you being so straightforward, too. Koyanskaya, you usually play your cards much closer to the chest. I guess it just goes to show how much Ophelia's death really hurts the two of you. Pepe. Love the voice acting, thank you. Also, thank you for the follow, Zigdiv. Hopefully I pronounced it right. Oh, wonderful. I love seeing the men trying to act all cool and stoic, pretending like it doesn't bother them. Look at us, sharing our thoughts and feelings about the dearly departed. It's almost like a real funeral. Stop that. I don't have any words of condolence for her. I only came here to report my Lostbelt. I've done that, so I'll be leaving now. Pepe, Kishtaria, just to be clear, I want nothing at all to do with that fox woman. She's not good for anything but toppling nations. Don't you dare send her to my Lostbelt, not even by accident.
And now she gone. Oh, this dude.
Damn, she really did just up and leave. Whatever happened to teamwork, huh?
You sure about this, Wodheim? Koyanskaya is not the only reason Akuda was pissed. She's furious at the loss of Russia and Scandinavia. If Koyanskaya hadn't given her an easy target, she'd probably just have taken her rage out on me. I can almost hear her berating me for being useless, and she'd have every right to.
You know, now that you mention it, I think somebody ought to. Why not me? I mean, sure, it's great that you made it back here alive after Russia got taken out and all. You're one of us. But here's a real question. Why are you still alive, Caddock? It was your servant who wrecked Chaldea, right? They ought to hate you more than any of us. And here you are, without even a scratch. How the hell does that work? Are they seriously just that freaking stupid? Or maybe you were thinking about changing sides.
It's kind of a relief to see you're still a complete asshole, Beryl. If I'd really gone over to Chaldea, I'd still be stuck in the border trying to choke down that nasty prison slop they serve about now. Trust me, they don't have any resources to keep anyone non-essential around. I'm just a pathetic loser who managed to escape death thanks to sheer dumb luck. At least, for now.
I see. A loser, huh? Beryl? I'm just busting your balls, Caddock. All I really care about is that you're still alive. Gotta say, though, it's a real shame you and Ophelia had such shitty luck. Then again, maybe it wasn't that so much that Chaldea has good luck. They're certainly not getting by on actual skill. I really can't get my head around their idiot master still being alive. How the hell does a third-rate amateur like that keep walking away unscathed? He's gotta be either incredibly lucky or just getting carried. I've heard of flattery getting you everywhere, but this is nuts! Well, don't forget his defenses are perfect. Mash is his servant after all. It only makes sense that a shielder would ensure her master is protected. Well, so Mash has been keeping him safe, huh? Now I'm even more jealous. Imagine getting to play hero while hiding behind a piece of ass like that.
He's not wrong. If we take Koyanskaya's report at face value, then I have no choice but to agree. David, what do you think of Master of Chaldea?
Good question. It's hard to believe he's made it this far. As a rule, people going off to war must bring a proven weapon. This isn't something they do to protect themselves or even accomplish their mission. They simply do it because they are incapable of moving forward without the assurance that they are able to fight. And yet, the Master of Chaldea continues to fight while fully aware he has no weapon to call his own. He either has no sense of danger whatsoever, or
Or nothing. There's no other possible explanation. He's a total joke of a mage. Hell, he doesn't even really deserve to be called a mage. The only thing he can do is rely on Chaldea's mystic codes to convert his life energy into magical energy for his servants. And since there's no way to do that over a distance, he has to be as close as possible to his servants to manage even that much. He has no way of defending himself, and he's too stupid to command his servants from a safe zone like we can. So he's only got one choice, and that's standing on the front lines like a goddamn moron. And trust me, he's trying like hell to keep from pissing himself the whole time. Koyanskaya, let me make sure I have everything straight. You say that Chaldea didn't defeat Ophelia, but rather that she sacrificed her life on her own accord? You also say that in order to stop Shatur, the fiery king of giants, the one hiding in the Scandinavian Lostbelt before he could trigger Ragnarok, she used her serious light and acted not as a Crypter, but simply as Ophelia?
Exactly, Lord Kishtaria. She abandoned her responsibilities as a Crypter.
Damn, seriously? What a twist! Guess that means your ass got dumped, Wodime. Man, she was so into you too. See, this is why I can't stand chicks. You just can't trust them.
I confess I am disappointed, an overestimation of her abilities. Scandinavia was a peaceful Lostbelt after all, that she could not control even such a place.
Oh, that reminds me, Kishtaria. I actually have a little question of my own. You knew about Shatur all along, right? And yet you still entrusted Scandinavia to Ophelia? In fact, weren't you the one who told her to keep Shatur around? If so, something doesn't quite add up. Shatur was the natural enemy of the Scandinavian Lostbelt, you know. Does that mean you left him there specifically so he would destroy it? Is that what the foreign god asked you to do?
Yes, I did advise Ophelia to keep Shatur around. Given Skahak Skadi's nature, I thought it would be possible that she may sympathize with Chaldea. I suggested that she keep Shatur around as a sort of insurance against that eventuality. Sadly, it seems even that was too much of a burden on her. I thought it would have turned out better.
Aha, now I see. So, you were worried Ophelia wouldn't be able to handle it all on her own. You always knew what a weakling she was, even as you kept telling her how much you trusted her. You're a devious one, aren't you, Lord Kishtaria? In that case, I'm happy to forget the whole thing ever happened. I'll make sure not to mention this to the foreign god, or the other alter egos, of course.
I appreciate your faith in me, Koyanskaya, though I always find it worrying whenever you add in bonuses like that.
Koyanskaya, you said you lost track of Chaldea around the North Sea? I suppose they could have escaped with a zero sail, but given their lack of resources, I can't imagine they would be willing to do so for so long. In which case...
They must have reached the Wandering Sea. How troublesome. That was the one place the foreign god couldn't touch, or the place the foreign god felt no need to bother with at any rate. And since the mages of the Wandering Sea have no interest in the future of modern mankind, we assumed they wouldn't interfere with our plans. But perhaps our decision to ignore them was a mistake. Huh? Not even the foreign god could do anything about them?
Evidently not, since they clearly avoid being erased. The Wandering Sea is an island unto itself, both part of and separate from the rest of the world. You can't take an eraser to something that doesn't exist. Anyway, this puts us in a pretty pickle. I have no idea how we'll be able to find them now. How about you, Koyanskaya? You can travel between Lostbelts at will. Can you track them down?
I'm afraid not. I may possess independent manifestation, but I can't sneak into the Wandering Sea without knowing exactly where it is.
That makes sense. Then I guess we'll just have to forget about Chaldea for now, focus on our own Lostbelts and... Not happening, Pepe. Between Caddock and Ophelia, they've already taken out 2 of us. We can't ignore this Chaldean remnant any longer. We need to crush them. Quickly. Right, Wodime? There's no reason to keep these eyesores along any longer than we have to, is there? Oh, come on, don't tell me you're siding with Pepe on this. You're going to let them get away with this? Well, then again, I guess you're already pretty much set, aren't you? No one could ever hope to cross that sea of yours, after all. All you've got to worry about is which bottle of champagne you're going to open after you win by default. But for us mere commoners, this is a matter of life and death. Isn't that right, David? How am I supposed to enjoy my manhunts when I know Chaldea could stab me in the back at any time? Come on, Koyanskaya, this is your jurisdiction here. I mean, there's 3 of you alter egos, so can't you figure out a way to take care of them as a part of your job, oh great disciples of the foreign god? I think we've heard that name before. And I believe Kire/Rasputin is one as well, so we've got, he said 3 of them? Oh! I know who the third one is. I can't remember his name. Clownface from, Shamosa has to be it, right? Because Shamosa was like a prequel to the Lostbelts, and, he showed up at the end, and when he at the end of Shamosa, he talked about Satan and how Satan, it wasn't really Satan, it was they like redacted the name, but it was totally the alien god they were talking about, huh? Limbo? Ashio Doman, yes, that's who it is. Yeah, he's gotta be the third one, or that's who I think right now anyway. So you have the 3... No, not Amakusa. We killed him. It's gotta be. I think it's Ashio Doman. Where did he say 3? The 3. I mean, there's 3 of you alter egos, so you can't figure out a way to take care of them as a part of your job. Oh, great disciples of the foreign god. I'm thinking these 3 he's talking about are Ashio Doman, Koyanskaya, and Kire/Rasputin. That's who I think. That's my prediction at the moment. Okay.
Let me think. Rasputin's team is out fighting a group of proper human history servants in the Grecian seas right now.
Wait, what? Rasputin's team is out fighting a group of proper human history servants in the Grecian seas right now. What? So, proper human history, the counterforce is just summoning a bunch of servants out in the world. That's kind of badass.
And I don't know what it is that creepy... Damn it. And I don't know what it is that creepy Miyuji loves about India so much, but he refuses to budge from there, so... What is it? I'm Googling that word. Miyuji? It's
a system of natural science astronomy... I don't know what that is. Divination that developed independently in Japan across the Chinese philosophy of yin and yang, 5 elements. I assume she's talking about Ashio Doman because that's who I predicted was the third one. And I don't
know what it is about that creepy Onmyoji that loves India so much, but he refuses to budge from there, so... I guess I'll have to handle this one myself, even though it is not in my contract. So you want me to get rid of those pesky Chaldeans for you? Oh, alright.
Just like that, huh? Can you really pull it off? I mean, I thought you just said you couldn't sneak into the Wandering Sea.
Oh, don't worry about that. We pros have our ways. That said, eliminating all of them is going to be one expensive job. I doubt you could afford it. So I trust you won't mind if I take a more cost-effective measure?
Oh, and what did you have in mind?
The important thing is to neutralize the threat Chaldea poses, right? Won't be a problem. They only have one master to spare, after all. So you just sit tight while I go assassinate him before anyone even notices I'm there.
Monka. It's like Japanese magecraft, you could say? Huh. Looks like Koyanskaya's warped away again. You really think she went to the Wandering Sea? Considering that neither the foreign god nor the disciples have been able to locate it, I have difficulty imagining even Koyanskaya will be able to infiltrate it anytime soon. Though knowing her as I do, I expect she must have some sort of plan to reach her destination.
Shit, she can actually warp to the Wandering Sea? And I was just screwing with her. Guess it really does never hurt to ask, but also, where can I get that kind of warping juju? Cause hot damn. Anyway, I know she'll make good on her word. I also like her pick of going the assassination route. Guess I'd better make sure I stay on her good side from now on. That way, I know I'll have her ticket out of the Lostbelt if everything goes to shit. Why so pessimistic, Beryl? Is your Lostbelt really that horrid? Let's just say it's all going to plan. Right, Woodheim? Oops, I've said too much. Time to go. Wait. That's totally foreshadowing. Okay. Oops, I've said too much. Time to go. Later, Caddock. You enjoy that Greek nightlife since you've got nothing to do but live it up. Oh, and save me a few drinks. If I screw up too, we can have a loser's night out in the town.
As if he wasn't treating me like a traitor just a few minutes ago. The worst part is, he meant it. Whatever. This meeting's done, so I'm heading out too. Besides, I only just got to the Greek Lostbelt. You said there's a few different polis here, right? I'm gonna go check them out while I heal up. Death by snoo snoo.
I'm glad to see Caddock doing so well. He's still an angsty as ever, of course, but he's so much more brazen now than he used to be. It's wonderful. Anyway, I think I'll be going now too. Kishtaria, David. This may not be the place to ask, but aren't you two at all sad about Ophelia's death? Good question. I can't say I've spent much time giving Ophelia any real thought from the beginning. But for what it's worth, I do feel for her loss. I see. Looks like I'll be the only one bringing flowers to her figurative grave then. But that's okay. Flowers are the one thing my Lostbelt has plenty of. It might not line up with her beliefs, but I can still hold my own little funeral for her. I'll be sure to add some flowers for you too, Kisharia, since I've not seen you so much as smile since you sat in that chair.
Your indefatigable positivity never ceases to impress me, Pepe. I'm lucky to have you around. But you needn't concern yourself with me. Losing the Scandinavian Lostbelt is no more than a minor setback. That we no longer have Schutter as a failsafe if things take a turn for the worse was a strategic loss, however. Still, if there's anything I regret... Ophelia. We only knew each other for a few years, but I knew you were a kind and gentle woman at heart. Did you see me as some sort of great figure? I will strive to live up to that. I will end proper human history in order to write a new one and build new truth in its wake. You may try to resist members of Chaldea, but in the end, it is we Crypters who will prevail. Sag, Ophelia, F in the chat.
Ophelia! Ophelia!
2 weeks after docking at the Wandering Sea. Aw, shit. Koyanskaya's already in, boys. She's in our bed right now. Waiting. What the what? What the fuck is going on? As you can see, I did my best to recreate the Chaldea right here in the Wandering Sea. I call it the Wandering Sea Chaldea Base. Go on, everyone. I believe a round of applause is in order. This is amazing, Senpai. I can't believe Sion and Captain built all this in just 2 weeks.
Indeed, this is quite the contribution to our cause, but then, I suppose this is what the Atlas Institute's brightest can do. I say, you there, you didn't forget about my director's office, did you? The one I ordered with the private bathroom?
Wait, you're the director?
Hey, yes, that's right. I am the captain of this ship, so to speak. I asked for 3 things. A gorgeous director's office, a stylish operation room, and a German-style kitchen. This command room should suffice for operations, and I already verified that the kitchen is up to snuff, but I haven't seen my director's office anywhere. I presume you took my importance and safety into consideration and made it a secure hidden room? That sort of initiative goes a long way with me. You will have a lot to look forward to when it comes to your starting salary now that you're in my employ.
Crap, I used the empty warehouse for that.
I see. So you used an empty warehouse for my office entrance, eh? I commend you for arranging such an elaborate disguise. But I must say, passing through a warehouse whenever I enter or leave my room sounds like a bother. Tell me, Captain, how would you feel if that were your quarters?
Alright, you've convinced me. Anything worth doing is worth doing right. Sion, I'm heading out on another job. I have to make sure everything is perfect. I guess our first summoning with Chaldea's spirit origin graph will have to wait then. Max Smash, Sir Gordolf, staff members, and of course, the 2 saber servants, Da Vinci and Sir Holmes. Let me first congratulate you on a job well done with all your accomplishments these past 2 weeks. As you saw, when you first got here, the Wandering Sea is not exactly the most accommodating place, but that all changes today. From now on, you will have your own private rooms, no more sharing one big communal space. We also have a cafeteria now, which should be serving proper food starting tomorrow. First servant we summon is Emiya. I need some good food, Sion. I have been living on supplements and artificial blood for a long time now. Say again? So building a cafeteria was a novel experience for me. Now then, I think it is time for the first Chaldea Atlas joint strategy meeting. She say blood? The fuck is she, dude? She's human. What? I looked her up to see if she was like a homunculus or something. No, she's human. How the fuck have you been alive for so long? Maybe there's gotta be some time distortion bullshit, dude. Oh. Yeah, no, I just saw it. I just saw it. No, it makes sense now. Never mind. Never mind. I won't say any. Yeah, no comment for anyone that doesn't know. But the what she said there should give it away. Cat's out of the bag, I guess. The she's been living on blood. I mean, that should just. What do you know is in the Fate universe that survives on blood? That's all you need to know, essentially. And that makes sense why she's been alive for so fucking long. The power of Google. I just wanted to know if she was human because I was like, I thought she was a homunculus or some shit at first. Don't worry about it for now. Oh, but first, do you know what the Atlas Institute is, or would you like a refresher? I'll take the refresher, please. I'm good, thank you. Or, give me the refresher. Right, you just sit back and enjoy this info reel I worked up for you. What's the Atlas? This is back in Camelot. Excuse me. What's the Atlas Institute, you ask? An excellent question, Mr. Max. It is an institute of alchemists built at the Atlas Mountains of Egypt. It's also known as the Titan's Pit. It's one of the 3 branches of the Mages Association dealing with a culmination and measurement. Their alchemy is not at all like the alchemy as you know it, the kind that became mainstream in the Middle Ages. They are the progenitors of magecraft focused on investigating the principles of our world. While they are certainly mages, I understand that their magic circuits are rather paltry. Consequently, they do not rely on magical energy to learn the mysteries of the world, instead using a great number of tools. In a way, these tools evolved similarly to scientific progress. They treated pseudo-spiritrons, souls, as energy that could be observed and manipulated. This led to homunculi, life forms that possess magical circuits. We have no need to become the strongest, we simply have to create the strongest tool. That was their motto. True to their words, they created many weapons. In the world of magecraft, they are called the 7 Taboos. The Atlas Institute created 7 weapons capable of destroying the world. Realizing that they had reached their limits, they sealed them away. There are still many theories about why they decided to build such weapons in the first place. The director of the Atlas Institute was given the title Atlasia. I saw a wall plate on the way here. It said Zepia Etlam Atlasia. That's her name, her middle name. He was likely the last director. There seems to have been a successor designated, but that name wasn't recorded. The director of this institute would always go mad, and as a result, they created forbidden weapons that would destroy the world. It's also possible that they would try to prevent the destruction of the world, fail in the process, and then go mad as a result. Regardless, this place is a storehouse of mystic codes unparalleled anywhere else on Earth, although in reality it's more like a disposal site. The alchemist of this institute would constantly invent things. These were treated as failed creations and the mountain of terrible weapons that culminated. We're heading towards the center of that. What do you think? Did you understand my summary of the Atlas Institute? What's up, Poggers? How you doing? Sion's got a whole background story for herself. Sheesh. May I say something before we begin deliberations, Miss Sion? A part of the fact that you are a survivor of the Atlas Institute, we still know very little about you. For example, what is your motive here? Why are you helping us?
Why? I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, when you're faced with a problem, you work to solve it, right? And as far as this particular problem goes, you people of Chaldea are essential to the solution. I thought that was why we decided to join forces and become friends. Wait, does this mean I was the only one who thought that? You're right, I'm sorry. I should have been more considerate. Of course we're friends. We are? Great, then we can get down to business.
My apologies. I let my cautious nature get the better of me. I should have remembered that the Atlas alchemists are not motivated by personal gain. Their sole desire has always been solving problems. I do beg your pardon, Miss Sion. Please rest assured that I am delighted to have gained such a capable ally.
Look at that smile.
Right then, shall we get down to business? I went ahead and skimmed through your logs from the day Chaldea was attacked until you ended up here.
Proto Merlin in 1 ticket? Aw, shit, Poggers. Yeah, congrats, brother. She the girl that appears in Carnival Phantasm? I haven't seen Carnival Phantasm. I would assume so, though, if people were saying she's a part of, like, Melty Blood and shit. Because I know Carnival Phantasm, like, mixes in, what, Tsukihime, right? Oh, easy clap, Poggers. Alright, Sion is, what, giving us a backstory. Oh, shit, this is when the alien came down, right? So a full year before the end of the world, when we saved humanity. December 31st, 2019, Chaldea is attacked and frozen solid. That same day, 7 pillars... Oh, wait. No, never mind. This was the end of the world. This was going into 2020. My bad. I got it mixed up. December 31st, 2019, Chaldea is attacked and frozen solid. That same day, 7 pillars of light are seen streaking down from space, and Kishtaria Wodyne broadcasts his victory speech. Kishtaria used to be a master from Team A, the linchpin of Chaldea's race shift experiment. But now, he refers to the new group he belongs to as the Crypters, which we know from the OVA, the Lost Room OVA, which was a prequel for the Lostbelts. I wrote down and mentioned and made a mental note that it was actually a Marisbury Animosphere that gave them the name the Crypters. So, keep that in mind. But now he refers to the new group he belongs to as the Crypters. Given that Team A was found to be missing during the operation to unfreeze them before Chaldea was attacked, we can assume that the Crypters Kishtaria refers to are the other team members of the other members of Team A. As for all of you, you undertook a zero sail in the Shadow Border in order to escape the Opperschnick. Although you only spent a week inside Void Space, 3 months had passed when you emerged into Standard Space. To do so, the Border had to rely on your sole connection to the Standard Space at the time, the Opperschnick. This led you to the Russia Lostbelt, a frigid alternate history inhabited by the Yaga. As you attempted to gather more information about your situation, you ended up facing off against Ivan the Terrible, the king of the Russian Lostbelt. You then managed to cut down the Orochi, the tree of the emptiness that had taken root there. I'm still working on what these trees actually are. But based on the data about its internal gravitational field recording the battle, I think we can make an educated guess. Once the tree was cut down, the storm it had been generating disappeared, and you were finally able to pick up my broadcast from the Wandering Sea. From there, you decided to make a beeline for the North Sea. But on the way, you ran into another obstacle. The Scandinavian Lostbelt, a history stuck in perpetual twilight after Ragnarok went awry. When I first saw you had lost the paper moon, I might have maybe screamed a little bit, and it was very unbecoming of the Eltnam, so you can imagine my relief when I found out you recovered it. You went on to face Skahak Skadi, the king of the Scandinavian Lostbelt, and were able to cut down its tree of emptiness, Sombrero, an impressive track record. After that, a battered and damaged Shadow Border finally arrived at the North Sea and made its way inside the Wandering Sea. And now here we are. Did I get all that right? Do you have logs other than the ones on the border? Yes, that's right. Oh, now that I think of it, I still have a question. Why were we just driving on the fucking... We were just driving on the, bleached earth, and then just out of nowhere we landed in the water? I don't know, is that because of the reality marble that the Wandering Sea is in? Did it just appear out of nowhere, and then we were just in it? Maybe that's why? I don't know. Yes, that's alright. Oh, now that I think of it. Oh, right. Back when Senpai and I stopped by some ruins we found along the way. Huh? You guys found a survivor's journal, and you failed to mention it? Let me see that. So there were some people lucky, or maybe unlucky enough to escape the bleaching. It also says the attack lasted for 3 months. Although, well, what's up? Is there a problem with it? No, not a problem exactly. It's just odd that whoever wrote this decided to record it on paper.
Oh, well, of course they did, young Sion. Fuck. Well, of course they did, young Sion. There was no electricity out there. These ruins were no more than a few shattered buildings. There was no generator anywhere in sight.
Exactly, and that is why it is so odd that these letters were not written in ink or pencil. It is as though they were burned into this paper, or something like paper. Does this mean they have some kind of power plant out there after all? Oh, well, we can work on that later, once we have more information. So you have been inside 2 of the Lostbelts now, and experienced their differences from proper human history for yourselves. These Lostbelts are dead-end timelines that were pruned away by human history itself once they were deemed unworthy of being allowed to continue. For example, the Russian Lostbelt diverged from proper human history in the year AD 1570. This is all shit I know. And it seems like each Lostbelt to appear on Earth has continued from its point of historical divergence onto the present day. However, just because a Lostbelt may have diverged from further back in the past does not necessarily mean it is stronger. A Lostbelt's strength, or threat really, is not so much a matter of its age, but how much it differs from proper human history. The Yaga may have been physically different from mankind, but their lifestyle and culture were still carried over from proper human history. By contrast, the people in Scandinavia may have led peaceful lives, but their society was essentially being kept on life support. So given what we know from those 2, I decided to come up with a metric for how we can use to rank and compare Lostbelts. Oh, okay. I call it the Lostbelt Def. That's what that is, okay. The greater the Lostbelt Def, the more strongly it refutes proper human history. A Lostbelt Def, huh? So, what was the Lostbelt Def for the 2 we've seen so far? I went ahead and assigned preliminary Lostbelt Def rankings for all 7 of the Lostbelts. Oh, shit. Oh, here's all of them. Damn, look at that. I'm assuming that giant one in the middle there is, or on the right side going into the left side is, in the Atlantic Ocean. Or is that Pacific? I don't know. I'm dumb. That must be the, that must be... Yeah, because I don't see one on Greece. That must be the Lostbelt 5, huh? And so there was Russia right there where Moscow would be. That's Russia. Then you have the one over in the Poland area. That's Scandinavia. And then I think that's Lostbelt 6 right on Britain, right? And then you have the Indian and the Chinese Lostbelts. What's the South American one? That must be 7, huh? That has to be 7. Okay. I actually had no idea where 7 was, because when you watch the Lostbelt trailer, 7 is completely redacted. They don't want you knowing anything about 7, so 7 must take place in South America. It has to. Okay. Seven? Yeah. Wow, okay. Let me scroll up. I cannot wait until you read Lostbelt 6. That shit was amazing. Yeah, as soon as I heard it was written by Nasu, that's what made me want to fucking keep going with the story, because I was like, Nasu is the GOAT writer, man. He's so good. More like Sion dropped it on top of him. Okay, so that is what happened. The Wandering Sea is like its own mini singularity, yeah. Burned into paper, bleaching survivor sitting with a magnifying glass, burning letters into the paper, be like... Yeah. I think someone already mentioned it early on, but someone already spoiled it earlier in the chat, but even the name doesn't make sense to me without context, and so we'll just, you don't mention it, but yeah, like I still didn't get anything from the name. It made no sense to me. I forgot this picture, but I think it's the second largest. I think seventh. Yeah, well, it looks like it there. I just remember them saying they mentioned in Lostbelt 2 last chapter, Wodheim said that his Lostbelt He mentioned two things that were huge reveals for me. He mentioned that he has Zeus on his fucking side, which is insane. I'm not sure if that's his king or his servant, but he said he had like 3 divine servants or something like that under his care. And it'd probably be fucking broken if Zeus was a servant, so I'm assuming Zeus is his king of his Lostbelt. And then that would make, and then the second thing he mentioned was that his Lostbelt covers 80% of the world's surface at the moment, which is fucking crazy. Which it doesn't look like there. Maybe he meant 80% of the sea? That would make more sense. I'm not sure. Can't be spoiled when you don't know the context, pretty much. I still don't, yeah, I know you're Kappa, but please, let's try to keep spoilers to an absolute minimum. I know chat's been pretty good about that, so I appreciate you guys, thank you. Okay, so we're talking about the deaths of the current Lostbelts. Oh yeah, this makes it nice and clear. You Atlas Institute people really do work fast. As you can see, there are 3 Lostbelts in Europe, 2 in Asia, 1 in South America, and 1 in the middle of the Atlantic. That last Lostbelt is the only place on Earth that still has an ocean from before the world was reset. Wait, scratch that. I forgot about the Wandering Sea. We still have oceans too, obviously.
But never mind that. Did you say the Atlantic? There can't possibly be a Lostbelt in the middle of the Atlantic. There's never been any inhabitants in the middle of the ocean in all of recorded history.
Well, there are now. In fact, that Atlantic Lostbelt is our ultimate objective. That is the one spreading its tree of emptiness branches all throughout the Earth's atmosphere. And I have a good cause to believe it is where we will find the Crypters' leader, Kishtaria Wodheim. An Atlantic Lostbelt, huh? In that case, there's only one place I imagine it could be. Do you think it's really possible, Holmes? This sort of thing is your forte, isn't it?
I can't speak with complete certainty, but if what you are thinking is correct, we will certainly have our work cut out for us. For one thing, we have no means of getting there, as the border is simply incapable of making such a long sea voyage. But there is another, more immediate difficulty. If there truly is a civilization in the Atlantic, it will be much, much older than any of the 4 great civilizations. It will have existed since the prehistoric days, a robust, stable world that will have over 12,000 years to develop. Holy shit. Come on now, man. Don't whip out on me now. If this Lostbelt is the greatest immediate danger to us, not to mention Wodheim's home base, it is our duty to fight him now. The other Lostbelts can wait. We should do our way with the Atlantic even as we speak.
I recommend that course of action as well. Unlike Russia and Scandinavia, the storm walls bordering the Lostbelts in China and India are not expanding, so there should be no danger in leaving them for a while. As for the Lostbelts in Britain and South America, Trismegistus calculations and Trismegistus calculates an extremely high probability that they will both self-destruct if left to their own devices. I have not been able to get a proper reading on the British Lostbelt's death, but that is just another sign that it is a poor fit for this world. I have been unable to confirm what's going on in there, but compared to proper human history and the foundation of humanity, it's pretty clear that humanity is there on the verge of collapse. So it is reasonable to assume that mankind in British's Lostbelt will go extinct within the span of months rather than years. Though, I do wonder why the British Lostbelt is the only one surrounded by a wall of light, rather than storms.
Monka.
We saw that on the border too, and came to the conclusion that it'd be best for us to stay away from the British Isles. Last is the South American Lostbelt. While it appears to have a very high value to its Lostbelt depth, I cannot seem to get any clear information, so I can only conclude that its civilization is just about dead and gone. And that, in turn, means that even among all these bizarre histories, it is exceptional. And thus, not one we need to concern ourselves with as far as fighting with the others for dominance. So in short, your next destination is the Atlantic.
Yeah, we're going straight to Lostbelt 5. Skipping 3 and... Can I do Oku now?
What's up, Hacks? Thanks for lurking, brother. Yeah, what's up, Manta? How you doing? Don't worry, no one even knows what the name for Lostbelt 7 means. That gotcha. Yes, I agree. Stay away from British Monka. I don't know what it means. Modifications of the border, and by we, I mean Da Vinci with me assisting. However, since it will take at least a month to finish, I would like to invite the rest of you to enjoy a bit of rest and relaxation here in the meantime. That goes double for you, Sir Gordolf and Max. Once we get our operation going, you two will be in the middle of the front lines, so you should take advantage of the rest while you can. You will need to get all the rest you can before the final battle in the Atlantic. You don't have to tell me twice. A sea voyage in the border, huh?
Huh. As the commander of this outfit, I hardly expect to be out on the front line, but you are right about me having been under considerable stress. Indeed, now would be an excellent time to recuperate. I must say, I had heard that every mage in the Atlas Institute was a cranky old misanthrope, but you've turned out to be most considerate, young lady. It would be the height of rudeness to turn down such a kind offer. Now then, I think I will begin with a nice hot shower in a wonderful new office. Ha ha ha! Things are finally looking up for old Gordolf. We'll have the world saved in no time.
Why don't you just go rest up too, Senpai? I know I can't wait to see what our new rooms look like. Yes, let's go check them out. I hope they're just like the ones in Chaldea. Whoa. Sure, let's take down Wodam and see what happens. Ma King. Man, I'm kind of jealous, but if anyone deserves some free time, it's those two. Anyone, how about us, Sion? Are we going to, How about us, Sion? Are we going to keep going with the meeting? I should warn you, even you might have a hard time modifying the border. Good point. Your designs appear to be a similar magecraft with the Middle Ages, while mine are based on cutting-edge alchemy. We could end up having incompatible design philosophies. But never mind that. Truthfully, I am much more interested in that exoskeleton. I think you called it the Ortonax? Mash's own spirit origin tuning is perfect, but the Ortonax still has a long way to go. I imagine it is pretty difficult for Mash to fight in that, am I wrong? Well, yeah, I had to build a lot of the Ortonax from spare parts for the border that I just had lying around, so of course it's not perfect. So, what did you want to mess with? You know there's no way to restore her old defensive power, right? Of course! We could not possibly recreate Galahad's gift with Earth as it is now. So instead, I was hoping you might let me tinker with the bunker bolt mechanism. I mean, it doesn't have to be right this second, but I have something in particular I would like to add to it before we get to the Atlantic. Before I got pulled into the Trismegistus development, I was working on a conceptual weapon related to one's natural longevity. Oh?
Mash is gonna be Iron Man.
It's just like being back at Chaldea. Yeah, wait a second, this is the same room. What's going on here? Foo-foo! I know, some of the details are a little different, but it's still amazing recreation of the Chaldea rooms. Sion and Captain really outdid themselves. Why don't you go check out your room, Mash? Oh yes, good idea. I was so happy I forgot all about that. Okay, I'll go take a look at the room they gave me right now. Oh, we're all done with the work for today, so there's no reason to not relax and enjoy yourself now. Good night, Senpai. I'll see you tomorrow morning for breakfast in the new cafeteria. Xian's just built different. Oh man, once I let myself relax, it felt like my exhaustion hit all at once. I didn't realize how late it was. Oh? Oh god. Dante's! We going rem sleepy time? Crap, I'm already awake. Looks like it's 1 in the morning. Come to think of it, I didn't have any dinner, and I'm thirsty. Foe's still fast asleep. They said the cafeteria should be ready now. I'm going for a midnight snack.
I can't believe this! The nerve of that Atlas churl! Not only did he not have my director's office ready, he had the gall to tell me to use a sleeping bag at the dock until it was done. Oh, fuck. Some captain he is. No doubt he's some pirate scum of the heroic spirit if he thinks he can treat me like... No, this won't do. I can't lose my temper like this. Get a hold of yourself. Be elegant. Breathe from the diaphragm, just like Thule taught you. Captain may try to hide it, but his dignity is unmistakable. No pirate could fake that. But then, who could he really be? I just can't tell. If only I could ask him myself. But I can't do that. The commander must maintain a certain dignity. Ugh. Why can't he just accept that we're allies now and tell us who his true name is already? Well, I'd better make myself comfortable since I'll be spending the night here again. Munair, Kawada, Octavia, Tomlin, Qin, Kayane, Elron, Marcus, Kirillite, Max. I see he had no problem remembering to make rooms for all my staff. Well, they may have their cushy beds, but there's one thing I've got that they don't. Midnight snack time. Ha 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 ha. Now then, I think I'll go break into the new kitchen.
Ooh, the kitchen looks nice. My boy got a cake, bro. What? Between the curling Chaldean spaces, I could see him eating. Do you often raid the kitchen like this, director?
I'm not raiding anything. I'm merely having my midnight tea time. You're sharper than you look, aren't you? I never imagined anyone besides me would try to get a jump on the kitchen. Still, I do commend your tastes. I presume you were lured here by the sweet scent of butter? Oh, very well then. I've already had my fill. Here, you can have the other half. There's some leftover tea as well if you want.
That would be great, thank you. It smells so good. How can I refuse? Hell yeah.
Oh, by the way, is everything alright with you? And with the demi-servant girl for that matter? Never mind. I can see you must have woken up in the middle of the night despite being utterly exhausted. That can only mean you've been unable to relax your mind amid everything that has happened. Well, I can hardly blame you. This must have been an arduous journey for a young man with no military experience. Once you've had some cake and a nice hot cup of tea, you should have no trouble drifting right off. Go back to your room once you finish that, and you'll see how right I am. And of course, I trust that you will join me in pretending none of this happened tomorrow morning. Now that you've eaten the other half of the cake I found here, that makes you my accomplice after all.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I said, of course. I found this cake here with a note on it that said, "For Max."
You motherfucker.
Heh, don't bother making excuses. Your friends baked it as a part of a master welcoming party they'll be throwing tomorrow morning, didn't they? Some nerve you lot have, throwing a party and not inviting me. You admit I was pretty steamed when I saw the cake with your name on it, but I calmed down quickly and decided to do the kind thing and taste it for you. Before I knew it, I'd eaten the other half of the thing.
You motherfucker.
In fact, I was just appreciating how delightfully sweet the cream was when you found me. Now then, are you all finished? Good. This makes us partners in crime.
But I thought you made this cake, director. Director, you look kind of pale.
Huh? Hold on. You mean you didn't know about this cake? Then who made it? And more importantly, is it just me, or are we both looking off color?
I just realized. It's fucking Koyanskaya, wasn't it? No!
I also can't help but notice that I'm feeling rather cold and dizzy all of a sudden.
Warning, unauthorized life form detected. Civilian personnel, please remain in your rooms. Security team, please suit up and come to the command room.
An unauthorized life form? Then we've got an intruder here. Wait, what the?
Get back before you get hurt. There's a real nasty woman over there.
Captain?
Who is it? This way, Director.
Well, this is an unpleasant surprise. I never thought a grown man would stoop to stealing food meant for a child. In fact, you shocked me so much that I lost control of my presence concealment. It seems the one thing you excel at is getting in other people's way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Excellency?
Tamamovich Koyanskaya? Impossible! How did you get into the Wandering Sea?
Koyanskaya. Hold up. Run that name by me again? Yeah, I think that's the first time we've heard Tamamovich.
Trade secret. This was a special trick I'm afraid I could only do once. And now, you've gone and ruined it, Your Excellency. There was only enough poison in that cake for one person. Half a portion means half the effect. I can't believe my plan to poison him without leaving behind any evidence has backfired so spectacularly.
Poison? Poison? Don't be absurd. I gave it a thorough taste test to ensure it was safe. Between the buttery scent, the buttery taste, and the creamy light texture, it was a perfectly gourmet cake. If it had truly been poisoned, I would have spit it out at the first bite.
Oh, I accounted for that, of course. I made sure to use just enough that not even a mage would notice. I even went through the trouble of mixing it into a delectable cake instead of plain old water, just to be doubly certain. Well, what's done is done. And since it looks like everyone else is on their way here now, I think I'll take my leave before things turn violent. I'm sure you'll have no trouble figuring out what the poison was with Sherlock and Da Vinci here, but that's all you'll be able to do. If you want the to actually neutralize the poison, well, you'll have no choice but to fight your little friends to the death again. And that should be quite entertaining in its own right.
Damn it, she's warping away. Oh, what are you waiting for, you fool? Hurry up and catch her before she...
It's no use, she's already gone. Never mind her now. We need to get you to the infirmary. Sion, we've got an emergency. Take Da Vinci and meet us inside the border. I'll do my best to cleanse the poison from them in the meantime. Shit. Speaking of cake, Koyanskaya's got a lot of it if you catch my drift. Bonk. I'm back. I just got out of the infirmary. Senpai, are you okay? What did the test say?
Calm yourself, Miss Kirillite. I'll get to that. It's been half a day since Koyanskaya infiltrated our new base. We've done everything we can to treat Max and Mr. Gordolf. Bluntly, Mr. Gordolf has at most 10 days left to live. As for Max, this is rather difficult for me to say, but... difficult as this is to say, he's essentially fine.
What? Gordolf, no!
The poison remains in his system, but it will have no effect more than a bad cold.
Cold? Even though it's fatal to Director Gordolf?
That can't be right. We both ingested the same amount of poison.
Yes, but thanks to his contract with Miss Kirillite, Mr. Max has a rather potent resistance to poison. That's right! I forgot about that. We haven't seen that since Camelot. I don't think they've mentioned that. We can't let Gorchat die.
If that contract were to be broken, he would most likely be dead in an hour.
Wow, I had no idea. Thanks, Smash. You saved me again. Well, of course, I'm honored to be helpful, but... don't we still have to do something to help Director Gordolf?
Damn straight you do. What are you waiting for? I know you can figure out an antidote. They say genius recognizes genius, right? And you're two of the greatest geniuses in human history. Then put all that genius to work and help me already.
I'm terribly sorry, but for once, there's nothing we can do. We analyzed Koyanskaya's poison, and I'm afraid she's chosen some frankly troublesome ingredients. Its base sequence does not exist on Earth in 2020. As such, there's no way for humanity in its current state to reproduce it, which also means it's impossible to formulate an antidote. Its base sequence doesn't exist on Earth in 2020. So, the Trimagistus II is telling us, yeah. We did determine that the poison they ingested is some sort of natural substance, but we have no success determining what plant it was extracted from. All we know is that its name, Xian Shua Ming Mei, or Immortal Decline, and the fact that it was used a number of times in the past. I can tell you that its name is likely Taoist origin, considering all the references to immortality, and that the plant it comes from is medical, but unfortunately that's all. This is awful. If it doesn't exist on Earth in 2020, then it's from a Lostbelt.
This can't be happening. And my chances for receiving an antidote are 0?
Not to worry. That's what you've got me for. We may not be able to reproduce the poison just yet, but since we know it is of the Taoist origin, it most likely comes from China, so our next step is clear. Just because it's gone in the modern era doesn't mean we're out of options. After all, we've got a whole different China we know nothing about just waiting to be explored, a China that followed a completely different path than the one from proper human history. So I am absolutely, completely certain that we will find an antidote to that poison in the Chinese Lostbelt. Even if we don't, we can learn what it's made from by studying the local ley lines. As luck would have it, I have just managed to summon the perfect guide for us. Come on in. This is a momentous occasion. The first helper resummoned from Chaldea's spirit origin graph. Faster than the wind, cuter than fire, the Lotus spirit charms even this Lotus spirit charms even melted the heart of Tai Zenren. Definitely butchered that, I'm sorry. That's right. It's the artificial Baobei made in ancient China, the marshal of the central altar, Crown Prince Nezha. Let's go! Da Vinci, that intro is a waste on me. It's embarrassing. But I am honored to be the first resummoned. Ni hao, happy day. Max, Mash, I have heard what happened. You did so well surviving that. I will help you from now on. I will work 3 times harder to make up for lost time. Thank you, Nezha. Nezha, best girl, best thighs. When did they even summon Nezha? Just now. That's her. I didn't even know she was here. That's my first time seeing her since Salem. Apparently they just summoned her, and I assume because she's of Chinese origin, she's gonna be our guide into China. That's why we summoned her. I'm gonna head to sleep, Max. Thanks for the stream. I will watch this VOD because I will be farming while listening to the story narration by you. Hell yeah. Thanks, Rexus. Appreciate you coming out. Thanks for hanging. We do need a guide for China after all, and, well, she is strong, if anything. Yeah, that's for sure. I loved her. What did she do in... Remember in Salem when she went to the bar and she was like, he told me to come over. He grabbed my hips. I did not have a problem with this. He then told me I was very beautiful and told me things he wanted to do to me. This I also did not have a problem with. But then he compared, what did he do? He started sobbing and compared me to his lost wife. This I had a problem with. Or some shit like that. That shit was so funny. I missed her. I'm glad she's back. I thought she was only in Salem.
That's wonderful, Da Vinci. You beautiful goddess. I knew classes suited you. Then you'll go to the Chinese Lostbelt to save me? Fantastic. The Atlantic Lostbelt can wait. Besides, we need to deal with all the other Crypters sooner or later. Prepare to go immediately, everyone. We're invading the Chinese Lostbelt to take back proper human history.
The next Lostbelt. No, I understand how you feel, Master, but Director Gordolf's life is at stake. We have to deal with all of the Lostbelts, no matter what may be waiting us in them. After all, we're not Wanderers. We have our own world, with our own history. Yeah, I know. All right, I understand and I have no objections. This should be a good learning experience. Besides, you are still technically poisoned yourself, Max. Just because it's not affecting you right now does not necessarily mean it will not later. We should really neutralize it.
Wonderful! This is tremendously promising. What are we waiting for? Let's get the border ready to...
Not so fast. There's something else I wanted to clear up first. How did Koyanskaya enter the Wandering Sea? We need to understand that so we can make sure it doesn't happen again. It should be impossible to warp into the Wandering Sea from the outside since it's impossible to see and the coordinates are always changing. And yet, she still popped inside like it was nothing, which means...
There must have been something she was able to use as an anchor. Just to clear up any doubts, Miss Sion, I don't suppose Koyanskaya was originally from the Wandering Sea? Or perhaps she had visited here at least once before?
No chance. This was definitely her first time here.
Then that leaves only one possibility. One of us summoned her. Or rather, more precisely, one of us possesses something with some connection to her.
Something connected to her? What do you think it could be? This, I doubt it's anything related to magecraft, could be as simple as a pair of gloves or a hairbrush. Whatever it is, I'm guessing it's something small that contains a fragment of Koyanskaya herself. Director Gordolf? Is something wrong?
What the fuck did you do, Gordolf?
I'm so
sorry, Your Excellency. I appreciate your kindness, really. But I've been hurt too many times in the past. I just can't bring myself to trust anyone ever again. Even though I really want to, snuggles up close.
Yes, of course. I understand completely, darling. Rest assured, I am a patient man. I can wait as long as I must to melt the ice around your heart. In the meantime, you may use my connections as you see fit. I'm not known as Music the Phoenix for nothing, after all. My passion is as hot as sultry as my namesake. I swear to you that one day, my undying love will find the perfect mink coat to warm your frozen heart. Why aren't you saying anything?
Forgive me, Your Excellency. I was just so touched by what you said. Here, Your Excellency, I want you to have this lipstick. Pretend it's me. Keep it close to your heart, where no one can ever see it. I know how awful I can be, so I'm afraid it may end up disappointing you over and over and over.
Over and over?
But please, please remember this. If you swear to hold on to that lipstick forever and ever, I promise you that one day I will return to you, no matter what fate may have in store. Snuggles up even closer.
Yes, of course, I'll remember. I have faith in you, Koyanskaya. I always will. He just started bawling. Oh, you...
Is that lipstick?
Why, you... you stupid, stupid thing!
Gordy down cat is clismic, bro. I mean, can you blame him? Can you blame him, bro? I can't blame him. You seen what Koyanskaya look like, bro. Don't give me that Sigma male. Don't give me the old maximizing, the virgin overlord that would that had the incel male set, the grind set mindset, bro. Even the maximizing that used to say virginity is divinity would have fallen for that shit. I promise you. I'm sure Gordy is an easy target for catfishing. We ever knew who she was, of course. I forgot I had Pocky today, chat. I haven't opened this up yet. Pocky! Gordy's an easy target for catfishing. No! Poor Gordy. So it turns out it was actually Gordy's fault. What a sad story. Farewell, lipstick. Farewell, fond memories. At any rate, that's one problem taken care of. We finished the investigation of the base and removed all traces of Koyanskaya or anything else she left behind. We should no longer have to worry about anything unexpected visits from her in the future, correct, Miss Sion? Yeah, she had one shot at taking you out, and she blew it. I would venture a guess that she is too pleased. She's not too pleased right now, but you know what they say, what goes around comes around.
Oh, I don't have any time to feel sorry for myself. Holmes, Da Vinci? As I was saying, we need to leave for the Chinese Lostbelt immediately. I trust the border is ready. We have 10 days to find this plant, and we can't waste a single minute. Come to think of it, are you sure we'll make it in time? I'm not already done for, am I?
Don't worry, I have a thought about that. I just need to run it by Sion. Sion, you designed the paper moon. Do you think it'd be possible to zero sail from here all the way to the Chinese Lostbelt border? Especially since I'm guessing Captain there is actually... Oh, Da Vinci already knows who the captain is? Shut it, Da Vinci. I can't stand having other people share my secrets. Of course, I'll keep my mouth shut. As long as you help us out, that's all that matters. In my estimation, a zero sail should let us jump from the Wandering Sea straight to China. We'd still have to worry about getting inside from there, but of course, but I figure the actual trip to the Lostbelt would take less than a day. What do you think, Sion? Am I totally off base? Nope, all sounds right to me, Da Vinci. No wonder you are Chaldea's, or rather humanity's, guardian. I would have suggested the same thing. You were just quicker about it. The Atlas Institute will be glad to help you get to the Chinese Lostbelt, right, Captain? I'm not part of the Atlas Institute, but I suppose I can help. I'll have you to the Chinese Lostbelt in less than half a day. After that, it's all up to you guys, Max. Right. Thanks, Captain. Foo-foo! Guess we all agree then. Okay, everyone, get ready to head out. I estimate you should have room in the border to fit supplies for about 15 days. I will open up the Wandering Seas dock in an hour, so please, make sure you are all set by then. Your next destination is the Chinese Lostbelt. Your objective is to obtain the Zuan Shai Ming Mai, investigate the Lostbelt, and completely cure the 2 poisoned personnel. Oh, and for the bonus round, you can defeat the Lostbelt King and cut down the Tree of Emptiness and take out the Crypter. I know you are working against the clock as well as the hostiles you encounter, but try to stay calm. At this point, any differences the Atlas Institute or the Wandering Sea may have had no longer matter. From this point on, I hereby dub the Wandering Sea Chaldea number 2, Novum Chaldea. As Trismegistus II's caretaker, I will do everything I can to support you. Alright then. It is time to get this order to the Explore the Decipher Lostbelt number 3 underway. Good luck with everything, and I will see you all when you get back. What goes around comes around. Anyway, let's go do 5.1 real quick. Off we go to destroy the Chinese Lostbelt. He fell for an obvious gold digger, except the gold digger also happened to be a servant working to end humanity. This is the least chat thing. Poor man. Oh, aw, shit. I forgot. Sima Yi, the spirit origin that is in Rhines, is Chinese, isn't she? Is this the, Is this the interlude that gives her the 50% too, like waiver? I need to do that ASAP. Whoops, where am I going? Yeah, should be. Hell yeah. Yeah, I need to do that. Huh. Oh shit, we're already... Oh yeah, we're going to the edge of the Chinese Lostbelt. Well, that was fast. Every other zero sale that we've done so far has been like crazy, but that one was super fast. What the fuck? Emerging from long distance zero sale now. Whoa, we nailed the positioning. I can see the supercell surrounding this Lostbelt 1,000 meters straight ahead. Foo! Impressive. Even this precision is only possible when embarking in the Wandering Sea. It is quite something to behold. What's more, Miss Sion tells me that we can expect this level of precision anywhere except the North and South Poles. Unfortunately, we may have been a little too precise. At this distance, our only choice is to head straight into the storm wall immediately. Mr. Gordolf, how are you? It would seem his fear of the poison has more or less overwhelmed him. He will not be of much use to us for the time being. How about you, Mr. Max? Are you ready for this next phase? Yes, I think so. Good. Miss Sion was kind enough to make some significant improvements to your Mystic Code. It should be a good deal more useful now in both keeping you alive and aiding your performance as a master. I'll explain more once we arrive in the Lostbelt, but... Yes, Miss Kirlight, is something the matter?
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm good to go as well. I did feel the same warmth during the last zero sale as I did in Scandinavia, but...
Oh, so that's the mental note we made. So there's something in zero space that MASH kind of feels warm about. Maybe it's something she has a connection to. Maybe Galahad. I don't know. But there's something in void space that she feels a connection to. That's all I know.
Okay, guys, that's enough. Ready or not, we're embarking on another zero sale. We don't want to burn the border's fuel unless we really have to, so I'm going to take advantage of the inertia we got by launching from the Wandering Sea. Won't be merging inside of the Lostbelt without anything to guide us, just like we did in Scandinavia. Oh? Well, what's this now? Good news, Gordy. It looks like Koyanskaya's inside the Chinese Lostbelt too.
She is? Are you sure about that, Da Vinci?
Yep, I got a pretty solid sample of her data. There's no mistaking it. Now we can kill two birds with one stone. Not only will this greatly improve the odds of emerging from void space, we can also talk to her about the antidote once we capture her. Munir, set an anchor point from the hypothetical living human to Koyanskaya.
Got it, but man, as if I didn't already have my hands full with driving this thing. Damn it, just when I could have used this old man's help.
So Koyanskaya's in the Chinese Lostbelt too. I wonder if she really has an antidote.
Very well then. In light of this new information, I believe a new course of action is in order. We should cancel our search for
Zhuanshua Mingmei. I'm sorry if I'm probably butchering that shit so bad. In favor of capturing Koyanskaya. There should be a much surer way of neutralizing the poison Gordolf and Max consumed. And it would seem to be one less threat to our future endeavors. As for the Crypter and the Tree of Emptiness, our goals there should remain unchanged. We find and restrain the former and cut down the latter. Would that be acceptable to you, Director?
Yes, of course. That sounds great. Indeed, this is no time to be trembling in fright. No more Mr. Nice Guy Tamimovich Koyanskaya. The next time we meet, I'll see you pay for everything you've done.
Foo-foo!
Hey now, don't get ahead of yourself, Gordy. We still have to capture her first, remember? And even if we succeed at that, it won't amount to anything if we can't make her tell us where to find her and how to make the antidote.
Understood. I will hold back. However, I will not show her mercy. We should, at least, berate her right after capturing her. It is best if we beat this villain so that she can never again stand up or engage in any evil schemes. China is my home. Lostbelt or not, its air and land should remain the same. As such, I should have no trouble defeating this demon. Thank you, Nezha. It's great to have you. It's great to have your help.
All right, we're now only 400 meters away from the storm wall. Do it, Da Vinci.
Expanding logical formula on Shadow Border's external armor, removing existence verification for reality space. Future prediction, hypothetical prove mirror world plane in 20 seconds. Relaxing space-time friction decompression for 0.4 seconds. All systems are green. Void space sea observations remain locked in previous results. Shadow Border, untether from reality. Void space zero sail, unfurl once again! Wee woo.
What's up, Volcon? Sorry I wasn't around when you finished Lostbelt 2. How did you like it? I loved it. It was really good. Lostbelt number 3. Lostbelt Def E. 2010 BC. Okay. What happened 200 years before Christ? Whoa. What the fuck? Is there like gold under the earth? Ooh. Oh, Sin stands for Synchronized Intellect Nation. I thought sin was like, you commit a sin. I'm guessing that's the tree up there, maybe? This bright light that we can't see. I'm assuming this is the fucking tree. Huh, okay. Seeding point. The third Lostbelt. What? What? This is bullshit. Ooh. I fucking love this OST. China, let's go. Force support moment. I know I hate this shit. Any of one of my buddies who plays FGO as well told me, and I was the same way. Chat, let me know if any of you were like this too. Were any of you like back in the early day when you first started playing Fate for like the first few story chapters, did you always pick the story support to try to like immerse yourself in the story? And now like
Did I do that?
once you get deep enough in the story, now you fucking despise story supports and you just want to get the fucking gameplay over with so you can get back to reading. Because me and my buddy were both like that. Rocket Brave, appreciate the follow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. That's what happened with me, and I think a few other people have told me they were like that too. You take it a step further, still do it and build my team around the story support. Really? I commend you. That's cool. Up to Camelot when I realized the support was fucking useless. I think me too, actually. I only chose 5 servants to use for the Lostbelt and always pick the story support. Damn! Not gonna lie, I was just using friend support most of the time. I really only did story support if it was confident enough in my own roster to cover up for it. Yeah, pretty much. You could always just use your own servants too and just throw the story support in the back line just to get the extra friend points. I think is that what you were saying, Jason? I always take Mash if she's relevant in the chapter. Try beating 100k Sphinx's Riders with support Da Vinci. Sometimes they have cool buffs, like that one fight in Babylonia. Or I'd find the same story support on my own support and use that as the if there was stronger. Yeah, I guess it depends, huh? Sometimes I still use story supports in events, but not in main story unless it's forced. Yeah. For me personally, I just want the gameplay over with. Like, the boss fights are fun, but I don't find the farming nodes or like these 3-3-3 waves or whatever. I'm not a fan of playing those. I just want to get to the story. Just give me the story. I want to read. A woman. You say you thought you had a dream, that it might have been some kind of sign. They had a vision. And that absurd reasoning has you drinking poison from a chalice? So you think it's foolish too, huh? My wife said the same thing. His Imperial Majesty himself gave me this poison. All I need to do is drain it into a single gulp, and I will displease him no more. I have slain too many for my one position. You might say I've outlived my usefulness. I don't understand. None of this would have happened if not for how petty the Emperor is. How can you be willing to lay down your own life for a man like that? You may not see any sense in it, but this is simply what it means to be a warrior. Once I heard you were going to die, I had to come and ask. Say the word, and I will see everyone who toyed with your destiny, who forced this hollow loyalty upon you, drown in a sea of their own blood. I'm honored you are so angry on my behalf. It's more than I deserve, and I will admit that I do not have my share of regrets. I recognize that mask. But at this point, I've truly come to believe this is a fitting end to the life of Gao Shenggong. The Gong! I don't understand. The way you talk of life and death makes no sense whatsoever. But then, I suppose I could never understand, as death is a concept that's never had any meaning to me. Ah, yes, that is true, isn't it? Perhaps, if anything, I should be the one begging for your forgiveness. After all, the peace I will attain in death will be forever beyond your reach. Perhaps I'm jealous of your death and the brilliance of your life leading up to it. You are too kind. I assure you, I know no more of death's secrets than you do. Even should I learn them now, they will soon be lost to darkness. Do you have any last wishes? Good question. If I could wish for something beyond my own death, it would be to someday see you again. I suppose such a wish must sound completely absurd. Not necessarily. I have seen the likes of you shatter more daunting barriers. I have seen them tame lightning, cure plagues, and even change the course of rivers. I cannot say how long it will take, but eventually, the day may come when those bound by mortal lives learn to reach beyond even death. Should such a day come to pass, and if I am lucky enough to be there to see it, then I shall recall your final wish. Ah, you don't know how happy I am to hear that. In all my 30 years of life, there's nothing I've treasured more than your presence. Okay, I didn't understand, like, any of that. What is Sion doing in the FGO? Multiverse. Being confident. Let's go, baby.
Reality space anchored attached. Reality verification complete. Proper human history resemblance. A. Lostbelt. Resemblance A. Lostbelt death. E. Establishing Shadow Border's existence within the Lostbelt. Zero sale return successful.
I'm glad we had another emergence that went so smoothly. How are you feeling, Senpai? I know the poison isn't causing you any pain right now, but I also heard you're not feeling well entirely yourself.
I'm fine, just a little short on breath is all. So cold symptoms are the worst thing for you, huh? Are they?
Must be nice. I'll have you know I used to have asthma when I was a young lad. But after I read the memoirs of a great bodybuilder, actor, and politician who once suffered from the same disease, I followed his example and overcame it with a rigorous training, though, sadly, I don't have his muscle to show for it. My point, young man, is that all you need is gumption. This is no time to let your fears get the better of you. I must say, it's almost encouraging to see the commander so energetic despite being poisoned.
Yep, we've still got plenty of time to find a cure, and Gordy's a mage, so he's pretty well accustomed to dire threats like this. Now, let's see what things look like outside. Oh! 18 degrees Celsius, 30% humidity, gentle breeze, no unusual magical energy readings. I'm looking out the window right now, and it just looks like a field. I gotta say, I'm almost creeped out by how normal it seems here compared to the other two Lostbelts. I'm not quite sure what to make of it.
Are there any hostiles outside?
Not according to our instruments, since it looks like it's safe. Why don't we go out and see for ourselves?
Not gonna lie, reading this with context, I feel like I was an idiot on the first read. Yeah, well, I mean, they give you like no context. It's just a man and a woman talking. I know that the person who put down the mask, I don't know his name, but I know whose mask that is. He's the one of the sabers. I have him. I'm pretty sure I have him NP5 from because he's a permanent. Is this really the Chinese Lostbelt?
Foe. Latitude and longitude don't lie. We're standing right at 32 degrees 40 north, 110 degrees 50 east. In proper human history, this would have been Sion, a major city with a population of 3.4 million people. Well, this certainly is not a city, but it doesn't look like untamed wilderness either.
Perhaps it is a wheat field or the like. Admittedly, it would be an extraordinary large one.
I recognize the smell in the air here. This is my homeland. And yet, I have no memory of this. Strange landscape, how confusing and depressing. It seems I am useless as a guide for you, after all. Hey, don't worry about it. All bets are off when it comes to the Lostbelts. Besides, we have a much bigger role for you to play than just a guide. For the moment, I've picked up a ley line only a kilometer away or so from here. Between that and how surprisingly safe this area looks to be, I'd say we're off to a pretty good start. Now, what do you say we take the shadow border over to the ley line and set up a summoning circle? Got it. I'll go warm up the engine then. You can never be too prepared for combat in these Lostbelts. Okay, the ley line's right around that well. Go ahead and park there. It certainly doesn't look like a dangerous area, but something feels off. True. If anything, it's too peaceful. And considering how expansive this farmland is, it's weird that we haven't seen a single piece of agricultural technology. The buildings here seem a little crude too. Yeah, I've never seen anything quite like them before, though I guess you could say they kind of look like a collective housing.
You mean like an apartment building?
That's right. Although I'm not sure building is the right word for that structure. All that ground they leveled and they're still living in holes? It's like something out of a Stone Age. Maybe civilization never really developed in this world. Oh, there's some people heading this way. Shall we try talking to them?
Yes, but do be careful. I doubt they pose any threat to us, but we cannot afford being seen as a threat either. What the? Who are you people? And what are you doing in our field?
Look at their weird clothes. Do you think they might be foreigners?
Foreigners here? Does that mean they came from a strange storm then? Hurry up and call the supervisor. Maybe he'll know what to do.
Phew! Phew! At least the translators seem to be working fine. According to our linguistic analysis, they're speaking Middle Chinese, a language that predates the Song dynasty. Conversation is a good starting point. However, we have frightened them. This pattern is not good.
Hey, did you really see foreigners? Yeah, they're right over there. See for yourself, supervisor. They just popped up in the field out of nowhere. They were riding around in this weird box. They say they have really strange clothes, and I think they've got weapons too.
Oh, crap. I don't like where this is going. Max, help us out before things turn violent. Tell them this is all just a big misunderstanding. If Holmes tries to explain, he'll just make things worse.
And what's wrong with my explanations?
All right. We mean you no harm.
Ah, he talked! If you don't mean any harm, then why'd you show up in the middle of the field just like that?
Go on, Supervisor. Get rid of them before they ruin any more of our wheat.
You got it.
They're all taking up weapons, and now what do we do? Foo!
It seems their rather bare-bones lifestyle has lent them to open minds. Has not lent them to open minds. I'm afraid we'll just need to pacify them before we can begin negotiations.
Is now really the time for a detached analysis, Holmes? Can't you use a charm on them or something? Gordy's the only one of us that can use charm spells. Well, he says he can anyway. And even if he's telling the truth, he's still comfortably holed up inside the border right now.
It'd be best to summon a servant with a powerful and innate charm skill, but that would require access to the ley line, which we don't have yet. It would seem we cannot avoid this first battle. Fortunately, our opponents should be willing to listen once we get this out of their system. While this would be an ideal situation for my Baritsu, I am afraid I will have to sit this one out.
All right, you still haven't fully recovered yet. Guess we've got no choice then. Mash, Nezha, go ahead and fight them if that's what they want. Just make sure not to harm any of them.
Understood. I also would like to avoid excessive force. I will. Be careful.
Yes, we'll do as great gentlemen do in the true spirit of Baritsu.
I don't know what the fuck it is. It's something. Damn, Nezha! You got the Yeezys. Those are fire. What? Why is my Mystic Code on cooldown? What the frick? Was it written on the button? Welcome to the worst gimmick of the game. I'll have to read it next time then. We did it. Oh, the poison? Dude, that's so stupid. And for what?
I see. So you got into a fight almost the instant you left the border?
Yes, I'm afraid we ended up in a standoff with the locals. At least we got them to back down for now.
All thanks to your and Nezha's efforts not to harm them. They do appear to understand our intentions are not violent now. They're currently monitoring us from what I suppose they consider a safe distance. It seems they have their own responsibilities to tend to.
Correct. No signs of reinforcements. We are safe for the moment.
I see. So you managed to avoid provoking them. I'm relieved to hear they're sharp enough to realize we're only lost travelers trying to get our bearings. Although, what about your servants? What about these servants? You said we can summon more once we're able to use a ley line, right?
Da Vinci's outside preparing a summoning circle right now. I think she'd run into some kind of trouble, though.
Hey guys, I'm setting up everything right now. Just give me a minute to work out the kinks. Sure, I ran into a little trouble, but don't worry, it's it's the kind I'm used to.
Hey, Da Vinci, are you sure it's okay to hook this weird machine up to Mash's shield? It looks like super shady. In fact, it doesn't even look like it was made from Earth.
Oh, right! That's the booster Sion let me. Get this, a single one lets you manifest a spirit origin equivalent to 3 servants. She called it, whatchamacallit cell? Unfortunately, they burn out after a single use, but we're not gonna be stingy with Max and Gordy's lives at stake. Alright, now we just stand by in base state. As soon as we get a response from the servant side, I'll kick it into the excited state so we can start the summoning.
There we go. Now it's just a matter of time. As long as the servant has some connection to you, Max, I'm sure they'll answer your summon, a Lostbelt or not.
I see. Well done, technical advisor. In that case, you can start by summoning a skilled caster capable of brainwashing these barbarians en masse. This is an emergency, an urgent one at that. We need to start making progress path state.
Fo.
Are you alright with that course of action, Mr. Max?
I'm not a fan of brainwashing, but easy there, Director. Let's just calm down a moment.
Calm down? How can I calm down when I'll be dead in a matter of days? And have you not forgotten this concerns you, too?
Regardless, the summoning will take time. It will be in our best interest to negotiate while that proceeds. Sometimes, Mr. Gordolf, there is something to be said for not letting sleeping dogs lie.
Alright, who's going to lead these amicable negotiations? Max already tried and failed, remember? Where are we going to find an angel with a smile, cherubic enough to win over those barbari?
Huh?
Aww. She's so cute.
That's right. We're just poor, hapless travelers who lost our way.
Oh, you poor thing. That must have been so hard.
We didn't mean to ruin your field, I promise. Do you think you could forgive us?
Oh, don't worry about that. We can always till it again. Hell, just getting to talk to such a pretty girl as you kind of makes me want to till the field again more than ever.
Bo?
Vinci really is a force to be reckoned with, isn't she? She's not technically lying, but she's not exactly being truthful either. She's a demon with the face of an angel.
Just look at those men falling over themselves. That outsider's got themselves twisted around her little finger. How can they possibly trust any of those foreigners after the beating they gave the poor supervisors?
Aha! Sensing an opportunity. I do beg your pardon about that, madam. Please allow me to apologize for trampling over your fields as well. I only hope you can believe me when I say that we truly do want nothing more than to resolve this matter peacefully. Unfortunately, the truth is that we have lost our way and are uncertain as to where we are. I am so terribly sorry to impose, but could you please tell us about this place? You are our only hope.
We are... well then, I suppose we, ought to step up. True. I mean, if a man this handsome needs our help, the least we can do is hear him out, right? Fool!
Well, Holmes has his looks, if nothing else. You'd think that getup would raise more suspicion, but oh well. Agreed. I do not know why we fought earlier.
Well, the important thing is that we've reached a peaceful resolution.
It looks like they were all just scared more than malicious. They seem to be good people at heart. I was totally waiting for the girls to like deny Holmes or some shit, and that'd be funny. By the way, Da Vinci, what was the trouble you ran into with the spirit origin graph earlier?
An excellent question, Holmes. Glad to see you're paying attention to the important bits.
Oh, what? I thought you had already resolved the issue with summoning servants.
I less resolved it and more worked around. I still don't know what the problem really was. This Lostbelt's nothing like either Russia or Scandinavia. I tried using the ley line here to connect to the Lostbelt's Throne of Heroes, but I didn't get any response.
None whatsoever?
There was nothing wrong with the equipment, so whatever the problem is, it had to do with this world. Granted, the odds were always low that the heroic spirits from this Lostbelt were going to be eager to help us, so I wasn't counting on that. But it's still odd that there'd be no answer at all, right, Holmes?
Indeed.
So I just dropped that idea and switched back to trying to summon from Chaldea's spirit origin graph. Now we're just waiting for the heroic spirit to respond to our call. In fishing terms, we've baited our hook and cast our line. All we have to do now is be patient. What could be going on, Senpai? I have no idea. Maybe it means there's no one there? Honestly, even though my genius once again carried the day, I really don't know what happened there. Fo. What I do know is that the connection to the Throne of Heroes is just that, a connection, and it doesn't exist in this Lostbelt's ley line. It could also be that our definition of what a heroic spirit is doesn't match this Lostbelt's definition of heroic spirit.
And what exactly do you mean by that? This is a fascinating phenomenon. One that no doubt gets to the heart of this Lostbelt's true nature. But right now, we have nothing more than speculation. We'll need to recollect some evidence before we can begin drawing any conclusions.
Oh, that sounds to me like you've already got a pretty good idea of what's going on, Holmes.
I do have a hypothesis, but a good detective only shares their deductions once they are supported by a clear and undeniable evidence.
Holmes, have you not learned your lesson from Scandinavia, you motherfucker? Oh, man. Oh, man.
Why are you talking like a robot with the Nezha? Yeah, because her written lines look more robotic. I know she doesn't sound like that, but I make her sound like that just to have a distinguished voice, because oftentimes when I'm reading FGO, just so everyone knows, I usually go with my gut instinct on what that character sounds like in my head, and then I just roll with that for the rest of the story, mostly just to distinguish each character's voice so it's unique to them, so I don't, you know what I mean? It's more of a mental thing with myself, just so I can actually have a distinguished voice for every character, so I'm not mixing them up. I think the reason why Holmes doesn't say it instantly is because he wants to make sure he's right. Yeah, no, he definitely was a very, he said that multiple times before, but it's like the whole reason we had trouble in Scandinavia was because he didn't give us that information early. Like, we landed in Scandinavia, and he basically had that whole fucking Lostbelt figured out. And then he rolled out at the end and was like, oh yeah, I knew everything that was gonna happen. He rolls out of the infirmary and is like, oh yeah. I didn't tell you. Most of the time he's mostly correct, yep. She's kind of, she does kind of speak like that, so it's fine. Yeah, she just has a very, like, she has, like, an anime girl voice, but I'm already using, like, a really light anime girl voice for, like, half the fucking female characters in the cast, so I have to give her, like, some kind of unique voice for just her. The air is so clean here.
It is, isn't it? It feels like forever since I was last able to breathe this easily. Since in the other Lostbelts, the border was the only safe place we could go. Oh, I almost forgot. We have the Chaldea base now, too. Anyway, being surrounded by a natural landscape like this really feels like... Huh? What's up with the sky above us, Senpai?
It looks like some kind of streak.
There's an airplane. They've got airplanes here. I didn't notice it during the night, but that's definitely strange, isn't it? I guess it must be normal here since none of the locals seem to be taking any notice of it. Da Vinci still has them all practically enthralled. So, hey, what's the name of this era?
Era? Oh, what's that?
Oh, I was mostly just wondering what year it was.
Well, I'm turning 22 this year. We all start working when we turn 5, and I've planted these fields 17 times now, so that adds up, right?
Thanks. I was thinking more along the lines of the calendar, though. It's time to plant the seeds and harvest the last crops, of course. You can tell by the moon, you see?
Let's try this then. Who's the foremost leader in the world right now? Why, that's the most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor, of course. And what is the emperor's name? Name? Why, most glorious and majestical heavenly emperor, of course. You might as well ask me what the sun and moon are called. The name's right there.
Well, where might we find this emperor then?
In the capital. Where else?
And where's that?
They say it's way off in that direction.
Have you ever been there?
Me? Why would I ever go there? We only worship from afar with gratitude. None of us would exist without the most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor's blessing after all.
Huh?
What's up, Mash?
Senpai, do you smell that? Sniffer in chat.
Are you talking about the Eau de Cologne? I did switch to the more wild American brand after we got here.
No, I don't mean that. It's less of a human scent and more beastly. This presence, no mistake, bloodthirsty creatures are headed this way.
Hey, what is that thing? Ah, there's another one over there.
What are those? Those are Krichat, just like we saw in Russia. What are they doing here?
We can figure that out later, Da Vinci. Right now, we need to evacuate the villagers.
Monka. Guy deadass names himself Best Emperor Ever. What a Chad. Wait, they are the Krichat from Russia. What the hell? Due to poison. Oh, I see. It does say right there. That's annoying. Is it a spoiler if I say the voice actor who performed for the Emperor? No, because I won't know who it is. As long as you don't say who it is. Why does the Nightbot regularly just say fart? I don't know. It's something I set up like years ago and I just never turned it off. You can also do exclamation point bot. Look at that. I don't know if I've ever seen her Noble Phantasm. Go, Nezha, go! Voiced by Winnie the Pooh. Oh, she's Iron Man! Their crops are burned now, I'm sorry. Hostiles eliminated. That said, those were from the Russia Lostbelt. I can't believe we're seeing creatures from an entirely different Lostbelt here. This is too bizarre to be a coincidence.
You there, have you ever seen creatures like this before? No way, I've never seen a monster like that in my life.
Me either. The worst things we've seen until now were wild boars the supervisor used to chase off.
If we'd ever run into these things before, we'd probably be dead now.
Don't worry, we'll help you for as long as we're here. It's the least we can do to make up for ruining your field, right, Master?
Of course, right. Besides, this might have something to do with us. What are you two saying? We didn't come here to serve as this village's bodyguards?
No, Miss Kirlight is correct. Those Kerchak should not be present here. If they made a sudden appearance, we should investigate it. How are you feeling, Max?
I'm fine. I'm just a little short on breath.
Great! Your vital signs all look, good. Good too, so your condition's definitely not too serious just yet. We've still got to keep a close eye on it, of course, but I don't think we need to worry too much about it just now.
I must say, you're looking quite a tad pale, Commander. Are you sure you won't need to lie down in the command room? Oh, be quiet. I just have a little heartburn from eating too much cake, that's all. I'm in perfectly good health, I'll have you know. If a third-rate mage can handle this poison without a problem, then of course I can too.
That aside, we're still no closer to getting our bearings here, even with the locals sharing.
Our first order of business is gathering as much information as possible. Otherwise, we have no way of knowing where to even begin. Where to begin? How about we begin by finding Koyanskaya like we originally planned?
A fair point. I sincerely doubt she came here on a lark.
Very well then. How do we track her down? We'll never find her if we merely walk around without a plan, after all. Given that this is a Lostbelt, we know there must be a cryptor guarding the Tree of Emptiness somewhere.
And just like in Scandinavia, this Lostbelt tree doesn't seem to be visible.
Yes, that concerns me too. The Russia tree was so large as to be visible from hundreds of kilometers away. The fact that we cannot see it here at all means that it must be disguised, as it was in Scandinavia. And that in turn means this Lostbelt's king understands that it is something best to keep hidden.
Of course, if they wished, a fairy or sage could make a mountain disappear with relative ease. I really don't want to imagine going up against someone like that, but given everything so far...
Indeed, even if we were to capture Koyanskaya today, we cannot simply leave this Lostbelt behind. As long as it exists, it remains a threat to proper human history. Sooner or later, we will need to face the cryptor responsible for it. All the more reason for us to hurry, along with this investigation. You are all being far too generous, agreeing to be this Lostbelt's bodyguards. I mean, I can understand how scared those villagers would be if the Kritchat were suddenly to attack again, but I assure you, Mr. Gordolf, this is all part of our investigation. Oh, what was that? It's safe to assume that those hostile creatures are the same type of the demonic beast we fought in Russia. Think back to when we first learned about them. The Kritchat are demonic beasts that originated from the Russia Lostbelt and possess numerous characteristics that let them survive in its frigid environment. But this Lostbelt is far too warm for such creatures.
Oh, now I get it. So that's why Mash and Max agreed to help. Right, this was something that had to do with us. The fact that those creatures showed up in a different Lostbelt can only mean that someone brought them here.
Indeed, someone who can come and go between Lostbelts as they please. Koyanskaya. Since we can, of course, eliminate ourselves as suspects, that only leaves one possibility. Tamamovich Koyanskaya. Precisely. A most astute interjection, Mr. Max. Watson would have been proud. Grrr. Finding Koyanskaya remains our top priority, but at the moment, we have far too little information to act on. If anything, the Kritchat's appearance is our only real lead so far. We cannot afford to overlook it.
Hey, can I ask something? Or say something? I sent out a surveillance drone towards the capital and I discovered something interesting.
Oh? Was there actually a city out that way?
I tried zooming in and cleaning up the long-range footage as best I could. Well, it's easier if you take a look yourself.
The fuck is that? What the hell? Wait, is that the tree at the bottom, maybe? That looks crazy. What the fuck? What the hell?
Is that the tree? I'm just looking at the bottom. At the bottom there, it kind of looks like a tree rooted into the ground going up. That looks crazy, dude.
For once, I am genuinely at a loss for words.
So much for civilization ever developing here. If they got the science and engineering know-how to build a metropolis like this, then they've come a long way farther than technology than we thought. I mean, there's not a single support column holding that thing up, so they've obviously figured out how to make it float. And since it's clearly no giant air bladders or the like, I've got to wonder just how the hell they're making something like that heavy float.
Perhaps magecraft is used openly here. Either that, or they really have advanced scientifically to the point where they can control gravity. In the latter case, they would be well ahead of proper human history, at least in terms of technology.
Oh, and while we're at it, I grabbed some footage of that weird perfectly straight line in the sky too. Here it is at max magnification.
Peacock feathers? That's definitely not what I thought it was. I thought it was an airplane. What is that thing?
Well, for starters, it's about 2,000 kilometers above us, so it would barely be in low orbit. By my estimates, it's more than 5 kilometers wide. That's not even the best part. It stretches along for the entire observable sky in this Lostbelt.
Wow.
Then how come we couldn't see it before entering this Lostbelt? If it's 2,000 kilometers up, that's gotta put it above the storm clouds, right? That must mean that this Lostbelt's borders prevent anything within from being seen, storm or not. Anything built during their history, no matter how big it might be, is impossible to observe from the outside. Forget measuring size and mass. From the outside, there's no way to even know if it exists at all. Even now that we can observe it, I have no idea what it is or what it's for. If the people of this world built it themselves, that raises even more questions. I'll say, how can something like that exist when life in this farming village is so primitive? I kept flying the drone around in every direction, but I didn't see anything or any other buildings or structures even remotely close to the scope of that capital. East, west, north, south, it was nothing but fields everywhere I looked. Seriously? Man, I can't tell if this place is way ahead of proper human history or way behind.
Whatever is taking place here, it is no doubt stems from the world's deviation from proper human history. Da Vinci, I trust you can determine the capital's latitude and longitude from here. What happens when you map it out to the China we know? Is there a record of a capital city dating back to a well-known dynasty there?
Oh, you already figured that out? I wanted to keep you all in suspense a little longer.
I can certainly understand the desire for a dramatic reveal of your information. Under the present circumstances, however, I am afraid we are reliant on you for all such inquiries. So please, give us your information now.
Oh, fucking... Take your own advice, Holmes. Yeah, you made a point. You made your point. Based on its distance from the present location, it corresponds to the proper human history's, Zanyang, prefecture. Is that the name? That's the name of the guy with the mask, right? Zanyang? Isn't that... What's up, David Sam? Whoa! You got the same name as that one guy. Isn't that what? Yeah, the saber. Yeah, Mash went... Zanyang? Isn't that... She got cut off. What the fuck, Holmes?
Indeed, it dates back to the Qin dynasty.
It's not? Well, I'm not gonna look it up. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's Lan Lang? The fuck? Oh yeah, it's Gong. They said that earlier. Chang Gong. The Gong boy. Gong.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice your frontline gong. Qin? Oh, okay. The Crimson Qin. Thank you, Jason. Qin? That was before the Three Kingdoms era, wasn't it? Does that mean it even predates Zhang Yu and Liu Bang? That's right. The Qin dynasty was a major empire around 2200 BC. It's known for being the dynasty of China's first emperor. I kind of want to look up the proper history for it. Qin dynasty. Or Qin, fuck. The Qin dynasty, or Qin dynasty in Wade Gillet's romanization, was the first dynasty of imperial China, lasting, oh, the first, wow, okay. The very first dynasty of imperial China, lasting from 200 to 206 BC. Not too long, less than 20 years. Named for its heartland in Qin State, the dynasty was founded by Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of Qin. It didn't last very long. What was the Qin dynasty famous for? Oh, they made all those statues. Y'all ever seen the... Are those really that fucking old? Or when were those made? Dude, Eastern history is so fucking interesting with how old that shit is. That's crazy, yo. Google's spoiling me? No, I'm looking up the proper history. I want to have context because it's fun to go into these Lostbelts with the knowledge of proper what went down in proper human history, you know what I mean? Qin Shi Huang, the first Qin emperor, is without a doubt the most well-known historical character of China's history. All through the Qin dynasty although the Qin dynasty didn't last long, he was the first emperor that united China and left an unbelievable heritage. The Great Wall. One well-known achievement in the construction of the Great Wall of China, while the Qin emperor wasn't the first to build a wall, he managed to connect different walls built by past emperors of different regions into one giant connected wall. Tea of the Great Wall. You might wonder why we're blogging about the Qin dynasty. After all, Teizens is all about tea, and the fact that tea culture in China wasn't that prosperous until the Tang dynasty doesn't back up this either. Yet, unification of the Middle Kingdom allowed tea culture. Let's just talk about tea culture. I don't care about tea culture, bro. Why did the Qin dynasty end so quickly? That's what I was wondering. The end of the Qin dynasty. In 2 years' time, most of the empire had revolted against the new emperor, creating a constant atmosphere of rebellion and retaliation. Warlord Zhang Yu, who is the guy with the mask, right? Warlord Zhang Yu, in quick succession, defeated the Qin army in battle, executed the emperor, destroyed the capital, and split up the empire into 18 states. Okay. I think that is all we need to know. That right there is huge information for what proper history was and how it's going to diverge in this Lostbelt. So, the guy with the mask that I was getting confused, the guy with the sword that is the saber with the mask, that we saw at the beginning, he took off the mask, right? That's Zhang Yu. So in 2 years' time, most of the empire had revolted against this new emperor, creating a constant atmosphere of rebellion and retaliation. Warlord Zhang Yu, in quick succession, defeated the Qin army in battle. So he was part of the rebellion, I'm assuming Zhang Yu was. So Zhang Yu, being part of the rebellion, defeated the Qin army. The Qin army was the dynasty, the monarchs, the rulers. Zhang Yu defeated the army in battle and then executed the emperor, destroying the capital and splitting up the empire into fragments, into 18 states. I think that's all we need to know. It's a different person? Bro. I'm not gonna look it up. Shut up before we accidentally spoil. The fuck? What's the name of the guy with the mask? Someone help me out, so I'm not mixing him up. Well, just stop there. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. What's the name of the guy with the mask though? Because I literally have him in my Chaldeus, and I'm just fucking up with the name. Lan Ling. Okay. What the fuck are these other characters then? Stop saying Chang Gong. You're fucking confusing me. Lan Ling. Okay, I don't know who these other ones are then. Okay, I know for a fact I've heard their names in FGO. I don't know who they are though. I'm not gonna look them up though because I don't want to know. Okay, let's keep going. Fuck. I'm actually just a bumbling idiot. I'm getting all the Chinese names confused. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Dumb American tries to learn about China's history. Oh, Lan Ling's is... oh, they're the same person? I thought... the fuck's... Dong Dong, then? I thought you were talking about Chang Gong. Chang Dong Dong. Okay. I thought you were talking about the Dong boy, bro. The bronze servant. Alright. Fuck, dude, I'm so confused. Alright. Qin, that was before the Three Kingdoms era, wasn't it? Does that mean it even predates Zhang Yu and Liu Bang? Oh wait, that was Munir asking. And then Da Vinci replies, that's right. The Qin dynasty was a major empire around 200 BC. It's known for being the dynasty of China's first emperor. It was the country ruled by great Qin Shi Huang. Chang Gong and Gao Chang Gong are different people? Dude, that is gonna confuse the fuck out of me. Why is my light flickering? Monka. This music came on and my light started flickering. Monka S. Alright, where the fuck are we? This looks like that hallway. Remember Incredibles? When he goes down that hallway where there's like the turrets that shot the sticky stuff at the Mr. Incredible and he was like typing on the keyboard? That's what this reminds me of. The Incredibles is in Fate lore canon. Confirmed. So that is Chaldea, your enemy. There she is. Waifu? Yes, but not only are they my sworn enemy, they also command a threat to the safety of your empire. Ooh, listen to this music. Wait, hold on. Can I get some Pepe jams? So having like a dozen Artoria Pendragons is not confusing? No. Those I can all understand. Let's go. Namely, heroic spirits. We see, indeed. We were quite surprised when you first told us of them. You said this master can summon an army of great heroes from the past, correct? We find this difficult to credit indeed. We are certain you would not lie to us, but how could a few mere soldiers ever hope to overturn our eternal reign? We cannot even imagine the possibility. You underestimate heroic spirits at your peril. Those whose souls are offered to the counterforce are given tremendous power to ensure the continuation of humanity. Trust me when I say that a single servant is easily the equivalent of 1,000 ordinary soldiers. So this Alaya you spoke of? Oh, the gods. You said it is the sum total of human consciousness? This sounds like pure nonsense to us. Is this the manner of thing you simply accept into your own world? You make an excellent point, Your Imperial Majesty. My world was more chaotic and less complete than yours. It must have been. If something so preposterous as resurrecting dead heroic spirits to fight in one's place is considered normal, we cannot help but wonder how a world where such things were necessary to maintain order could have lasted. Oh my... Sheesh! Good God! Mommy.
I must warn you too, Your Imperial Majesty. The Master of Chaldea is an enemy you can't afford to ignore.
Ah, right. We had forgotten that you are from the same world as Akuta Koyanskaya.
My name...
Whoops.
My name is Koyanskaya, Your Imperial Majesty. Do you think you could try to remember this time?
Whoa! I know that guy! That's old man!
Fashion no Koyanskaya, the third servant we are waiting for. Mommy. What's so confusing? You have Artoria Salter, Lotoria, Lortoria, Alter, Mordred, Morgan, MHX, MHXX, MHXA. I might be missing another MHX Gray, Bunnytoria. I'm lost now. Castoria, forgot about her. Yep. Don't you mean Cashtoria? Saber Lily. Watch. Should I do like a really old voice for this guy? Watch your tongue when speaking to the Emperor, you wretch! No matter. These visitors come from a world beyond our domain. Of course, our customs elude them.
Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. I do understand that you may find it rude and presumptuous of me to warn one so omnipotent as you, but the fact is Chaldea has already brought a strange creature with them and threatens your people's safeties. This poses quite a problem for your quarantine as well. Surely you don't want them to get away with this.
Please, Your Imperial Majesty, if we merely wait for them to reveal their true barbaric nature, it will be too late. If it is so important to you, then why have you not done something about it yourself? You command these servant puppets as well, do you not? Yes, I do. If you would forgive me for disturbing your eternal paradise, I can summon one right now. Very well. Show us exactly what these warriors from another world are capable of. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. I'm not counting the Johns.
This Emperor is much more laid back than I thought. I expected a bit more eagerness to take down the threats to his empire.
I had hoped for the same. Nothing ever seems to go as planned with the Emperor, but oh well, that isn't going to change.
Well, sorry you ended up having to do all the work in consequence. I do hope it won't take you too long to finish them off.
Is that all you have to say for yourself, after all the trouble you've caused?
Eek! Please don't glare at me like that, Akuta. You're gonna make me cry. We're on the same side of all this. Besides, isn't the Master of Chaldea ever Crypters' sworn enemy?
Of course. You could have lured him to any of the other territories and any of them would have made sure to finish him off. I would go so far as to say any of them would be a better pick for this kind of work than me. So why did you have to bring them to China? They're only here because they're following you, right? Thank you so much for that. That's what I had a feeling. So the whole reason she poisoned us with that specific poison, she wasn't even trying to kill us. She was trying to lure us to this Lostbelt specifically. So it was all her plan.
Aw, don't be so hard on yourself, Akuta. I really thought you would be the best fit for the job, seeing how you're so good at defense and all. You see, I actually tried to assassinate him as a favor to Beryl. But I'm afraid things didn't go exactly as planned. See, the poison I used is called Zhuansha Ming Mei, and... well, I don't suppose you already know what it is, do you?
You are unbelievable.
So you do know about it. You're one smart cookie, aren't you? In that case, you can see where this is going, right? Including what they'll try to do to find an antidote.
Koyanskaya, did you put this on
No, I didn't this time. I only had about 10% of a plan. That's why I wasted no time coming to warn you, Akuta. I wanted to take responsibility, see? I mean, Chaldea's got the world's greatest inventor and the greatest detective on their side right now, you know? I knew it wouldn't take them long to figure out where the poison came from. So I thought instead of wasting time trying to sweep this under the rug, it would be much better to fortify our defenses now. So here I am warning you about the danger and taking responsibility. It's not like you and I are complete strangers, right? So I thought I could help you out by getting rid of Chaldea. Besides, we're both misanthropic outcasts. It only makes sense for us to join forces, don't you think?
True, that much I know we have in common. But that still doesn't explain why you brought these dangerous pets of yours along. Pet?
Pets? Perish the thought! They have their dignity, at least as far as wild animals go.
So you didn't order them to go around killing people?
Of course not. Why would I rob myself of the pleasure of torturing and killing humans?
So they're talking about the Lostbelt 1 crit chat. So Koyanskaya did bring them here.
No, they're doing their best to survive and find food in an environment they're not used to. Don't you find that far more endearing than a bunch of defanged livestock like this nation's people?
That's not the problem, and you know it. How could you set demonic beasts from another Lostbelt loose here? If the Emperor finds out you're responsible for this, you will find yourself in real trouble.
Oh, that? You might say that's just part of a lifelong project for me. Don't worry, I promise I won't make any more trouble for you. You say you have your own life's work you've devoted yourself to, don't you, Akuta? So I think we'll both be happy if we just stay out of each other's way.
Fine. What's done is done after all. There's no way I'm letting Chaldea mess up my nice, stable Lostbelt. Don't you dare go easy on them, Saber. There he is! As you wish, Master. I promise, I won't let you down.
Huh? When did you summon him? I can tell he's got a beautiful face underneath that mask, too. No fair, Akuta. How come you're the only one who gets this certified hottie working for her?
That's not why he's here. Ugh, shut up already, you damn fox. My boy's summer costume, yep. That's what kind of sucks about... That's why I did not read the last summer. However, it kind of... Whoa, there it is. Look at that shit. That looks crazy. What the fuck? Oh, these are fields. I'm so dumb. This whole time, I thought this was like gold. I thought like the ground was gold. No, these are fields, and then that's the wind moving through the fields, the waves. I thought it was gold this whole time.
夏の行楽は海だけではありません。
海だ。
小さなことからコツコツと。
What was the last summer? It wasn't locked behind anything. I did the summer event, the last one that just happened, but I didn't read it. I skipped through it because I didn't. People told me that it required like context for the Lostbelt context, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna. I'll read it next summer because I know the rerun's happening next summer, right? You really like thinking about gold being anywhere? Maybe that's my problem. No, but I mean, can you really blame me though? Look, like when you're zoomed out like this, it looked like it was just like, it looked like gold tiles. That's what I thought it was. But no, that's the fields. This, I wanted to point out this because no one tell me, but I just wanted to say it for entertainment's sake, that the servant from that summer, where is she? There she is. She kind of looks like the master. I'm just saying. She kind of looks like that master, almost identical. How she becomes a servant? I don't know. Maybe it's a pseudo servant somehow. Nah, it's just you. It's just, shut the fuck up. It's, I get it because her name is Yu. And Ishtar looks like Rin Popcorn. Yeah, so I guess she's a pseudo servant somehow, and but how the fuck that happens when she's a master here, I don't know. I'm assuming that gets explained in the story somehow. All right. Onwards, the Eternal Empire, question mark. Yo, can I, thank God I can fucking. Max putting on that tinfoil hat. I mean, it's not that far of a stretch, dude. I knew what all the master sprites looked like, and then when I saw that, when I saw that summer sprite when I got the free-to-play servant, I was like, she kind of looks familiar. Qin Shi Huang, the Emperor of Qin.
Ha ha ha, Qin Shi Huang, you say? Don't you think that's a little far-fetched? Qin Shi Huang is from the BC era. How could he possibly still be alive in 2020?
Gordolf, are you really asking that when we went against Ivan the Terrible, who was alive for like 500 fucking years? Well, normally you'd be right, but you are forgetting the Tsar we recently fought who had been living around 500 years. So is it really much of a stretch to say a Chinese emperor might have managed to survive for over 2,000 years?
The Qin Empire had a legal system, standardized units and measurements, paper money. It was very much ahead of its time in many ways. China would go on to see the rise and fall of many other dynasties. But when it comes to making progress as a civilization, such instability is unhelpful. If Qin had remained as the sole power in China, no doubt it would have reached a point where it would easily swallow up neighboring countries, which could in turn have sped up humanity's overall progress considerably.
Yep, I could easily see that happening if someone like Qin Shi Huang had been able to keep it ruling. In fact, he actually spent a lot of his later years searching for a way to achieve immortality. Qin collapsed due to political instability after Qin Shi Huang's death, right?
In which case, Qin Shi Huang somehow succeeded at becoming immortal in this history, much like how Ivan the Terrible did so by becoming a Yaga. It would theoretically be impossible for China to skip all of its years of instability and civil war and go straight to modernization.
That could definitely explain how they were able to build something so huge along the satellite orbit path. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if
that was the sort of thing that Qin Shi Huang wanted to build all along.
One thing we do know is that this nation has not seen the kind of societal change that typical accompanies scientific progress. The advancements of science inevitably makes authoritarian regimes obsolete past a certain point, but just look at that village.
Yeah, they might as well be stuck in the BC era.
Regardless of who this most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor residing in Zanyang may be, it seems clear that he has no intention of sharing the benefits of all this progress with his citizens.
Hang on! Some sort of projectile was just fired from the capital. It's heading in this direction. In fact, it looks like it's going to land right in this village.
Monka.
I can see it from here. It looks like a rocket?
I certainly hope it's not some sort of intercontinental ballistic missile. Oh, that's the benefaction.
The benefaction?
Yeah, the most glorious and majestic heavenly emperor used those to grant gifts whenever there's a celebration. We know exactly where it lands, so it's perfectly safe as long as you keep your distance. Why would there be one now, though? Is today some sort of holiday?
I don't think so. Then it's not an attack after all? That's a relief, but it still seems like a rough way to send a package. I'm afraid we're not so lucky. I'm seeing vital signs inside of that thing, along with the magical energy signal we're all too familiar with. That's a master and their servant, no mistake. If they mean to attack us, we will respond with due force. Foo-foo!
Oh, come on. You're telling me they're making their way here in that? That does seem like a somewhat less than ideal conveyance. It will no doubt be a rough landing.
No problem there, since it's a master traveling with their servant.
They can just jump out right before it lands. The servant can handle the landing.
Exactly. Max, I knew you'd know how to make effective use of a servant. Here it comes, everyone. Brace for impact!
As we expected, so that is this Lostbelt's Crypter.
That's Akuta Hinako. I see. So China's her territory. Akuta? Looks like you're taking this seriously, Mash. And here I thought I'd find you smirking. I never do that. I take no joy whatsoever in fighting you. Then you're even more hopeless than I thought. You're no better than animals who lack a concept of shame. I feel no more animosity towards you than I do a cockroach nest before I exterminate it. Even that is more emotion than you deserve. That's terrible. Yikes. Are you really Akuta Hinako? You're nothing like the one back at Chaldea. Da Vinci, so it's true. You really were killed. You might not believe me, but that body of yours is perfect. You have achieved the realm that humans cannot reach with their meager insight, the true form that the intelligent aim for. I'm surprised you would make something like that, Leonardo. Humans really are just... No. As long as you're part of Chaldea, that makes you my enemy. You'll have no sympathy from me. Saber, eliminate them. Remove these eyesores from my sight.
As you wish, Master.
Here they come, Senpai. We're about to face off against Akuta Hinako and her saber. Commencing battle.
Da Vinci didn't die when she was killed. People don't really die when they're killed. Akuta, being a lolly is what peak human performance looks like. Sorry, I don't make the rules. That's why I grilled my Ilya. What? I'm a master too, yeah, right? She hasn't even has a pretty voice this girl. Damn, y'all kind of suck. Now I see. No wonder Ophelia and Caddock lost. You're obviously used to fighting with servants. That experience has given you quite the edge. Master, it would be foolish to continue this battle any longer. I suggest we make a temporary retreat. Damn, I really underestimated them. Let's go, Saber. Yes, Master. What? Don't let them get away, Mesh! Akuda. The enemy has retreated, Master. The battle is over. Fo-fo! Well, I'm surprised they gave up so easily. And again, Akuda always was pretty decisive. No, I am afraid that we neither dealt her a decisive blow, nor were we able to make her show her hand. If anything, now she knows how strong we truly are, but she is a lot stronger than she lets on. Yeah, she's a tough opponent. Looks like she wasn't kidding about exterminating us like cockroaches. She only took the direct approach this time because she thought she could wipe us all out. This just wasn't the sort of fight she wanted. She'd rather retreat and figure out a way to strategize that will let her win without putting in any real effort. Looks like that profile of her saying she was a neat freak was right on the money. Akuda just needs to summon her own Castoria and even the playing field. So you went and made a great fool of yourself. We will not laugh at you. Your little show with the Chaldeans was interesting.
I don't blame you. I blame no one but myself for my disgraceful performance. Still, perhaps now you at least understand the threat these invaders pose, Your Imperial Majesty.
Threat? A threat, you say? Why should we feel threatened just because you retreated? Well, since your little display amused us, you may continue it. In fact, you may bring 10 of our puppets with you for the second act.
With all due respect, Your Imperial Majesty, if you treat this latest disaster as a mere entertainment...
We might say the same of you, Akuda. Given the reluctance with how you engage in combat, we can only conclude that this is some sort of game to you. If you are going to fight, then fight to win. There is nothing to be gained by running away before you suffer so much as a single loss.
Understood, Your Imperial Majesty. I won't fail again.
Good. We look forward to a future showing with a bit more substance to it.
Oh, Your Imperial Majesty, you're so bad. Is this your way of punishing poor little Akuda?
Is that how it seemed to you, Koyanskaya?
Koyanskaya!
We see no sense in punishing her when we do not yet even think of these Chaldeans as our enemy. They may have come here from another world, but that is also true of you and Akuda.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
If these Chaldeans are here to mount an attack, we should have to suspect you two as their advance guard.
Akuda and I came here to pay our respects and offer our services as soon as we arrived, Your Imperial Majesty. But the only thing Chaldea has done since they arrived is cause trouble and mayhem in your territory. Don't you think that sets us apart a kind from the lot?
Indeed, you have a point, but is this not why Akuda went after them? To scold them for their poor manners? Ha 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 ha, you outsiders certainly do care a great deal about etiquette. We need this Koyan outfit exponentially. Yes, I agree.
Gimme. Whoa! Look at all the unknown servants. Okay, what the frickety frack? What's Akuta Hinako like?
Well, the last version of me wasn't too involved with Team A, so I can't speak from experience. But her record said that she was extremely careful in every aspect of her relationship to others.
That reminds me. Caddock used to say she had a personal connection to director Marisbury.
Really? That's news to me. Then again, I
Could see her allowing Caddock to believe that. But why would she do that?
probably to keep the kid at an arm's length, I'd guess.
I wouldn't be so shocked to hear she had similar strategies for everyone. My guess is that she was trying to cultivate a very specific image for herself among Team A. Namely, to leave the faintest impression among them, to seem neither too hostile nor too friendly.
In other words, a stalwart misanthrope?
Well, yeah, basically, but you don't have to be quite so blunt about it, Holmes. True, she did like to keep to herself. She did her best to avoid interacting with anyone. The main thing I remember about her was how quiet she was. I never saw her get upset or even smile.
If she wasn't curled in a corner of a room...
What?
If she wasn't curled in a corner of a room reading, it was because she was getting new books from the library. I always felt bad about interrupting her.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure she wasn't cut out for combat at all, no matter how much aptitude she has for being a master. Based strictly on her profile out of all the Crypters, I thought she might be the only one who could maybe resolve things peacefully.
Well, you couldn't have you couldn't have been more wrong. I am still getting chills from those big icy glares of her. I've never seen such naked contempt in my life. The only thing that comes close to Koyanskaya's glare whenever I'd make a move on her after having too much to drink.
True, the Akuta Hanako we just fought was nothing like the quiet girl her profile described. Her sheer hostility was... No, not hostility, it was more like disgust. Either way, I never expected that from her. There's one thing I can remember that might help explain it.
Cordy the harasser.
It was back when we were all taking a break in the rec room, sometime after Team A had been formed. Caddock was nursing a drink while Beryl cheered him on. Kishtari and David were arguing about mythology. Pepe was teasing Ophelia with some sort of joke. As usual, Akuta was off reading by herself, refusing to participate in any of the conversations. I'm certain that whenever I looked directly at her, she always had her nose in her book. I'm sure anyone else who had been there would agree with me, but when I happened to catch a glimpse of Akuta's reflection in her glasses, when I happened to catch a glimpse of Akuta's reflection in a glass I was polishing, I realized that wasn't the case at all. She was actually just hiding her face behind the book, and was in fact keeping a close watch on each of us. She was so guarded, almost as though she was terrified of something. But by the time I'd turn around to look at her, she had her nose back in her book. She went right back to pretending to read the second she sensed my eyes on her. Well, that's kind of unnerving. Akuta wasn't disinterested in her teammates at all. If anything, I think she was so suspicious about something that she never let her guard down. Unfortunately, I was never able to ask her why she was so afraid of her team. It seemed like the subject I should avoid at all costs. Sounds to me like she was more guarded about people in general than her teammates specifically. Maybe there was something that she was trying to keep secret. Well, we still have her background file. Along with the results from her selection exam, maybe we should take another look at it. Want to handle that, Holmes? This sort of thing is what you detective types are all about, right? That and investigating cheating spouses, of course.
Unfaithful spouses aside, this sort of thing is indeed where a true detective shines. By all means, send the data to my workshop.
Huh?
Your attention, please. I have a Da Vinci warning to make. Zanyang just fired another projectile. It doesn't look like this one's aimed at a village. But after calculating its landing point, I found it's coming from the same direction in which Akuda Hanako retreated. And I'm pretty sure that means reinforcements, right? I think so too. Of course, it'd be suicide to send another normal soldier via rocket, so it's probably carrying weaponry. Akuda's almost certainly going to try to attack us again, so we need to be ready to fight back.
Da Vinci, what about summoning more servants? I believe enough time has passed that we should be able to be more than possible to do so.
Yep, we're all set there. In fact, I just finished the summoning right now. Since we're going up against an empire that has stood for thousands of years and its emperor...
Yes! Let's go! Mordred! Spartacus!
And what's the other one? Janako, is that her name?
I don't know Janako at all. I know the other two, though, because they've been in animes. They're both from Apocrypha. Jinkei? Kinkei? Jinkei. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm so happy we get to see Mordred again. And I don't know Jinkei, but I know Spartacus was all about rebellion too. And then obviously the Knight of Rebellion, Mordred herself. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited we get to see Mordred again. Jinkei, he was famous for his failed assassination attempt on King Zhang of the Qin state, who later becomes Qin Shi Huang. Gotcha. So Jinkei, you are going to succeed this time. I decided to bring along 3 musketeer rebels. Musketeer rebels? Mordred, the rebel of the Round Table. What's up, guys? Spartacus, the liberator of the slave gladiators.
Death to all oppressors!
And Jinkei, the world's foremost expert in assassinating Qin Shi Huang. Wait, what? That's why you brought me here?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're trying to take down the Qin Empire, right? And Qin Shi Huang with it, right? You're giving me another chance to kill him, right? Oh, that is great. Really, definitely couldn't have picked anyone better for the job, but what's with the 3 Musketeers thing? You know my spirit origin, hell, even my noble phantasm has got to be stronger than ever thanks to the fame and tradition boosts, so how come I'm getting treated like I'm a second string? I mean, I don't have any objection to you choosing to summon me, of course. It's just... pitiful.
No, we all hate oppressors here. I would be honored to fight by your side in toppling this one, heroic spirit assassin Jinkei.
Hell yeah, my old man's fought Chaldeas a bunch of times too, you know. You said this guy's an emperor? No sweat then. I don't know about back-assward Roman province he rules, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances to off him. Is it just me, or does Spartacus' inability to make sense rubbing off on Mordred? I don't think so. I mean, true, she didn't always make the most sense in Camelot, but she was a huge help to us in London. Well, whatever. I'm just glad I'll have allies I can count on to help me out this time. Since I finally have another chance to end Qin Shi Huang's life with my own hands, nothing else matters.
Exactly. Let us bring oppressor to justice together.
Nobody plays king around me and lives to do it again. What? Well, at least they should still be help with Qin Shi Huang was... Wait, what? Qin Wuyang was. So, I hate to impose on you guys so soon, but the enemy's wasting no time coming at us. There's a servant headed this way, at high speed, along with... Huh? Hang on. There's more of them now. This is weird. I'm seeing magical energy signatures, but no vital signs.
Automata. Foot soldiers? No, I can see they're not human. Are those puppets? Perhaps some sort of automata? Correct. They may be silent, but they are soldiers nonetheless. Thanks to them, I am finally able to make use of their true skills as a general.
Those movements, I did not want to believe it was. Be careful, Saber. It seems they've added to their ranks as well. Hell yeah, they have. I don't know what this Lostbelt shit's about, but this is my battlefield now. Whatever you're trying to pull, you better believe I'm gonna smash it.
Well said. From now on, you need to contend with the Three Musketeers.
No, none of that. Shame on you. I guess Sparty really liked that name.
Dude, oh my god, I cannot wait for their dynamic, dude. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
Heroic spirits who delight in battle and bloodshed, huh? You make me sick. Make sure to finish them off this time, Saber. Don't hold anything back. Very well, Master. Then I shall end this with my secret attack.
Oh man. Shame is but an oppression to oneself. Liberate yourself from the shame. Crush that oppression.
落ち着いて普段通りに
The no, none of that shame on you is actually a Dragon Ball Z abridged reference? Really? What?
ですから今のうちに準備を腰が違うのです腰がチャンバラ仕事ガンガン行くわもちろんやりますお見せしましょう
Thanks for lurking, Hio, and thanks for hanging. Appreciate it. And Isminir too. Thank you, Kings. Yeah, the NA translators actually make occasional references to other media. That's sick. Another fight so soon. One of the events made a Doki Doki Literature Club reference. Oh, hell yeah, that's awesome. Oh yeah, he's a saber, so we can steal his MP. Let's go. Man, fuck off.
よしよし道を開けよ出陣であるこの仮面を脱ぐ
He's beautiful! Oh god, he's hot!
退け魔性ども
Oh, at least it's just a buff.
ファイヤートー兵法無尽お見せします
Musashi Zerker is a Unga Bunga farmer, huh? Yeah. Unga Bunga farmer, Unga Bunga bringer to fucking anything. Oh no, he's handsome. Musashi's useless now. Almost. Monka. Oh yeah, I'll check out the link in 1 second. Look away, he's too hot. Dude, we beat you twice now, just disappear. Curses! I cannot believe that even my leadership is not enough to defeat them. Wearing a mask to boost his leadership capabilities, a level of influence over his forces that borders on a curse. That saber's true name is the Prince of Lanling, also known as Gao Chenggong of the Northern Qi. Look at that! Thanks, chat. Saber, stand down. We're going to regroup. But we cannot win this battle after your noble phantasm failed. We need a wholly new strategy. As you wish, master. They suck. Is that what this whole Lostbelt's gonna be, pretty much, I'm assuming? Is just that the fucking master and the servant actually suck? If you beat the master dude 3 times, Akuta gives you free Chinese takeout. Let's go!
The following is a non-profit ban-based.
What did you say? 335.
No! None of that! Shame on you!
That's awesome. The enemy servant and master have retreated. Looks like we managed to survive again. Foo-foo! Are you alright, Max? It must have been difficult for you to be in combat given your condition. I'm fine, it's just a little fever.
That's our master for you. I applaud your mental mettle in not succumbing to this disease.
Meh, those soldier robot things turned out to be pretty freaking pathetic, huh? Can't believe this king used to fight his wars. I've seen scarier dolls. I thought they were supposed to be weapons. Yeah, I figured they'd never send reinforcements by rocket like that. Obviously, I was wrong. No normal flesh and blood soldiers can survive that impact, but it's no issue for these things.
Would it be possible to collect their remains? I'd like to study them further.
At a glance, they look a lot like the same kinds of automata that we fought dozens of times before.
I'm interested in their energy source. I think it may shed some light on this world's inner workings.
What is it, Nezha? Something on your mind? Yes, possibly. I would like to take a look at the remains as well.
Yeah, because she's like basically a homunculus made by the gods too, so I'm sure she's interested because of that. Oh, and she's from China, so she might be able to help out. I don't know. We saw your battle from here as well. You need not bother with a third attempt. Your servant alone is clearly no match for them.
I'm afraid not, Your Imperial Majesty.
Then we shall provide you with the further assistance, although these servants are indeed formidable foes. Another 100 or 200 foot soldiers are unlikely to make much of a difference. What of your Zhang Yu?
Lord Zhang Yu? But he's...
Indeed, even now he remains one of our most helpful retainers. But it is when facing an unknown enemy that he shines brightest. It would be a waste to keep him confined to Zhangyang under these circumstances, so we shall lend him to you, make good use of him.
I will, Your Imperial Majesty. Such unexpected delight. You are far too kind.
Still, sending Zhang Yu out to the front line will require some time to prepare. In the meantime, keep a close eye on Chaldea and continue to ensure they do not attempt to make any action against our empire.
Yes, Your Imperial Majesty.
Well, well, I've never seen Akuta get flustered before. Who knew she had such a girlish side to her? That said, I'm surprised you're bringing out Zhang Yu now, Your Imperial Majesty. Don't you think it's time to stop playing around?
What?
What a strange question. Do you...
Wait, wasn't Zhang Yu the one that assassinated, Qin Shi Huang? Wasn't that what we looked up earlier? I'm almost I thought that name was the assassin, was it not? That was Jin K? No, Jin K failed. I'm talking about the successful assassination. Wasn't that Zhang Yu? Oh yeah, he was a warlord, right? My bad, not assassinated, but killed. Yeah, Jinkei failed the assassination when the Empire was going, but then at the end, a warlord, is that the name? I think it was a warlord by the name of Zhang Yu killed Qin Shi Huang, right? Is that the correct history? I think. Let me Google it. Qin Dynasty again. How did it end? Warlord Zhang Yu. Yep. Warlord Zhang Yu in quick succession defeated Qin Shi Huang's army in battle and then executed the emperor. So it seems like Zhang Yu has been alive for 2,000 years and is probably the warlord of their army now, it sounds like. What a strange question. Do we appear to be treating this as a game to you, Koyanskaya?
Oh.
What did he call her? Koyanskaya? He keeps getting her name wrong. What a strange question. Do we appear to be treating this as a game to you, Koyanskaya?
It's Koyanskaya. If you truly see Caldi as a threat now, the sensible thing to do would be to wipe them out in a single overwhelming strike. And in your case, Your Imperial Majesty, you could accomplish that merely by lifting your little finger.
Yes, we could if we so desired.
And yet you still sent Akuta Hinako out instead. This latest decision may have seemed like you taking things a bit more seriously, but you actually have no reason to believe it will be a decisive blow. Be honest, Your Imperial Majesty, you aren't testing Caldia, you're testing Akuta Hinako, aren't you?
Indeed, we can quite clearly see that the threat the Chaldeans pose stems from being backed into a corner, so to speak. What we have yet to see is how Akuta will behave when she believes she has found a means to defeat them.
Still doesn't trust Akuta or me one bit, huh? Well, I guess the king of this Lostbelt wouldn't be a fool, but I can't tell how seriously this whole thing is being taken. It's so much harder to read someone when you can't see their face.
So they can't see this person's face, and this person is the king of the Lostbelt. That aside, we understand these servants. We underestimated these servants. We thought they would be a little more than ghosts, but it seems they are quite skilled.
Yes, they are. The magecraft they use is very different from the sage arts your empire has cultivated.
So there's more to using servants than summoning the souls of the decorated heroes and commanding them?
The difference between mere necromancy and heroic spirit summoning is that heroic spirits make contracts and serve their masters of their own free will.
So these dead souls lend their strength in response to the existential threat faced by the world. Would you say that is correct? Chihuahua. Chihuahua.
Yes, exactly, Your Imperial Majesty, and once again, my name is Koyanskaya.
What a horrific proposition. To think your world was so perilous, it could even let the dead rest in peace. It could not even let the dead rest in peace. We would never permit such things to exist in our domain. Those who meet glorious ends would never think to threaten the peace of our world.
Oh, I'm sure. I doubt something like the counterforce would even take root here.
Oh, that's why there's no why we couldn't summon heroic spirits from this Lostbelt earlier when we tried to summon from the Throne of Heroes. The Throne of Heroes just didn't exist. We dislike the idea of these guests trespassing about with their ghosts doing whatever they please. Fortunately, we have heroes sleeping here who are far more ferocious than these mere ghosts. Is that not correct, Captain of the Guard?
Indeed, Your Imperial Majesty. Given this potential to our nation, I suggest we summon the ones sleeping in Mount Lee.
Yes, perhaps you are right. Some basic precautionary measures should suffice. We command that the frozen heroes be awakened.
Yes, Your Imperial Majesty.
Oh, does that mean you're finally taking this seriously?
What's up, Unafraid? Chinese Lostbelt, what's up? Burn every book. There's never enough book burning. There was enough burning in Salem, damn it.
また暑い夏がやってきました。
I can't wait to see more of this servant dynamic, man. Please, no more babies in the Lost Belts. Go, go, gaga! That old man voice does not fit him at all, but please continue doing it. There is a lot of voices I do that don't fit the characters, but I do them anyway. No more babies. Man, that was one hell of a quarrel. Keep this up and one of you is gonna end up dead. A quarrel? I think you misunderstand. We were genuinely risking our lives. Huh? Well, why is that? For that matter, why'd you hit those guys so hard anyway? I mean, I know they started it, but still, you guys must really hate each other. Pardon me, forgive the interruption, but have you seen these automata before? Nope, never. What are those things anyway? At first I was freaking out because I thought you'd killed them. But then I saw they didn't bleed even when their limbs broke off, so I thought they might be scarecrows, but making scarecrows that complex seems kind of pointless, so now I don't know what to think. Come on, what kind of scarecrow would go around picking fights? Good point. Mr. Max, could I have a word with you on the shadow border? Babies aren't real. They are a big pharma conspiracy to sell Ritska psychiatric consolations. David's been here for a while. He's been lurking in the background. I saw his name and I was like, David. That's one of the master's names. Tell me, what do you make of these villagers' reactions? They seem pretty laid back, and also like they've never seen technology before, similar to like Lostbelt 2. They kind of remind me of Lostbelt 2. Like they've been living in peace for so long that they don't really know what to make of violence at all. They're very laid back. They really took all this in stride, maybe too much so. Indeed. They seem to be completely oblivious to the danger. They were far more worked up when they found us trampling their fields. I can understand how they might regard our fight with the Akuta as something that doesn't concern them, but the same cannot be said for these mechanical dolls. Akuta Hanako did not bring these over from proper human history. This technology is foreign to us. What's more, Zanyang clearly sent them to her to reinforce her. All this leads me to believe that these automata are a type of weapon native to this world, and yet, the people who live here claim never to have seen them before.
So what? Maybe these are just a bunch of backward country bumpkins.
Fo-fo? We can assume that Akuta has formed an alliance with this world's ruler, just like we've seen in previous Lostbelts. For the moment, let us further assume that this ruler is in fact Qin Shi Huang. If true, it is certainly sensible that he would send these automata to aid her in battle. It then stands to reason that on seeing us fight the nation's armed forces, these farmers would see us as a threat and treat us accordingly. And yet, that proves not to be the case. In which case, I can only draw one conclusion, which is that these villagers are so wholly ignorant of war that they do not even know weaponry.
Say what? Is that even possible?
It is. However, we all saw that fight or flight reflex tended towards the former on our initial encounter. So while I doubt that this world is completely devoid of danger... Do you hear that racket outside? Monka.
It's more of those strange monsters!
Why are you freaking out? Isn't that the supervisor's job to get rid of things like that?
How the hell am I supposed to chase off things away with a stick? Please, travelers, you've got to help us.
Indeed, I believe we should lend a helping hand here as well.
Alright, moving to intercept hostiles. Foo-foo!
Wait a minute, these aren't the rice fields. Remember, servants can't have babies. You know where the dojins come from. Whoa! Lostbelt 2 now. Oh, look! Whoa, that's actually sick. Look, they have NFF stickers on them. I just realized. I don't know if the other ones did, but these ones, I definitely see the stickers. Look, see on the shoulders of the beast and then on the chest of the giant, it says NFF. Koyanskaya. What's up, Juan? How you doing?
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
Are you fighting Koyanskaya employees? I don't know if they're employees. More like she just basically grabbed a bunch of wild animals from different Lostbelts and let them free here. They're gone now, whatever they are. Capitalism is attacking China. Doing well, just finished Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Oh, hell yeah. I've heard that's pretty good. Just watching all my dudes Lostbelt crumble while eating popcorn. Let's go.
Those creatures aren't native to this land either. No, they weren't. That was a Jotun, a type of giant we fought in the Scandinavian Lostbelt. Well, this just keeps getting weirder, huh? A few of them are running away, so they probably got a nest somewhere around here. A nest? Yeah, better track them down and wipe them out, or things are just gonna get way worse around here, seeing how this village has shit for all defenses.
Oh, man, you guys really are amazing. I can't believe you took care of all those scary monsters just like that. There's nothing like
I love doing Spartacus's voice, dude.
There's nothing I like more than shielding the weak. I hate to think of us as weak, but I can't blame you. The only way we could have won this is with the Heavenly Emperor's divine aid. I see. Then the reason you supervisors wield this weapon is indeed solely to defend this village? That's right. Not that we have a lot to do, of course. Usually the most we... Wait, what'd they say? I hate to think of us as weak, but I can't blame you. The only way we could have won is with the Heavenly Emperor's divine aid. I see. So then the reason you supervisors wield weapons is indeed solely to defend the village? That's right. Not that we have a lot to do, of course. Usually the most we have to worry about is chasing off the odd stray dog or boar. Well, that and helping the occasional drunkard cool off too. What about invasions from foreign countries? Are you not concerned about those? Foreign countries? You know, the places foreigners come from. Remember how the elder used to tell us they heard of places other than here when we were just a kid? Just a moment, please. What exactly do you mean when you say foreigners? Oh, what do you mean? I'm not sure what to say. We've just heard rumors that say they look just like us, but they're actually monsters that are scarier than the boar. And that they like to eat our liver instead of our crops. That's why we thought you were going to eat us when you first showed up. Sorry about that. I see. Now I understand.
Babylon Knight, appreciate the follow. Complex Messiah, what's up? Thanks for chilling. How you doing? Imagine if Chaldea wasn't here, Jotuns and Kritchats being in other Lostbelts would have actually happened because the Lostbelts would collide and then inevitably fight each other. Yep. That's a good thing to keep in mind, Jason. Thank you. Just rolling free to play because I'm bored? Hell yeah. Good luck. The people of this Lost Belt have no concept of separate nations, or at least their only knowledge is deprived from distorted ancient legend and hearsay.
So what? You're saying the probably Qin Empire dominated this entire world? You're kidding. Is it even possible for people to put aside their ethnic or religious differences to make that happen? So that's why they've never seen soldiers before, let alone war.
That means this world is perfectly peaceful, that not only do people not need to arm themselves, they do not know what weapons are. This country is the ideal nation made reality. Can you even imagine such a thing?
What the? Oh, that's so cool. These are the statues from the that I looked up from the Qin dynasty. That's so cool. In the background there, see the statues? What the fuck?
I have arrived at Mount Li, Your Imperial Majesty. Which warrior would you like me to unseal?
If this were a foreign expedition, it would be no matter if they were somewhat free-spirited. But since this is a domestic matter, we would prefer not to use someone too rambunctious.
Then you are saying we should not evaluate our warrior on combat ability alone?
If they were to incite a rebellion, we could not keep an eye on them and Chaldea at the same time. For example, do not even think about releasing anyone like the Toyan brothers. They could get carried away and try to take over the Empire for themselves. We need a warrior who is not only brave, but also kind and modest. One who is fiercely loyal to this Empire and its people, and who will defend them at all costs. We would like to choose this warrior, Captain.
Me, Your Imperial Majesty? Are you sure you want me to handle such an important task?
Why else would we send you over? Why else would we send you, our captain of the guard, all the way to Mount Li? Surely you are aware that reviving a frozen hero carries some risk.
Well, yes, of course.
Something could even go wrong with their mind during the unsealing, causing them to fly into a rage. It would be bitterly ironic if we were to release a hero for the purpose of preventing a war, only to have them transform into a disaster incarnate. So we deemed it prudent to have you present for the unsealing in the event such a danger did present itself. Do you understand?
So, you're saying you want me to deal with them in case they happen to go berserk?
Indeed. This hero must be strong enough to defeat those heroic spirits from another world, but not so strong that you would be unable to stop them in such an unfortunate situation. With all these requirements to consider, would you not prefer to choose this hero yourself?
I see. Your kindness and wisdom humbles me, Your Imperial Majesty!
He sounds like he's about to die. Good. That was kind of what I was going for. Dude, fucking, like, like, dude, a warrior that's, like, over the age of 100, but is still somehow badass as fuck. I know, right? I love Spartacus in this.
Frozen heroic spirits, Interesting. I see you have yet another impressive card up your sleeve.
Mount Li is the jewel of our empire. It is the
Mausoleum, where the brave warriors who once fought by our side now sleep in peace.
True, it's always tricky figuring out what to do with the brutes you use to establish a new regime. Short-sighted, short-tempered, rulers tend to go on their whole "you have outlived your usefulness" route and just off their servants. But not you, your Imperial Majesty. How clever of you to literally keep them on ice so they can be useful to you again.
These warriors deserve to be praised for all eternity for their help in establishing peace. That said, we cannot bestow all of them with the same immortality we possess. While there is a little that can be done to cushion the shock they experience whenever they are awakened and see how much has changed, fighting on a new battlefield has become a common enough occurrence for them that they are now accustomed to it. What do you think? Do you not agree? It is a much cleaner system than your heroic spirits.
Oh yes, I can't wait to see what happens next. I've always loved the word freeze.
That voice catches you every time. The English voiceover is golden. Someone pay this man. Especially the baby voice I did in Shimosa, right? Demonic beast of a strange land. Okay, I think we'll finish this note and then call it good for the day. Another unknown servant, okay. We still haven't moved, dude. We've just been sitting out in this field this whole time. They just keep... We've fought like 3 times now, and we just have been sitting out in this field. You want to know if there's a place around here known for its cold? Yes, both types of monsters that have been attacking recently hail from frigid climates. Did these people not even notice the NFF services on it? It stands to reason, then, that they have fashioned a nest somewhere nearby that is suitably cold. Can you think of any such place? Can't really think of much that's near here.
Maybe he means a place beyond the village border fence? Well, it's hard to say since nobody ever goes there. Hold on. None of you have ever been outside the village, not even once?
Well, no, it's prohibited for one thing.
Yeah, most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor decreed that we're not supposed to change residences without permission.
Come to think of it, there was that time when around 10 people wandered in after their village flooded, but even then, most glorious and majestic Heavenly Emperor decides where refugees like that will go, so they never want for anything.
We thought you guys were refugees at first too.
Then this is not a village, but a cage. Curse these oppressors. I'm so mad I could dance.
But really, why would you even want to leave the village?
Yeah, we have everything we need right here. Why would we just wander off to some place we don't even know?
Are you truly okay with that? Well, yeah, I know I've never really thought about going outside the village before. I suppose this is the inevitable result of living in a single place where all one's needs are met.
Hey, mister? Have you got a minute?
What is it?
Well, would you mind if we talked over here?
So what's this about?
Okay, so don't tell the grown-ups about this, but I might know a cold place nearby. You do? I know it's wrong to break the rules, but I can't help it. I want to know what it's like outside the village.
Great. So here's the kid that goes against the rules in this Lostbelt, and we're gonna get to know him probably, and then he's gonna fucking be erased from existence by the end of it.
So sometimes I sneak out to go exploring when everyone else is busy working the fields. I know just how you feel. There's just something enchanting about the outside world. Really? Do you like exploring too, mister?
Yep, I love it.
I knew you would say that, Senpai. You always enjoy meeting new people after all. I see. I guess you and me are a lot alike then.
What's the word I'm looking for? the necessary trauma child that comes with every Lostbelt.
So, what can you tell us about this cold place? Well, I haven't been there in a long time, and I only went once, but I remember there was a dark and chilly spot in the forest not too far from here. I remember it being really creepy. If I were a monster, I'm sure that's where I would live.
To be fair, I don't think Lostbelt 1 had that. Nah, we had Patsy in Lostbelt 1. He was our problem. He was our trauma child. They just had furries. Our trauma furry.
Oh ho! So you found a lead on the Crypters nest, have you? That should be very useful. Well done. This puts Koyanskaya squarely in our sights. I've got you by the tail now, you little minx.
I agree we should take care of this nest sooner than later, but what about Akuda? I'm pretty sure she's keeping careful watch of us and just waiting for another chance to attack.
Wasting time in a deadlock with her will not help us. For the time being, we need to focus on any possible lead that will bring us within reach of Koyanskaya. If we leave after dark from the opposite side of the village where Akuda attacked, we should be able to sneak out. Someone will need to stay behind to protect the Shadow Border while we're gone, just in case. Even so, it is worth the risk dividing our forces to investigate the possible demonic beast nest.
Well, then we gotta figure out who stays and goes. We should be part of the expedition team, Holmes. No point in a detective holding down the fort, right?
Setting aside for a moment that armchair detectives are, to use the modern parlance, very much a thing, I am forced to concur that this investigation must be conducted on site. Very well then. I will go and investigate this nest. Fortunately, my wounds have completely healed now. Mr. Max, I would like you to lead this expedition. Left to my own devices, it is entirely plausible that I may become so engrossed in solving this mystery that I will take another tumble over a waterfall.
I'll come along too, Senpai. Please say you'll do it. In that case, why don't we choose the last expedition members, Max? We've sure got no shortage of options. Who do you want to bring?
Come with us, Spartacus. Would you come with us, Jinkei? I need Spartacus.
Very well. I am used to fighting fearsome beasts thanks to my time in the Colosseum. Leave it to me.
In that case, I'd like to come along too. I think you'll need someone a bit more able to finesse matters than a berserker.
Oh, we're getting both of them.
Then Mordred and I will hold the fort. If you want Nezha and me to come and go what? If you want, Nezha and me could go squish anyone who says we couldn't take on a crypter chick while you're out demonic beast hunting. Just focus on keeping the Shadow Border safe, okay? Please? Yeah, I was just kidding. Freaking fun police over here.
By the way, if you finish this section today, you'll be close to 40% done. Oh, hell yeah. Perfect.
Wow, riding around on the shoulders almost feels like flying, Spartacus.
Even familiar scenery can seem completely different when viewed from a new perspective. That small change can help you see new things you've never noticed. Sometimes you see...
Fuck. I need to hear his voice again. Fate, Apocrypha, Spartacus moments. They have an English dub? He just sounds like a murderous fucking beast, dude. It was a non-choice. Yeah, they would have both came along. Sag.
Sometimes you see the beauty and goodness you overlooked. Others, you see the evil and cruelty you cannot ignore. It is all part of growing up.
That's a lot of words. I think what Spartacus is trying to say is that you're right to want to see the world outside your village. I am?
You are, my little rebel.
I wish I was as tall as you, Spartacus.
That will come with your training. I wasn't much bigger than you when I was your age, you know.
Really? And then I can actually be like you someday, Spartacus?
Of course you can. Anybody can be like me. Life is a rebellion against adversity. Adversary.
I was a little worried about having a child lead the way, but Spartacus is actually pretty good with him. Who'da thought? He is, and since he's carrying the boy on his shoulders, we're making good time. That said, we can't go too quickly, or Max will have trouble keeping up. Don't push yourself too hard, alright, Max? If you get tired, I'll give you a piggyback. I'll do my best. I can see more farmland up ahead. Is that a neighboring village? Oh, we could save time if we go through it, but I'll get in trouble if someone notices. Maybe we should go around. Hey, do you smell that? Yes, there's a definite smell of blood on the wind.
Ah, yes, I suppose that would make sense. If the monster nest is in fact where the boy is taking us, then we are moving along the same path the monsters themselves did. Any village along this way surely will be subject to these beast depredations.
Boy, go find yourself a place to hide and stay until we get back. We won't be long.
Okay, be careful, alright? Damn! This is awful. What a gruesome sight. From the look of things, I don't think there were any survivors.
Be careful. I can smell the foul stench of those man-eating beasts.
Yes, they are still close by. They will no doubt have noticed our scent by now.
And there they are. There's a lot of them too.
Just as well. If we do not take care of them now, they will go and hunt for prey in other villages.
Let's do it. Your orders, please, Master.
Farming time. That's a cute emo.
Where's the Jiggly Wiggly hacks? No! Hacks, you lost it. It's gone! No! Hostiles eliminated. The battle is over. Now these people can rest in peace. I'd like to think they can, at least.
What is it, Sir Detective? Have you noticed something?
Master Max, how did this latest battle feel for you? I thought I saw some weird tattoos on those crit chat. Yes!
Yes, those markings were so odd that I can't form a clear picture of them in my mind, but I did see them.
Pay those no mind. Their behavior is what concerns me. In particular, the fact that they were clearly trained for combat. And not combat with the other animals, but with humans. Their loss of strength is most certainly due to the change in environment. For creatures accustomed to the cold, even this weather must seem oppressively hot. Still, they were working as a team, not like a pack of wild animals either, but a trained unit.
Then,
someone had to have gone in through the trouble to train them.
It's early yet to be certain, but yes, it does seem likely.
They literally have NFF services tattooed on them, bro. Do you think Koyanskaya is behind this? Yes.
If she is, that would raise its own questions, namely, when did she have time to do so?
The answers will surely become apparent in time. Fortunately, they leave footprints we can follow. Good point. At least we know we're going to be in the right direction. I'll go get the boy. Meet us outside the village. No one so young should be able to see something like this. I didn't know Spartacus was so kind. He might not look like it, but his purpose was always to protect the weak. Once he believes someone needs protecting, he will do anything to keep them safe. Of course, that often ends in him sacrificing anyone and everything to do so. I guess that's a berserker for you. They're nothing if not committed.
Holmes has never seen a pack of wolves hunt.
Ooh.
Oh, so Akuda's got a camp right outside our fields.
It's just up ahead. There's this huge hole in the ground. You can use it to get inside.
I see. They've taken residence in a cave.
It's really cold and dark inside. I got scared, so I didn't get very far in before I turned back. It seemed like it was really deep though, because it was echoing like crazy. That does seem like it would work for a good home for monsters who prefer the cold. Forget sounds like we're obviously in the right place.
I see. We're surrounded. How exciting.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more alert.
While you were absolutely a superlative navigator before returning to the front lines, Miss Kirillite, I cannot blame Mr. Max for relaxing his guard now that now that you are back at his side once more.
Aren't you guys scared? Oh, don't worry. This journey would have ended ages ago if everyone here couldn't crack a joke in the face of more major peril. What? Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like.
みんなついてきて。熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドワーズ。やだな。兵法無事。
剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごとくクジラの大入道ご剣とイグ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
早炊きですよ。カルウェル。早炊きですよ。カルウェル。翔太。ここにかけて。
Oh yeah, sexy! My name is Musashi Miyamoto!
鐘の音が聞こえる。
Too easy.
This is strange. I thought the Crypters and giants would have been living in different places.
Indeed, Crypters destroyed that village, but we followed their tracks only to find giants. Now I wonder what we will find in that cave.
There's only one way to find out. Just stop standing around here thinking won't get you any answers, Sir Detective.
What about the boy? Don't think it's too dangerous to bring him in there with us.
Be that as it may, we cannot let him return on his own either. There's no telling how many demonic beasts could be lurking nearby.
Then we need someone to stay behind and guard him. No, you can't do that. You all need to stick together if you're gonna fight these monsters. Take me with you. I'm sure I'll be safe as long as I stay close to Max. I guess that makes sense, yeah.
I'm proud of you, boy. You have the spirit embracing adversity like this. You have faced the fears oppressing you and rebelled against them. Come with us. I will be your shield and guide and sing a song of triumph in your honor.
Indeed. We are not called heroic spirits for nothing. I promise we will not let your bravery go to waste. Ah, you are alive and grinding through Lostbelt 3, huh? Yep. How you doing, Trekon? Spartacus sounds like Patrick the Star with the list. I was exactly going for a Patrick. Like, I was trying to think of, like, big, strong, idiot airhead, but, like, super fucking, like, able to, like, freakishly large strength. And I was trying to think of, like, a combination between the unibrow Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie and Patrick Star.
Buttered toast.
Hopefully we finish this Lostbelt next stream so we can speedrun Oku. Yup. That's the plan. Yeah, I'm gonna be busy Saturday night too, so we definitely gotta finish it before Saturday. That's the plan. And then hopefully Sunday we can stream like all day and do Oku. That's the plan at the moment.
Well, this answers one question. Take a look. Over here, we have giant tracks, and over here, we have Kritchat dung.
Does that mean they've been living here together?
Much as I would like to laugh the notion off, we have seen ample evidence of their cohabitation. These demonic beasts have been quite thoroughly altered. So much so that they have begun sharing their territory alongside different species.
So, someone's been going around with domesticating the same beast that led their Lostbelts getting pruned away. Pretty horrible hobby.
And of course, there is yet a more significant question. To what end?
Maybe they don't have an end in mind. You said Koyanskaya went around the other Lostbelts tormenting innocent people for kicks, right? Maybe releasing man-eating beasts into a peaceful agricultural villages with no defenses is just more of that. Oh, I think they've spotted us, preparing for combat.
The claps. What is that emote? That's cute. The smirk. Whoops! I didn't mean to use that.
櫓のごとくクジラマ大入道ご見参イグ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
Nasu, when thinking about how to save new assets, I am such a fucking genius.
Damn! Damn! It's not easy fighting so many of them at once. And they just keep coming.
Well, our initial goal was to exterminate the Crypters, so this is more than less inevitable.
Take care of that boy, Spartacus.
No problem!
I love fucking voicing Spartacus for some reason. Just making him sound like fucking like a mix of Ed and Patrick Star is fucking too funny to me.
運命にかけた戦いである。今のうちに準備し。圧倒します。
Takuchi, when he designed the Valks, all just make the same character but with different hair. Yeah. I probably butchered their name. I fucking always say it wrong. I know who you're talking about though. They're the original Fate Stay Night artist, right? The one that does all the. I'm pretty sure I have one of their art books somewhere. The anniversary art book. With it, like 99% of all the art in there is all Saber. Yeah, they're the OG Fate Stay Night artist and friend of Nasu. He's also the CEO of Type Moon. Wait, really? So even though we give him shite, yeah, he's the one making all the executive decisions. Damn. That's cool. They're like, I mean, it would make sense they were friends because they've been working together for so fucking long.
もちろん。
剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごとくクジラマ大入道ご見参イグ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
Sorry that this week at Bungie just dropped. I think they're finally fucking nerfing some shit that's been OP for a long time. I'm hopefully a little excited. I'm curious. I really hope they're not gonna fuck with the resilience changes, man, because I just worked so hard to get a bunch of resilience fucking armor. They have a whole anime backstory. They've been friends since high school. He's pretty much encouraged Nasu to show his writing to more people because before Nasu was he was self-conscious about it and only showed it to because of the friendship they had. Aw, that's sweet.
先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
Anime backstory, baby.
Retreating? That can't be right. There must be more to this.
I agree. In fact, their whole style of combat was odd. Yes, this goes well beyond sharing territory. They're even fighting as a team.
We can now be certain beyond any doubt that someone is controlling them.
Then, do we think we'll find Koyanskaya further inside this cave?
I do not imagine we will be quite that fortunate, but we should go to meet whoever called them off.
Once we've taken them out, that should stop these monsters from attacking other villages.
Do you mind if we continue onward, little rebel?
Okay. You'll keep me safe, right, Spartacus?
Of course I will. As long as you are prepared to face your fears, nothing can stop me.
You play JP? No, I'm NA only. My wallet cannot handle more than one account.
The Ortnex's sensors are picking up an impossible amount of magical energy up ahead.
Don't tell me it's... Diavoltron? Don't tell me it's a fire giant.
No, far stronger, and unless my instruments are completely broken, there are 2 of them. Does that mean we finally found the boss? I'm not sure. Their spirit origin patterns tell me they must be demonic beasts. What's more, they're almost identical to the data from Diavoltrons and the fire giants we fought before. But the sheer amount of magical energy they possess is insane, and on top of that, the reading is still going up.
Hold it. Do you hear that? What an awful sound!
You think those monsters we fought earlier came here to feed?
Just so I am certain I understand, Miss Kierlight, you said the Ortnex's sensors picked up 2 signals?
Yes, that's right.
If there are only 2, then where did the other demonic beasts go?
It reeks in here. I can't believe these things.
Indeed, they're eating their own kind!
The Diavoltron is eating the Trichat, and the Musepole is eating the other giants.
There is ample precedent for cannibalism in the natural world, but we certainly never saw this happening in either Russia or Scandinavia. Furthermore, if this is the source of their increased magical energy you noticed, then these are no ordinary predators. To gain the strength of those they consume this quickly, they would have to be soul eaters.
Then they had the ones we were fighting retreat so that...
Yes, so most likely it was to make these 2 more powerful for the final battle, though it remains unclear whether these 2 gave them order to retreat themselves, or if those who retreated did so on their own accord.
Looks like they're done with their meal, and they're looking at us like we're dessert. This bloodlust reminds me of the demonic beast we fought in Uruk. I thought so too, Master. Those demonic beasts must really hate humans. I'm not sure about the significance of that, but we can worry about that later. Right now, it's time to get rid of these demonic beasts once and for all. Your orders, please, Master.
I know this is late, but I mean 2 of my dudes. Wait, what? Laughs in iTunes. Oh, because of that. Okay, I get what you mean now. Because they took away the ability to buy St. Quartz on JP now, right? Proto Merlin is mine.
剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごとくクジラ
Easy clap, baby.
大入道ご剣だいざ魔剣破り受けたまわるせいトヨピー超特急でさよならね兵法めち上がっているよお見せしましょう剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごとくクジラも大入道ご剣だいざ魔剣破り受けたまわるそこです圧倒しましょうシガーホー輝き先に進みましょう宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます
Both hostiles are down. There are no other threats here. I guess that's that then.
I'm afraid not, given that we are still no closer to finding Koyanskaya. I believed it was possible that she may be the one training these demonic beasts, but the evidence is, as yet, inconclusive. I never thought I would see demonic beasts cooperating like this.
Yeah, I was sure we would find Koyanskaya here controlling them. But she is the one who brought these creatures here, right? But they wouldn't be here at all if she hadn't brought them, right?
I believe that is a safe assumption, given the lack of alternate suspects, but we still don't know why she set them free after doing so.
Huh? What do you mean?
Take a closer look at these piles of bones, Miss Kierlight. These beasts have been devouring their kin since well before today. They have been sending the runts of the litter, so to speak, out to hunt, then stealing their magical energy for themselves. As ecologies go, it resembles the dead apostles. No ordinary species would depend on such twisted survival strategy. These beasts had no other choice. They desperately needed to find a way to survive after being completely cut off from the proper habitat.
I don't remember the Jotnar or the Kritchat being able to directly convert their prey into magical energy before.
They may have been forced to learn that ability to cope with the massive change in the environment, or perhaps Koyanskaya gave it as another form of enhancement. If that is so, then the larger question remains, why would she go through all the trouble just to have them fend for themselves now?
What a strange woman. I honestly have no idea what she could have been thinking.
I was hoping to find evidence of her motives, but unfortunately the trail has gone cold once again. I can only summarize she has her own reasons for traveling between Lostbelts, a formidable foe. Are you alright, boy?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just over here watching anyway. You guys really are strong. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. I'm sorry, I wasn't more helpful.
Standing your ground and watching over others is a show of strength and bravery on its own, boy. You have nothing to be ashamed of.
Thanks. Jinkei? What are you doing? Well, you guys said that these things could be brewed into decent booze, right? I'm not usually one for cutting up monster corpses, but if there's booze to be found, is this it?
I see. They're secretory glands, yes. You can preserve them properly. I imagine Da Vinci could make whatever is within it drinkable. We certainly did plenty of toxic extraction in Russia, after all. I must say, though, between you and that servant who drinks everything in sight, I confess I struggle to understand. How can you still be hungry after seeing that? It doesn't matter what, you still look like, Sir Detective. There are few things sweeter to warrior than a victory toast.
This way we'll be able to have a nice souvenir to bring back to the village. Of course, neither Senpai nor I are of drinking age, but that aside, come on, let's go back.
Dude, they have the NFF logo on it. Of course it's Koyanskaya. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jesus, dude. They even mentioned it. Like, it'd be one thing if they were just, like, only had it there for gameplay purposes. But, like, our character literally mentioned. They got some weird tattoos on them. Like, guys, hello. All right, let's keep going because I feel like that's not a good place to stop. We need like a good like shocker. This one's only one. This story node's only one arrow. Amidst the flowers a jug of wine. Amidst the flowers a jug of wine, I pour alone, lacking companionship. So raising the cup I invite the moon, then turn to my shadow, which makes 3 of us. Wow, lady, you've got a beautiful voice. What does that mean? Well, it means you're ever drinking by yourself among flowers. You can still have a companionship if you toast to the moon and raise to your shadow. You know, when you're out taking a walk at night, and you look up and see the moon and find yourself craving a drink, don't you think it makes alcohol all the sweeter? I've never had alcohol before, but I do like the moon. It's pretty.
I know what you mean. It's hard to put into words, but there's just something mysterious about it.
Oh no, not moon lore. So what, you always go drink in the flower fields, like whenever the moon's out? Haha, not me, silly. It was a man named Li Bai. Not to say I don't follow his lead every now and then. Huh? Wait, you said this Li Bai was doing his moon gazing alone, right? So, how do you hear what he said? Were you spying on him or something? No, of course not. He was all alone. I just learned how he drank and, how he felt in that moonlit flower field later on, through his poem. Oh, so this Li Bai guy told you about it later then? No, I never met him. I read his poem well after he first wrote it down, and many others had copied it. Wrote down? Yes, writing, you know. It uses symbols to convey language. It lets you record your own thoughts, ideas, and experiences for others to read, even if they live long after you're dead. That sounds awesome. I want to try that. That's great. There are tons of characters, but it's not so bad that you can just learn a few at a time. I know. Why don't we start with something simple, like the ones for father and mother? Father? Mother? What's that? I'm sorry, does he not have parents?
Parents? What are those?
I think she probably means whose womb he was born from?
I can figure out when I was born by counting backwards, but I don't know who might have been pregnant the year before.
I know how the hell how the hell are we supposed to remember something like that? Then, who raises the children?
We all do. When the kids have questions, whoever's free teaches them to till the fields. How lucky we are to have the Heavenly Emperor watching over us. Oh, and someone teaches them how babies are made when they're old enough.
I see, so that's how things work. Well, there are characters for everything, including things you see every day. So why don't we start with the ones like Light and Earth? Okay.
How tragic. This world's people have had their minds shackled and forced to live as slaves under the yoke of illiteracy. This is oppression. It is informative warfare of a wholly different kind. I will do whatever I must to throw off these chains. It must be nice being a servant and never having to worry about anything. Never mind that excessive empathizing with these people tightens the noose around our own necks. This is a Lostbelt. We need to defeat its Crypter, chop down its tree of emptiness, and cut off its future by sending it back to the pruning theoretical phenomenon. If all this will only leave you feeling guilty when it comes time for that, then you're better off not showing these people any kindness at all. Now, if you don't care about any of that and simply enjoy meeting new people, then knock yourself out. But I'm not so simple-minded. I'm well aware there's almost so much stress I can take. You're wrong, oppressor who has never known oppression. What was that? Vanquishing an opponent after you have helped to keep them weak is only another form of oppression. People deserve freedom.
Spartacus?
It is only when we have fangs with which we hunt and hope for the future that competition may begin. I am, of course, Max's servant. As such, I will do everything I can to fight for proper human history. That will never change. But, as a man who honors people's pride, I must also say this. We cannot just assume proper human history is the only one that deserves to survive. Have you lost your mind, man? No, wait, you're a berserker. This must be your madness enhancement speaking.
Easy there. Don't let him get to you. He's just as fired up after seeing how cowardly all these people are. He might be talking more than usual, but he's just saying that the same shit he always does. Berserkers can't understand him, can't change him.
Humans must never move forward in search of a better future. Master Max, have you yet to become an oppressor? Pay close attention to this world and how its people live their lives. You must see for yourself whether it is they or we who are fit to inherit humanity's future. Just as we now fight against our destruction, so too should they have fangs and claws of their own with which to rage against destiny's oppression. For justice can only be attained when two opposing rebellions clash.
So you think we should just step aside for them?
The coming battle will determine that, once it has. That is when I will take up the sword in rebellion. But if it happens that true human dignity is to be found here in this Lostbelt, then I shall bend the knee in service to China. Should that come to pass, the souls of those here must not still be bound by the chains of oppression. If they are to inherit the hopes and dreams of proper human history, we must teach them about poetry and our feelings. So please, do not admonish Jinkei for her actions.
While I cannot quite agree with everything Spartacus has said here, there is certainly no harm in being good on terms with the locals. I cannot imagine Miss Jinkei could merely stand by idly either, seeing these people toil away at illiteracy under Qin Shi Huang's rule cannot have sat well with her. Why not let her help them if she so wishes?
Yeah, she seems a lot happier that way too.
Fo-fo! Madness enhancement or not, it seems you are still a heroic spirit, and not shy about sharing your opinions either. You know, I once looked up to an indomitable gladiator Spartacus myself back when I was a lad, but never mind that. I can't help but notice it's only been 2 days since we got here, and we're no closer to finding an antidote, but we've still got time, right? Right?
Huh. Aw, shit. I love the music here.
As requested, Your Imperial Majesty, I have determined who I think to be our best 2 warriors and brought them back to from Mount Li.
So I see. Well done, Captain.
The first is Qin Shi Huang, the fearsome general who hails from Chongqing of Shuizhan.
Ah yes, the woman who commanded the White Cavalry.
Aw, shit. It is a great honor to serve you as your spear and shield again, Your Imperial Majesty.
We still have such vivid recollections of how gallantly you fought in the Bazhao Rebellion. We can't think of none better than you to fight in defense of our empire.
You are too kind, Your Imperial Majesty. Now that I have been reawakened after such a long time sleeping, I could ask for nothing better than to help you uphold your reign for another 10,000 years.
Excellent. We will hold you to that. Our empire faces an unprecedented threat. Use your mastery of the Ash Spear to disperse of those clouds looming over our land.
I will, Your Imperial Majesty.
Next, I brought you a strategist. I gave it a lot of thought and decided to go with your most loyal retainer, the one who served you longer than anyone else.
What the? Hanzing? Hello again, Your Imperial Majesty. It's me, Han Xin, your faithful right-hand man.
Oh ho, our most distinguished Han Xin. We may have many heroes at our disposal at Mount Li, but few who know us before we obtained this holy vessel. You are a living witness to the Qin's military history.
So, I'm guessing you woke me up for fight another war. Where are we invading this time? The desert? The ocean? No, wait.
Don't tell me! The moon! No, our war of conquest is long quite since complete. Your leadership in the Arctic War was crucial to defeating the Aztec Republic. What? Oh my god, this history is so whack. And our last great enemy, the Habsburg Empire, succumbed to economic sanctions. The world has long been at peace. Aww. I mean, that's wonderful to hear, Your Imperial Majesty. Who doesn't love peace? Still, a peaceful word is like a tidy room. It's bound to get dusty eventually. Indeed, so I'm counting on you to handle the cleanup once again. By the way, how's science progressed since the last time I was awake? Any new weapons I should know about? Ah yes, with the exception of our royal guards and the supervisors defending the fields, we have retired most of the flesh and blood soldiers. The bulk of our army is now comprised of automated mechanical soldiers. Mechanical soldiers? This is huge! We won't have to keep them fed or rested, and if one breaks, we can just repair it and send it back into the field. Oh, this changes everything. The possibilities are endless. New strategies, new tactics. It's enough to make my head spin. Oh! Hanzin, while you are much too unusual to be called a genius, tactical or otherwise, we have nothing but respect for your talent. Make full use of your strategic cunning and return with another victory to your name. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. You're too kind.
Oh my, his expressions are just as unique as the rumors suggested. No wonder Lord Hanzin is such a decorated general.
Wonderful. With these two, the Empire's defenses should be airtight.
Really?
The wave. All right, let's keep going. Nothing too interesting has happened just yet.
Zhang Yang just fired another rocket. It looks like it's aimed straight for us, just like the first one.
Think this one is more supplies for Hinako?
I doubt it. I'm guessing it's either a direct attack, or it's carrying soldiers that can handle a rough ride, like when Akuda and that prince first showed up.
Given that the civilization has produced humanoid mechanical soldiers, there is no telling what could be coming next. That said, there has been something strange about this Lostbelt from the very beginning.
Really? What is it?
When Caddock and Ophelia came to fight us with their servants, they tended to bide their time, waiting for us to be weakened by other enemies. But Akuda hardly waited for a moment before coming after us. Why do you think that is? Because there was no one else who could fight? That would seem to be the foremost possibility, especially since this world is so peaceful, its people are completely unfamiliar with the concept of war. It may well be that this Lostbelt's ruler has no military force capable of engaging servants.
Makes sense to me. Standing armies are nothing more than walking money pits. Keeping one around without an enemy to fight would just not make sense.
And if there's no army in this Lostbelt, and if there's no army here, this Lostbelt will be all the easier to deal with. While we should refrain from getting our hopes up, I believe we are about to see Zhang Yang's first attack since Akuda. This battle will tell us a great deal about this world's military strength.
Here comes the rocket, guys. Watch for impact. What's even the point of waiting for it to land? We know it's got enemies in it, right, Master? So why don't we just smash the thing out of the sky?
All right, go ahead and use your noble phantasm.
This is the evil sword that destroyed my father. Clarent Blood Arthur!
Hell yeah! Nailed it! It's not over yet. We're still picking up magical energy signals. Something's coming out of the wreckage. Gauging temperature. Evaluating magical energy release. Oh, is this a robot? Is it a robot, chat? Why is Mordred there? Because. Because. Yes. Should I do robot voice? Or is it not a robot? Yes? Okay, hell yeah.
Gauging temperature, evaluating magical energy release, threat level, minimal. That is not a robot.
That is not a robot, yo. What the fuck is that? Dude. What? What is that? I need to use the monster voice for that thing. What the fuck?
Gauging temperature, evaluating magical energy release, threat level, minimal, targets located.
Is that a person? Or a horse? Whatever it is, he's definitely not human, but what's with these readings? His magical energy pattern is closer to an automatron than a servant, but his values are off the charts. This guy's got to be as powerful as a dragon-class demonic beast. What?
Are you quite sure of that, Da Vinci? You're certain he is an automatron and not a living creature?
Trust me, I couldn't believe my eyes either. If he's really a machine, then these readings don't make any sense at all.
You're starting to scare me. What's so strange about that anyway? Unlike living organisms, a machine's output rises and falls based on its operational parameters. No one would be so foolish as to fully open the throttle on merely to leave the warehouse, right? All of this to say, the enemy is still just warming up.
But if it's giving off this much magical energy when it's still warming up...
That was one hell of a roar. I trust you measured that waveform, Da Vinci.
Oh yes, we've been up against a number of opponents with vast magical energy signals before, but none of them took on such small forms. Retreat! Retreat! Oh crap, it's too late! Hang in there as best you can until we can find a way to escape, guys. Whatever you do, don't go toe-to-toe. What the fuck? This shit looks like a fucking Dark Souls boss, dude. Ivan the Terrible, this guy, King Song for Dark Souls characters. Oh yeah. Dang, he beefy. For a berserker too, what the fuck? Owie! Owie, dude.
剣圧にて海を去る櫓のごとくクジラも大明道ご検査いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる
ここでまっすぐここでまっすぐ
Let's go. Damn, he's tough.
Such devastating oppression! How can I not rush to meet it?
Watch yourself, Spartacus. He'll cut you into ribbons if you just run at him like a jackass.
I see. So this is the extent of their capabilities.
Max, we've got another servant heading this way. It looks like it's Akuta Hinako's Prince of Lanling.
This is bad if he joins forces with the automation now.
Why did you go on the attack without us, Lord Zhang Yu? Oh, it's Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu? Did he say the Zhang Yu?
I needed to measure our opponent's abilities. That is all I can really do. I believe I have gained sufficient data in this encounter. We can begin our strategy meeting. Let us go to the camp. I will formulate a plan and lead us to a flawless victory.
Yes, Lord Zhang Yu. Allow me to lead the way.
Automaton.
They retreated, well. Fo. Yeah, more like they let us go. It looks like that thing stopped by just to check us out.
Just to check us out? You're joking. That thing was far more powerful than our servants. What in the hell was he?
Dunno. He didn't... Dunno, but he didn't even try to keep his true name secret. Zhang Yu.
So that was Zhang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Chu who vied with Liu Bang, the founder of Han Dynasty, for control of China?
Are you alright, Lord Zhang Yu?
I'm fine. It has been 2,048,000 hours since I last engaged in combat, and my chassis functioned without issue.
I was hoping you would never need to take up your swords again.
The Emperor has decreed I must. Combat may not be my original function, but this frame has since been optimized for it. As such, it is imperative I use to destroy the Empire's enemies.
Yes. Now that you're here, our victory is all but assured.
So those were the Chaldeans. They hail from the same world as you do.
They're our sworn enemy, invaders, who threaten the Empire's peace and prosperity. We can never coexist with them. Their goals and the Empire's are fundamentally opposed.
I see. They did seem surprised to hear that name, Zhang Yu. What you told me sounded impossible, but it would seem it really is true. There truly is a history where I am known as Zhang Yu.
That's right. A single wayward branch of history led to you being given the name Zhang Yu. And later generations knowing you as a human man.
Me? A human? How could something so bizarre come to be? No matter how many times you tell me, it never ceases to surprise.
That's how much China's history rippled out to the rest of the world, if the Emperor had passed away after a normal lifespan.
Enough. Merely imagining such a thing gives us chills.
Quiet, Your Imperial Majesty, my humblest... Quite, Your Imperial Majesty, my humble apologies.
So, tell us, how did you find your long-awaited return to the field of battle?
My calculations show a clear path to victory. Let me handle the particulars, and defeating Chaldea will be no trouble.
We see. Still, one can never be too careful. Thus, we have given Qin Yu a battalion and sent her to join you. Or Qin Yu. You will rendezvous with her and finish the enemy for good, ensuring a glorious victory for the Empire. Oh, wait, Your Imperial Majesty. As they say, cleverness has never been associated with long delays. Now that Lord Zhang Yu is with us, our victory is a foregone conclusion. I think we should move to eliminate Chaldeans as soon as possible. Surely you jest, Akuda. You have fled from them not once but twice now. Your tactical insight, such as it is neither necessary nor welcome. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, please forgive my outburst. Good. You are not to make a move until Qin Yu arrives. Until then, you will continue to monitor Chaldea and ensure they do not turn and run. As you wish. Fuck, bro. Automaton. For reference, that's 283 years. 200! 600 minutes. How long have I played FGO? 2 years. Or about 2 years. Okay, you said learning something in your you said you learned something in your analysis, Holmes? Thanks to the remains of the automata. Am I saying that right? Hopefully. Thanks to the remains of the automata we recovered earlier, I believe I have learned something. With Crown Prince Nezha's help, I examined their inner workings. And? Yes, they look like me. Their quality, however, is most unfortunate. Their mechanisms only imitate my own. There is much degradation. It pales in comparison to great Taiyi Zenrin's famed work. The sage Taiyi Zenrin and his lotus spirit. So then, you think these soldiers use sage arts as a base instead of science? Even so, I suppose it is impressive that they work as well as they do with makeshift parts instead of jewels of the old sage world. The key problem we face is that centaur-like creature, the enemy called Zhang Yu. What did you make of the combat footage I showed you, Nezha? Oh yes, this one is much more like I am than the clay dolls. I have not seen his interior, but I can say that much for certain. Many of his movements resemble my own style. Even though his form is so radically different from yours? I think those extra arms were bolted on later. His techniques still reflect a human-shaped body. If he had been made in that form to start, he would move much more naturally. I see. A true martial artist perspective proves most illuminating here. To crib from Holmes, this is just a preliminary theory, but I think he was originally a humanoid, patterned after my design, and that he became known as Zhang Yu after many further modifications. In addition, we know that the other mechanical soldiers are much weaker thanks to their mechanisms made less complex. Prince Nezha's body was made with the sage arts from this Shang dynasty, lost long before the age of Qin. However, if in this world, Qin Shi Huang managed to recover and gain an understanding of these arts, scientific progress could have subsequently have evolved them into something wholly different from what they were in proper human history. That could also explain how the Emperor managed to become immortal here, and why this Lostbelt has such an unusual technology.
This is no time to be admiring her handiwork. We should be asking ourselves what they are doing.
For some reason, they haven't made a move. They've just been monitoring us from their camp about 2 kilometers away. My guess is they're waiting for something.
This silence is rather unnerving. For the moment, I've asked Mr. Max to take his servants and remain on standby.
How dare they treat Zaya Sinrin's work with less respect than it is due. When next time we meet, I will show them the power of my fire-tipped spear. Damn, she pissed. Mayo, what's up? How you doing? What the hell was that monster? I couldn't believe how strong he was. Yeah, and he wasn't just some muscle-headed dumbass either. See, strength's actually a double-edged sword. If you're faster and more skilled than a stronger opponent, then you can still kick his ass up and down the yard. But that guy was, how do I put this?
His eyes were as cold as ice, a far cry from a mania of a battlefield. They were the eyes of the oppressor if I've ever seen them. He must be defeated, no matter the cost.
Yeah, he was frickin' cold-hearted, like he was just calmly assessing our every move. It felt like he was predicting exactly what we'd do, and what he needed to do to avoid every attack. Very creepy. It was well beyond martial arts. It was also strange that Prince of Lanling called him Zhang Yu. If Qin Shi Huang is still alive, I suppose it's not too strange that Zhang Yu might be too, since they lived at the same time. Yeah, they might have been both alive back then, but that thing we fought today wasn't even human. For that matter, why would Zhang Yu be a general working under the Qin Emperor? I mean, I only learned about this myself once I became a servant, but Zhang Yu was a central figure in the rebellion that destroyed the Qin dynasty after Qin Shi Huang died, right? Yep, that's what we looked up. I heard he competed with Liu Bang, the guy who went on to create the Han dynasty for control of China. Okay, let's say he was always born to fight. Would someone like that just bend the knee and serve Qin all meek and obedient? I'm afraid I've got even more bad news. There's a new army heading this way, and not a rocket this time. If these readings are right, it looks like they're on a wheeled transport. More reinforcements from the Zhengyang, huh? Yep, and the fact that they've been traveling by land means that they aren't just mechanical soldiers. This is a real flesh and blood army, led by an actual human general. Does that mean the Akuta have been waiting to rendezvous with them? Probably. I'd guess they plan to end this by combining those armies to absolutely crush us.
If they overwhelm us with sheer numbers, we will have no way of fighting back. This is certainly a rather dire predicament.
Oh, we can't even run away. There's nowhere we could hide in this wide open field.
If we can't run, then we should just wait for them to get here. Then we should make the first move ourselves.
Are you mad, you fool? You're not here to formulate strategy, especially not without asking me. Besides, you yourself how frighteningly strong that Zhang Yu monster is. Attacking first would be far too reckless. We can always retreat from the Lostbelt if necessary. Oh wait, I'll never be cured if we do that. We have to find a way to hold our ground. But then again, that Zhang Yu robot scares the hell out of me. What is he anyway? Some kind of living storm?
I see our self-proclaimed commander is pretty rattled too. Yes, it might be reckless to go on the offensive now, but if we just wait around for reinforcements to get here, we won't have a prayer. We should challenge that storm again. If nothing else, it's a chance to chip away at the enemy forces. You're always so calm and collected, Jinkei. If you think making the first move is the way to go, then we might have a chance. Alright, let's go on the attack. But be warned, I'm gonna be keeping a closer eye on Max's vitals than usual. Remember, we didn't come to China just so we could burn yourself out. You need to be real careful. Hey, as long as we take care of business before Max gets worn out, then it'll be all good, right?
Either way, we just stand here and wait for the reinforcements will run out of options entirely. I say we strike now while the rebellion is hot.
Alright, let's do our best, Master. Foo-foo!
Perfect voice for Spartacus. And the communicator, yeah, I got a few different voice changers I've been using.
Thank you. I'm glad it's entertaining. What? They've gone on the attack! That's right, the Master of Chaldea and his servants are charging in like fools. This is perfect. Not even the Emperor would stop us from engaging invaders.
Are you sure about this? We could remain on the defensive until reinforcements arrive.
No, the sooner we finish them off, the better. You're more than strong enough for that, Lord Zhang Yu.
Very well then, I will do my best.
I will join you, Hegemon King of Western Chu.
It would be an honor to fight beside such a legendary hero. This time, we're going to obliterate Chaldea and their master. Don't leave so much as a trace of them behind. Bullshit, dude. Oh, fucking 2 more turns of cooldown because of my sickness? You kidding me, Raimio? Hey, Cad, what's up? How you like Lostbelt 3? It's pretty good so far. I like how we've kind of just been sitting in this field, but like, just shit keeps happening. Like, they just keep throwing shit at us pretty much, but we've just been sitting in this field this whole time. The Zhang Yu is definitely an interesting character for the most part. I saw that guy and I was like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, Castor Artori and Musashi literally just trivializes everything. You'll get to learn more about him soon. Oh shit. Owie! God damn, dude. No, my supports! Fuck. Shit, man. Jesus, I should have put invincibility on him. I was debating that. Go, Mesh, go! Fuck, man, we're gonna have to redo this one. No backline? Yeah, well, I never know when you're going... You never know when you're going into a frickin' boss fight in this game, and it annoys the hell out of me. I don't even know what kind of NP this dude has. That thing came up just in time. Oh, nice. Feeling one buff block. Yeah, Uncle Mangu. It's AoE? They're all dead, bro.
力を持って山を抜き気迫を持って世を覆う我が武ここに示さ
Damn, okay, she still had her evade. I thought I got buff blocked. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, she has her guts. Calculated. Let's go, baby.
Shit! The enemy reinforcements are almost here!
I guess we were too late. What do you mean? We beat them. Fuck. That's enough. Both sides, lay down your arms. Huh? Her face. Oh my god, I love that sprite. What? But we've almost got them. Stand down, Akuta Hinako. The Emperor commands it.
What's the meaning of this, Your Imperial Majesty? I thought you were sending the Qin Shi Yu and her army as reinforcements.
Indeed, I was. I ordered her to find Akuta in Chaldea and lend her to aid to whichever side was losing.
You're kidding me. You're still being merciful to Chaldea? How many times do I have to tell you these barbarians are a threat to your entire empire?
Huh, barbarians, is it? It seems you've forgotten what we told you. So far as we are concerned, you and Akuta are every bit as barbaric as these Chaldeans. Be that as it may, we are beginning to get a clearer picture of matters here. The quarrel between you, Akuta, and Chaldea has nothing at all to do with us. You merely hope to use our territory as a stage to settle this quarrel. And so we are taking our time to assess both our allies and our enemies to determine who truly benefits our empire, and who is merely a useless interloper.
Well, of course Akuta and I have been useful to you, right, Your Imperial Majesty? We came here to serve as the Empire in our... We came here to serve the Empire in its hour of need.
Ah yes, that reminds us. What is this dire threat our empire faces? Is it the Chaldeans who have stumbled in like drunkards? Is it the invasion of Zhangyang, my capital city? What say you, Hanzin?
No, Your Imperial Majesty. The area that poses the greatest danger to the Empire lies outside that massive impenetrable storm. I speak, of course, of the entire rest of the world, as it is now cut off from Your Imperial Majesty's blessings.
Then what is currently our most pressing need?
That would be gathering information about the world outside the storm, and not by taking a stranger's word, but by sending out soldiers you know and trust.
Good. That is precisely what we had planned. We would expect no less from one of our most loyal retainers. Very well. How might we go about sending our soldiers into the storm to investigate?
I doubt that the ones who came here on their own will be of much help. Whatever ability that let them come from their world is most likely something they can only use on themselves.
And what of the more recent arrivals in our domain?
The Chaldeans seem to have crossed the storm using some kind of strange vehicle. So if we had that vehicle, we should be able to do the same, theoretically. We would need to learn how to use the vehicle, if not how it was built and how it functions, but once we do, it should serve as a transport the Empire's army to the outside world.
This Emperor is good. That's a surprising amount of clarity about the big and small pictures.
There you have it. Chaldea has a much more valuable bargaining chip than either you or Akuda. If you wish to negotiate with us, you will need to offer something of greater value. Tayun Skapon.
My name is Koyanskaya. Ugh, are you so much... Are you sure you aren't doing this on purpose, Your Imperial Majesty?
Of course. We thought we were doing you a kindness since you would surely dislike being called by the name you deserve. Or would you prefer we forego all consideration and call you Daji, Foxwoman?
Gasp!
Pardon me.
How? He was completely unarmed.
You grossly underestimated our intelligence. As well as our Imperial Guard's proficiency in Kung Fu. We are almost offended. She must have thought this was still the same China she enjoyed toying with as she pleased. Now then, let us begin our negotiations anew. Monka.
Hello there, foot soldiers of Chaldea. We trust you can hear our voice. Who said that? I think it's coming from Mash's shield.
I think it's coming from Mash's shield.
The voice of an empire is heard by all citizens, no matter where they may be. It will find them just as surely as the sun's rays. In this case, we are merely focusing on a magnetic beam upon that girl's shield, thereby causing it to vibrate. We could use anything of sufficient rigidity, but we assume you prefer your skulls not to rattle directly.
The voice of an empire? Then, does this mean...
We are prepared to hand over this Koya something or other person you have been seeking so desperately. You mean Koyanskaya? Correct. However, in exchange, you must agree to let us examine that vehicle of yours in detail. Accept this condition and we will guarantee you safe conduct in these lands. None will dare threaten you while you are under our protection.
I love that sprite expression of hers, dude. That shit's so funny. What? Your Imperial Majesty, what are you saying?
Akuda Hanako. If you had shown yourself capable of capturing that vehicle unharmed, we would not have resorted to these measures. But you have all but trumpeted your intention of leaving not so much as a trace of Chaldea behind. You fought to destroy them, Shadow Border and all, despite being fully aware that this is what we desired. Still, the Foxwoman aside, you have your uses, so we will treat you accordingly. We will not punish you merely for acting against our wishes. However, know that if you insist on continuing to war with Chaldea, you will face the White Cavalry's spears.
Be warned, if my Emperor commands it, I will show you no mercy. What would you have me do, Master? We have little choice but to accept this, for now.
Very well then, Chaldea. Now that we have all the time to calm down, what is your answer? Oh, and do note that our audio is not as crisp as our video. When you wish to speak to us, make sure that you face directly upwards and raise your voice.
For our part, just having another option for exiting this current predicament is more than we could have hoped for. Even if that option may cause other problems down the road. At this point, I believe capturing Koyanskaya and securing an antidote is far and away our highest priority. Though, of course, Mr. Max will need to make the final call.
Huh? Not me! Let's just keep your position to ourselves for now. Besides, that voice is speaking to Max. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be happy about being interrupted.
There's nothing we'd like more than a truce.
Good, good. A most reasonable answer. Now then, let us be certain of one thing before we begin to make arrangements. Do you know who we are?
You're Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of Qin. You're You're Julius Caesar.
Caesar? Ah, yes. The young man who attempted to profit from our invasion of Egypt. But do not mistake us for some common dictator. Our empire extends to this entire planet. We are the first and last emperor this world will ever know. So this empire even went to war with Rome and Egypt in this world. Yikes.
Did I do that?
Mail, appreciate the follow, thank you.
To begin, Qin Yu there has brought with her a number of engineers. You will admit them, along with their equipment, aboard the Shadow Border. How do we know they won't break anything? Very well then. We will have our engineers conduct their work entirely under Chaldea's supervision. However, be aware that they will not cease their investigation until they are satisfied with the results. We trust that you can work together in good faith. Any other questions?
Where are you speaking to us from?
Yeah, and I thought I heard you say something terrifying about magnetic beams? I'm speaking from directly above you, of course. Turn your heads upward, and it should be abundantly clear.
Directly above us? You mean those giant peacock feathers are his?
Yes, the Great Wall.
The Great Wall? But I thought that was built on the ground.
The ground? Ah, you mean that thing we once used to keep the Huns away? Just how out of date is your knowledge of China? There has not been a Great Wall on the ground since our empire absorbed all other nations.
Does that mean this empire no longer has any foreign enemies?
Correct. This entire planet is now our domain. As such, any outside barbarians that might pose a threat would have to come from beyond the sky. Naturally, we would not merely sit around waiting for such hostile visitors to arrive, or it would be too late to defend against them, so we decided to fortify our defenses ahead of time. This great feat of architecture was built over the course of 300 years. Perhaps you know that the original Great Wall's name meant the 10,000 li long castle? Well, this is far longer. If we were to measure it in li, it would be 131,424 li in length. I don't know how long that is. Man, where do I even begin picking that apart? You say you began space development in the 18th century? That's as preposterous as Gandhi dropping an atomic bomb! We admit we did believe that the only possible threat to our empire might come from the stars. But we must say, even we did not expect to face one of this particular nature. Indeed, it was a great shock to see those impenetrable storm clouds, if that is even what they are, suddenly appear around this area of China. We no longer receive reports from other parts of the Great Wall that extend beyond China. The only parts of that seem to function are those above China. The light of our glory once encompassed the entire globe, but now those accursed storm clouds have severed us from our own world, plunging it back into darkness. This is a tragedy. Without our guidance, our people will regress back to a state of chaos and violence. Thus, we must once again bring peace and harmony to the rest of the world.
That's why you want the Shadow Border?
Yes. That said, that single vehicle alone is insufficient to our purposes. We will need to produce vast quantities of them, and of greater sizes capable of carrying much larger cargo, and so we shall require blueprints. Ah, so that's why you want us to let your engineers analyze it. Given that you are able to pass through a storm that permits no physical interference whatsoever, we assume you were able to pass through void space. I'm impressed. I can't believe you figured that out at a glance. We understand the theory, of course, but cannot imagine how it was actually achieved, and so we wish to learn how this conveyance was constructed. Ideally, we would like to confiscate it and disassemble it to be thorough, but this would be a great inconvenience to you, would it not? So we are willing to compromise and simply work on data alone. Consider this a display of our benevolence.
But the world outside the storm is...
Ah yes, Akuda and that fox woman. told us some nonsense about Lostbelt and pruning theoretical phenomenon. If you insist upon feeding us the same lies, we may lose our temper. Now would be a great time to stop talking, Max. There is no point in guessing why you visitors speak of the outside world in such vague generalities. We will make our own judgments once we have seen past the storm walls for ourselves.
May I ask you something, Your Imperial Majesty? Did a strange tree happen to appear in this land around the same time as the storm, specifically a tree of light so large it reaches up to the sky?
What an odd question. Do such things often appear out of nowhere in your world?
She's sweating.
We see you are still hiding something from us, Akuda. Well, no matter. We are well aware that she has some cards yet to play. No doubt they will have something to do with her differences with you. Our interest, though, lies solely in maintaining peace in our empire and reclaiming its territories. We have no intention of becoming involved in disputes between visitors unless those disputes become something that affect us. Now then, let us be candid. You inquired something about a tree of light? The answer is no. Our sight extends to all of China, and we have observed nothing of the sort. All of China, huh? Since it seems like you don't stand on formality too much, I'm just gonna ask. Are you sure you don't mind speaking with us directly like this, Your Imperial Majesty? What do you mean?
Well, most people in positions like yours like to, dress up their negotiations a bit, right? They like to trot out intermediaries and representatives and the like. Usually they make a point never to meet face to face. I mean, drawing a firm line between themselves and the lesser people by refusing to speak with them directly is a big part of how nobles like to demonstrate their difference in status, right?
What a strange thing to say at this point. We see, in your world, monarchs are so insecure that they refuse even to permit themselves to be seen for fear of seeming less than perfect. Tell us, does the sun seek to hide from the public eye? Does the moon hide itself from the people's gaze? We are the Emperor, the child of heaven, the celestial existence who reigns over all citizens. That is why we permit them audience. Just as the sun's light bathes every corner of earth, so too does our glory shine upon every person of this world who looks upon us. Still, we suppose that if the sun looked the same as anything else, it may feel a need to put on a bit of a show to empathize its power and status.
Then, you don't mind letting us see your face?
Now what are you going on about? You've been gazing upon my visage for some time now.
Huh?
Well, we suppose you cannot see with your naked eyes, not with the horizon in the way, but you still have been observing us with those mechanical birds of yours, have you not? Indeed, our eyes have met a number of times.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. We've been observing Zhang Yang from a distance, yes, but...
What? Then you stare at us without realizing who it is you look upon? How insolent. We suppose you could not help your ignorance, but now that you know, you should be more careful.
Wait, hang on. Are you telling us that big floating thing above Zhang Yang is...
Yes, that is us. This holy vessel is the result of us abandoning our earthly body, as it could only deteriorate in imbuing all other authority within us, this machine, in its stead. In the 2,200 years that have passed since this body has grown and expanded along with our nation, and now we shall never touch the ground again. Still, our grandeur is readily apparent in this form, making it easy for our people to understand. We are the first and last emperor, the immortal ruler who shall reign over this world for all eternity. We are Qin Shi Huang.
Holy shit. Qin Shi Huang Giga Chat. Well, that is a perfect place to stop, I think. And we went pretty further than how I wanted to, so I assume are we like around halfway through the Lostbelt now, I assume? Because where I wanted to stop earlier, which was like an hour ago, y'all said we were like 40% done. Wow. So that thing is Qin Shi Huang. Holy shit. Yeah, I was thinking it was like a castle or some shit. All right, I think that's a perfect place to stop. Wow. That was pretty crazy. God, what do we do? We're in kind of a pickle, huh? Because he's treating us fairly, and he could definitely, like, fuck us up big time if he wanted to. But he's allowing us to get fixed up. He's allowing us to, he's allowing us to, get our poisons cured and give us Koyanskaya so we can question Koyanskaya. And then on top of that, what was I gonna say? And then on top of that, he wants to literally make an army of people. He wants to make his army able to cross the Lostbelt and go out into the sea, which would give him a tremendous advantage over the other Lostbelts, that's for sure. This is definitely getting interesting, though. I like it a lot. Wow. His body reminds me of a Vex body, really, from Destiny? Maybe. Yeah, I could see it. Like a giant, like one of the big ones. Like a Quaria Blade Transform, kind of. I could see it. All right. That is going to have to do it. Who's on rate up? Kiara? I did get... What's her name? Before. Kama. I kind of want to roll for Kiara. I'm gonna roll a 10 roll while I look for someone to host. What? 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 No way! Holy shit! What? 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 No way! What? Mad Lad Paul. What? Oh my god. Max, how horny are you to bring her? That's fantastic. What? Oh my god, dude. So now we have Kama and Kiara. Let's fucking go. What the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't even see the gold. I don't know if it was a gold spin or anything. I didn't even see the gold card. I literally just looked over and just saw. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? That's crazy. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe that shit. The horny nun is here. Pog. Mommy. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe that. No way. That's crazy. All right. Let me see if there's any English. Let's go ahead and raid Year doing the Oku event. Go check them out. All right, everyone. Wow. Well, that was something. That's one way to end the stream, right? All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. I will be streaming tomorrow morning, and we'll probably be able to finish it up. I think we're about halfway through, so I should be able to finish up Lostbelt 3 in like one more stream, and then we can start Oku this weekend. Excited. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. That was a crazy ending, and again, appreciate all the new follows. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Lots of love as always, and go show Year some love. All right, peace, everyone.
Facts is honestly, he needed it, but just because he needed it doesn't mean people wanted it, right? So, yeah. Yo, my boy, maximizing, how's it going, man? How was your stream? I was actually like, I lurk on your streams every now and then, dude. I should have